funky drums from hell. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How is it going, peeps? A little bit of a quieter start than usual today, but that's good. Far more manageable. I'm not going to freak out about missing anyone's name in the chat, because there's 3 of you here. How's it going, everyone? Good to see you, Middle-earth Marxist, Sally Pocketful, and Atomically Powered. How are you doing? How's your day been? What have you been up to? I'm here. I'm earlier than I normally have been this week, because I was gonna go to the gym, but then I realized, no, not gonna do that. I'm gonna fucking just do the stream because I need to finish at a normal-ish time tonight. So essentially, what I'm doing is a normal 5.5 to 6 hour stream, which I think is more than enough, but doing it over, starting it earlier, essentially. Hey Link, how's it going? Holiday, how are you doing? Welcome in. So by starting it earlier, that means that I will hopefully go to sleep earlier tonight, right? I can feel my eye fucking twitching as soon as I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I am not going to stay up late tonight and scroll Twitter looking for news about what's going on with the Iran war. I'm not going to do it. I'm doing it on stream anyway. I'm manifesting. So I'm going to be up earlier tomorrow so I could do more things with my day and comfortably have time to go to the gym. Also, conversely, I'm not gonna wake up tomorrow and the first thing I do be go on fucking Twitter, because I'm also doing it in the day as well, and I think it's just absolutely fucking me up. You know what I mean? I'm not really doing anything that I enjoy. I'm playing, you know, a bit of Mugenics. That's a fun game to play and stuff like that. But the fulfillment in my life is limited to the stream, and of course I love the stream and I love streaming, so that's great. But I do need a bit more than that because it is kind of just like my job, right? So, yeah. desperately need to be waking up earlier. That's my update. Yeah, there's not really anything else that's happened today. I've uploaded the VODs from last night. They'll be coming in scheduled later on. Don't forget to follow the VOD channel if you haven't already. And, you know, lock your phone away after stream and find something more relaxing to do, maybe. Spooky Wilding, thank you so much for the suggestion. However, the mistake you've made there is thinking that it is to do with my phone. I don't do it on my phone. I don't just scroll through shit on my phone. I don't have any apps on my phone. So I'm already a step ahead in that regard, which is good, right? I actually just do it on the PC. So I've got to stop doing that, you know? It's not good for me. It's not good for you. It's not good for anyone. Well, hello. What was I saying? Can't remember. Hey, Prince, what's up? Thank you for the 41 months. Oh my god. With a 9-month streak.
It's been 80 years, but I'm back.
Been 80 years. It has. It absolutely has. Good to see you. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the sub. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. Doing amazingly good for subs this month, chat. It's been a crazy good month for subs. As you can see, we're on 145. My sub points reflect a bit more than that, though. So I don't know. I don't know what my actual sub count is, because it says I've got here 240 subscribers, right? That must be my actual sub count, but what I've got to remember, I think, no, because 246 sub points. So I've got 240 subscribers, which is pretty decent, right? Pretty fucking decent. So I guess I should change the widget to make it make more sense. Extended sub goal. Like, if I have 240 subscribers, really the sub goal should be like 300, but is it going to count that? I don't know how it works, because are these subscribers from last month, and then are their gift subs going to run out? and then they, and then it won't be part of the goal. So I think I should just leave it, because otherwise I'm getting too confused about this shit. If you don't know what I'm talking about, chat, basically a little bit about how the sausage is made. I'll show you real quick what I mean. So when you're live, right, you get a little thing on your dashboard. Well, you get this when you're not live as well, but when you're live, you get this thing that talks about the bit rate here, but that's by the by. It's these two numbers, that are the main thing. You can see here I've got 240 subscribers. That means how many people are subscribed at this moment, right? Which is pretty fucking good. Because if you do the maths on that, that's like 2 times 5, so 1,000, but then half that, 500, and then another 20 times 5. It's like $500, $600 or some shit, I can't do maths, but that's really good. That's how much I've made over the last month or whatever. And then you got the sub points. I think there's an extra 6 there because there are some people who subscribe at like tier 2 and tier 3. I think Johnny subscribes at tier 3, and I think that some people subscribe for 3 months in advance, right? So I think that that's what that's about. So that's what I'm talking about, but as you can see, it's quite confusing because I think this number was at like 244 earlier today when I was I was on the phone with my mum and she was like, how's everything going? I was like, yeah, I've got like 240 subscribers, 244 subscribers. I just remember saying the number 244, so it's like 4 people subs, I think, have run out today. So if I changed the dono goal, if I changed the sub goal, I don't think it would make sense. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like we're at 145 for this month specifically, right now, at this point. So, should that change? Is it a good idea to change that? Should I just chill? It's not a good idea to change that, I don't think, because like I said, it just gets too confusing. Gonna sneak in and train your cats to sleep on your keyboard then? It's gonna be alright. I'm gonna figure out how to do it. What I need to do is I need to remember how much more fulfilled I feel if I go to bed after the stream and like, I guess what it is that I can't turn off. And I think that I'm doing work when I'm like looking at Twitter and shit. You know what I mean? I think that that's what it is. And I think that I can't turn off in that regard, but like what I have to remind myself is that like I'm not making any money. I'm not posting. I am doing a bit of posting when I'm going through Twitter and stuff, but I'm just like getting into arguments with people about like, there's people who are like hand-wringing over like cheering Iran and supporting Iran, and I'm like getting into arguments with those kinds of people, and then obviously there's just like a bunch of fucking reactionaries on there, and I'm getting into arguments with them. And it's completely pointless. It's meaningless. It's all negative energy, And I know if I would have just, like, sat in my bed and watched a lovely film from the 90s or the 80s, which is my favorite decades to watch films from, that would have really... if I get some off my watch list, that will really... fulfill me. That'll make me feel good and better and nicer. So I just need to remind myself to do that. And I also want to start reading again. Like I find myself all the time tripping over words. I can't find a word in my brain when I'm streaming, and I'm just like, I know that if I was reading again, that would go away. And I started reading again sort of at the tail end of last year. I was reading a Stephen King book. And you know what? I'm just gonna crack on and do that again because I was really fucking enjoying that, and I should just do it again. So yeah, that's what I should do. And that's what you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. Tonight, as soon as I raid out, after the stream, I'm just gonna log off. I'm gonna log the fuck off. I also need to meditate. I fell off meditating. I was doing really well with meditating. I was meditating like every day and then every other day, and then I just stopped. So I need to get back on that. And I think that will help. But I think that it all stopped because of the Iran war. I think that that's what happened. I think that I genuinely was just like, oh, okay. Now it's time to just sit at the computer and look at news and shit. You know what I mean? Mule and I having a lot of the same goals. Yeah, but, you know, have I influenced you? Or have we both been influenced by the same influences? Or... you know? It is howling into the void, atomically powered, yeah. Yeah. Hey, Johnny, what's up? You really want to read more as well, Link? Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta happen. Hey, Planet Mushy, what's up? Thank you to... Oh, look, it's Emily for the gift sub the other day. Legend? Yeah, no, she's a big legend. Sounds good as fuck. Good luck. We only have one life. Well, that's the other thing, right? I looked at myself in the mirror today, and I was like, okay, I'm getting some, like, you know, grey hairs around here, and it's like, I'm at the tail end of my youth, man. Like, this is the end of my youth. I'm over the hill, as it were. I'm 36, you know? I gotta make the most of what I've got left. I gotta make the most of it. And that's what it's about, right? Treat yourself with kindness. It's a good goal. It's good you take the time to step back from the internet. I mean, you say that, but I'm not. I'm saying that I want to do that. Don't congratulate me on something that I haven't done already. I need to take this advice too. Had a constant beam of war coverage into my noggin for the last fortnight. I'm going to work out today. Yeah, do it, honestly. Yeah, you got to do it. There's been a great disturbance in the force. That is exactly it. That is exactly it. I'm going to send this. It helped me with a lot of stuff. TJ the X against analytics. Why I don't look at analytics and you shouldn't either. You interpret it without... can't admit to doing this. Making it intelligible. Disclosing its true meaning. For the perspectives of social media analytics, the quality of a post is measured in numbers. A YouTube video with 1 million views is better than a YouTube video with only 100,000. It's that simple. Likes, retweets, views, subscribers, followers are the ubiquitous video game style stats that make social media what it is. It's quite good, but it's definitely a fucking essay, innit? Yeah, I'm not going to be able to read all this right now. Oh my god, there's so much. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for that, network. Appreciate that. Hello, Icked Trunks. I fell off meditating as well because I can't sit upright for that long. Badum tish. Oh. Also, hi, Ninny. Welcome in. Good to see you. And Ricky Bickies. American troops are posted from Iran? What? Oh, yeah. I saw this. Yeah. This is from a couple of days. This is from 4 days ago. I don't think that they've touched down in Iran. I think that they've just, you know, it's this video in case people haven't seen it. I don't think that they've touched down in Iran. I think what this means is they've touched down in a base, right? You just said you're gonna read more. Not on stream! I already read loads on stream! Hello, Hippie Marshmallow. Welcome in. I have less than a week left in my 20s and I'm trying not to be weird about it. Let me tell you something, right? 30, when I hit 30, it was the year that COVID hit, right? So I have lost like quite a lot of my 30s to COVID, to lockdowns, to getting ill with COVID and also getting long COVID, right? And I think that the important thing to remember is that, like, even though that was the case for me, my 30s have still been really, really good and really, really powerful. Like, you do feel a lot more just like yourself when you're in your 30s and like you've kind of got your life together, even if you don't. And it's just because I just think that that's like when you hit 30, it's like you start to go, oh, this is serious. I'm getting older now, right? I think that that's what it is. I'm turning 22 next week and I'm freaking out about it a little bit. Yeah, I know. And I used to, you know, people used to say to me when I used to say that when I was 21, like, they used to say, don't worry about that. Like, you've got your whole life ahead of you. Like, you know, you got 30 and shit, but everything feels really big when you're in the moment. You know what I mean? Life hack, constantly forget to even think about your birthday or your age. ADHD optional, but I recommend. I mean, that does happen to me sometimes, but it has been like in my head a bit much recently, you know? Tel Aviv, Iran. Yeah, that's where they're posted from. US military taking social media cues from IOF. Yeah, I saw this and I was like, This is spiritually Israeli Zionist posted a video in front of blowing up a school energy. Like, that's what's going on here. Hey, PvP, I turned 30 in COVID year 2. It was really rough. It was really rough. When you become 30, you're going to have the luxury of it not being COVID, right? You're going to have the luxury of watching the empire fall down around you, right? Witnessing the end of the modern empire, the capitalist hegemony all over the world. We're doing that together right now. That's a great thing to witness at any time in your life. And hopefully, you know, the world will just get better. I'm gonna have a wild ass 30s, I'm sure of it. Yeah, for real. You'll get to levels of community we never knew at that point. Yes. I'm turning 42 tomorrow. I'm physically, mentally, and socially better than I was at 32. Things will change, and you can change for the better. They also say life begins at 40. And my dad said that to me when I was when he was turning 40, and I was like 7 years old. And he was like, it's so true. Life begins at 40, and, you know, you just do more stuff and shit like that. You know? It's just kind of how the world works. Age just really it kind of doesn't, like, matter that much. All that matters is, like, your body and how your body is and how your body responds to aging, and, like, your body can sometimes respond to aging in an extremely dramatic and traumatizing way. You can become disabled and all this stuff. You know, but that's why we need to support our disabled comrades so much, because, you know, we'll all end up disabled, and you shouldn't just do it for that reason anyway. You should just do it because disabled people deserve to not be disabled by the society that we live in, you know. So there you go. Hello, Bubble. Welcome in. Mortality do be a question for the ages, innit? Well, I wasn't even thinking about mortality when talking about it, but, you know. That hit me at 34 just before COVID struck. It's been a great midlife crisis. I'm sorry to hear it, Planet Mushy. That fucking sucks, man. Yeah, no, like, you know, people were saying to me, oh, when you're 30, everything's gonna get really good. And I was like, great. And it was. Things were really, you know, things were really good for me at that point. I was earning £2,000 a month with my fucking videography job. I had some jobs where I would just turn up to a fucking club night and just film. And that would be £200 in the bag for like 3 hours work. And it's like, fuck yeah, dude, this is dope, right? I was just raking it in, and it was mint. And then all of a sudden COVID came, and it just like blew everything out of the fucking water. And now I'm so traumatized about getting long COVID that if someone said to me, you can have that same job, but it's £300, I would be sweating, because I would be like, I don't want to get sick. I don't want to go out and get sick. I don't want to go to a place like that where people go out. Like, we live in this culture now where people just like still go out if they're ill. It doesn't matter if they got COVID or whatever. They'll just fucking go out. I don't want that to happen again. So, you know, great, good for me, good stuff. It's kind of why I feel like the only future for me, like, later in my life is in somewhere like China. You know what I mean? It's like I just can't imagine staying in this country for much longer. It's just like, and I don't want it to be that way. I was born here. I love this country. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of the places that I've grown up, the place that I was born, and all this kind of business. Even though I rag on Warrington a lot, you know what I mean? It's got a lot of memories for me. When I go back there every week to see me nana and that, it's like, I go, wouldn't it be great if this place wasn't so racist? You know? But, I don't know. It's just that I think about this more and more. Hey, Emmy, what's going on? I'm still masking up in crowded areas. Yeah, if it's super crowded, I'll wear a mask. You know, obviously, if it's somewhere like the shopping, if it's somewhere like the supermarket or whatever, I just try and have some common sense about it. And if I hear someone coughing, I will, like, swerve them. Or, if I need to go past them, I'll stick the mask on. You know what I mean? So, 20s are for recovering from my childhood. At 30, I'm going to be so fucking powerful. Yeah, exactly. That's how you should be seeing it. I caught a cold this weekend. I'm honestly so glad it's just sniffles and not the flu or COVID. Hell yeah, good for you. I would 100% move to China immediately if it wouldn't be abandoning all those who can't leave. I feel a responsibility. Yeah, same, hippie. Yeah. I feel that as well. 1 million square kilometers of ocean gains full protection in Chile. A bit of good news from Chile. Oceanographic. Chile is granted full protection to 360,000 square kilometers of ocean around the Juan Fernandez and Nazca Desventuradas marine parks, creating one of the largest fully protected marine areas and surpassing 50% ocean protection. That's great. Remote islands of Juan Fernandez archipelago are celebrating a landmark moment for ocean conservation after Gabriel Boric, president of Chile, signed a decree granting full protection to 360,000 kilometers of water surrounding the archipelago and Nazca Desventuradas marine park. Once fully implemented, the designation will bring totally fully protected area to 946,571 kilometers square, making it the third largest fully protected marine area in the world. That's dope. That's dope. So what, Gabriel Boric did this before he left? That's dope. He's rushing all of his W's before the Nazi is sworn in. Yeah, I hope that they're just not, like, reversed, you know? Also, Mandarin is so hard. That's very true. I still have eternal optimism that the Greens are going to win the next election and the UK immediately turns into a utopia. I don't think it will immediately turn into a utopia, but things will probably get better quite quickly. I mean, you know, we've got another, how long is it? 3 years? Or 4 years to the next election? Wait, it's been 1 year. It's been what? They were elected in 2024. 2025, it's been a year and a half. So by the half point of this year, at the fucking May midterms, local election shit, that will be 2 years. So then after that, it's 3 years. It's a 5-year term. In between general elections in the UK, in it 5 years. So 5 years. Yeah, it'd be 3 years. So 2029. So halfway through 2029. Please, for my 40th birthday, Zach Polanski for PM. Please, for my 40th birthday. That would be the best 40th birthday present of all time. My heart is swelling at the thought. It's all just one big year at this point. Yeah, it is. The longest year. Alright, chat, let's crack on. I got some funny stuff to look at first. Someone was joking about this yesterday. Obviously, it's not real. But it's pretty good. This is pretty good. If you want to know who did this, this is Disney Plus something or other on Blue Sky. There's like an account called Disney Plus memes or some shit, and they always do these really good memes. They did this the other day. I put it in the Discord. Hang on. Yeah, they did this one. This one's great as well. Mission very complete, pretty much. My dad's always voted Labour, and we just had a conversation where we agreed capitalism is bad. And I said he should vote Green, and he said, am I? That is progress. Well done. Yeah, well done. Nah, yeah, this one's great. Yeah, it's just fucking minting it. Okay, there you go. So there's a little bit of memes there. We've got another little bit of memes. It's not really a meme, it's just reality. Someone filmed this. I don't know when this is from. But this is apparently a sports event, like, last night or the night before or some shit like that. I could be wrong, it could be from earlier, but this is, the shape of him. This is a sports event. I don't know. Apparently recent or some shit.
Shut this whole shit down. He pissed.
boos don't stop.
Oh my God. I'm glad I'm a witness to this. I'm glad I'm here to see this.
It's just great. You just can't even hear what he's saying. He's trying so hard to speak over it, but it's definitely getting to him. Everyone's laughing.
Only thing, they took my weed. I can't blow no blood. They took my weed on the way in here.
If the entire stadium is booing, how does he possibly win votes? It's because of the petty bourgeois reactionary middle class. That's it. That's his base. His base are people who run, like, you know, bait shops and gun shops and obviously all the corporate fucking losers, all the finance sickos, etc., etc. You know what I mean? That's how he gets votes. That's how he's always gotten votes, you know? And there will be people in the stadium who are booing him who, like, haven't voted for him, you know? There'll be people in the stadium who will be booing him who are just like, you know what? I didn't even vote in the last election, but, like, I wish I could unvote. I wish I could negative vote. I wish I could downvote a vote for you. It'd be good if you could, like, negatively vote against people in elections. Like, you have one vote still, right? But you don't have to use it to vote for either party or whatever. You can use it to downvote. You know, like on Reddit, you can use it to downvote a party that you don't like. I think that would be really good. I think that would change up the game. That's a plebiscite. Hey, Nuclear Slayer, that one Reddit comment with minus 60,000. Plebiscite. The direct vote of all the members of an electorate on an important public question such as a change in the constitution? I don't think it's quite that. You mean, I'm talking about during an election. I'm not talking about, like, a referendum on something, you know?
Hello, me old chum.
Thanks for the follow. Reddit electoral system. I think it's really important that we have a Reddit electoral system. Brexit was a plebiscite. Yeah, like a referendum, yeah. Spoiling your ballot is pretty much that, but downvote to everyone. Yeah, I know, but, like, spoil ballots don't, you know. If you're gonna not vote, just don't vote. Like, a spoiled ballot is such a waste of time because they don't even count them. Like, I'm not even doing the, like, oh, you should definitely vote thing. I'm kind of, like, in the middle. It's like if they ever count spoiled ballots, it's just not something that goes towards, like, people going, oh, like, people are so apathetic to our government. We should change stuff. It doesn't tell anyone to do anything. You know what I mean? But it would be good to if it downvoted all the parties if you spoiled your ballot. That would be great. That would be great. You should be able to do Reddit awards. Oh no, that's lobbying. Yeah, you see, this is how we make mistakes. No, they do count them. What I mean is that they don't count. Like, they will count them in terms of, like, the people who are doing the votes, but the parties don't fucking listen. They don't look at, like, a big batch of, like, 100 spoiled ballots and go, oh, maybe we should change our policy. You know what I mean? Like, that's the point I'm making. Like, the guys who count the votes, they do that, right? Hello, Eclipse. How you doing?
Yeah. Motherfuckers gonna be hoarse tomorrow. They like, fuck you. Yeah.
Fucking Hexeth next to him clapping. That's so funny, dude. That's so fucking funny. All right, what we got next? This guy's been doing the rounds. This person here says he's like a gay Michael Rappaport. He's been doing the rounds. Let's see what he's saying.
You're power gay in Israel for Operation Epic Fury. You and your hunky Jewish husband set up a shakshuka photo shoot. Oh my God, Avi, I love this idea. We're gonna show all those anti-Zionist bandwagon gays in Williamsburg how unbothered we are by the threat of nuclear war.
This can't be real. It has to be a bit. Chat, this absolutely has to be a bit. Hey, Krill. Chat, it's gotta be a bit, right? Like, the way he's saying it, it's like he's not being serious. It's like he's doing satire. Ray K was showing this dude too. It looks fake as fuck.
Babe, the shakshuka looks amazing.
Thanks. I stole the recipe from Blooma's Substack. Oh my god, sirens! Ugh, so annoying. Thank God we have our own bomb shelter in our apartment. Power gaze. This is so stressful, babe. I'm so glad we like put our bed in here.
Thank God.
Has your mom called you at all?
She's still pretending she's a Democrat.
So annoying. It's like all she has left is Fetterman. Those Democrat Jews are gonna get us all killed, Avi. Did you see what Sandra Bernhardt posted?
No.
She's still watching Rachel Maddow. Traitor!
It is a bit. It is a bit. I can't believe people are taking this seriously. That's so fucking insane, bro. It's so obviously fake. Jesus Christ. Because I saw people talking about this, and the first thing that I saw was the Zoroastrian necklace, right? And I was like, okay, yeah, this is a guy who is cosplaying, he's cosplaying different ethnicities just in like an absurdly disrespectful and Zionist way. Like, that's what's happening. But now that I'm watching it, it's like, no, I think that this guy has his finger on the pulse of of these kinds of people and is like totally taking the piss. I don't even think Avi is really Jewish, yeah. 100% a bit. Some of the paid propagandists come close to this level of unhinged. Yeah. Chat, we've debunked it. Debunked as fake. Speaking of things that don't need to be debunked, even though I didn't say that. What's Eve? I know that all of you are thinking this. What is Eve Fartlow saying during all of this? What is she saying during all of this? Hey, Kairos, welcome in. Everybody, please go follow Kairos Rev, another great lefty streamer. How you doing, friend? Women everywhere need to fight for freedom from the fake feminists who are controlling the narrative and leading us into theocracy. The women soccer players of Iran deserved better. Oh. Okay. What's she saying?
Any feminist, specifically any Australian feminist, who tries to play down what is happening with these Iranian soccer players is not a feminist, but a narcissistic opportunist.
Okay, what's happening to them?
The players have signalled SOS from the windows of their bus and the plane on their way back to the Islamic regime. Only a few of these women escaped. Yes, some of them had concern for their families back home, but if they were glad to be forcibly taken back on a plane by their regime guard...
I can't hear what you're saying. You're playing the video at the same time you're speaking. You need to play the video and then speak.
Male minders. Then why were they making distress signals from the windows?
Because the elevator down...
Human rights lawyer Anne Hertzberg, who I've followed for years, tweeted a video shared by the Iranian female activist who lives in exile in New York City. Her name, she's very famous, you will be aware of her, is Masih Alinejad.
Masih Alinejad mentioned. Okay, if you want to know who she's referring to, chat, I can bring her up real quick. It's not, you know, it's not that hard to pass. Masih Alinejad, there she is. Everybody brings her up when talking about Iranian monarchist restorationists, Iranian journalist and activist, president of W Congress, World Liberty Congress, hashtag White Wednesdays, my camera's my weapon, my stealthy freedom campaigns. Okay. Where are the left now? Where are the pro-Palestinian and anti-war activists when the Islamic Republic is killing innocent Iranians? At least 20 people got killed in 10 days protest, including 4 children. That's interesting that she's saying 20 people in 10 days, because these kinds of people normally say 5,000 people in 1 hour. She went on Bill Maher to talk about this, by the way. So, you know, this is the kind of thing she does. She goes, Iranian authority openly threatening to kill its critics on national television. I invite everyone to listen carefully to these threats broadcast on Iranian state TV. Confiscated property is nothing. Will make your mothers mourn you. For Iranian activists, journalists, and opposition figures, this is not rhetoric. It's real and a constant threat. Many of us have families inside Iran who are harassed and intimidated because we speak out. Those of us living abroad receive death threats regularly. Human rights organizations have documented years of intimidation, surveillance, assassination, plots targeting Iranian dissidents around the world. When a regime uses its state media to threaten the lives of critics, the international community should take notice. So, conveniently, this has been transcribed. So, anyone who can't speak Farsi is not going to be able to understand what they're saying. So, let's just see how it's been transcribed, and let's just see what they're saying that they're saying, because we can only trust them, right? We're waiting when the dust of this unrest settles, as Mutsun Chavoshi says. We'll grab you by the collar. Every single one of you. That's already happening. Confiscating your property is nothing. Will make your mothers mourn you. Those of you who have foolish ideas, I think things are chaotic and something must be done. This message is for you, both inside the country and outside. Cut this clip and send it to anyone who likes hearing this. Yeah, I mean, if someone within Iran who is like proper supportive of the Ayatollah, proper supportive of the government, yeah, I believe they would say shit like this. But this is no different to like the kind of shit that fucking Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones say. Do you know what I mean? There's going to be guys like this in every country, you know, claiming that this is like a spokesperson. You know, Iranian authority, and an Iranian authority, that's who she's saying it is. So it's like, okay, all right. And then in response to that, she's just done this like thumbs up underneath the big picture, like Iran's supreme leader is dead, you know? She's definitely someone to be referencing. She's definitely someone that makes... This person definitely legitimizes what Eve Barlow is saying. Did you hear that Qatar halted urea production because of the war? Urea? Production? Piss? Urea. Urea production. Piss? Urea, called carbamide, is an organic compound with chemical formula. Uramide has amino groups joined by a carbonyl functional... The thing from piss. Oh, it's used in fertilizer. Thank you, Detaway. Yeah. Thank you. Nearest guy says, first word I hear when I come in is piss. I follow for less. Thank you. Yeah. Wow, it's been a while since we've used this this screen. Oh, there it is.
That's piss.
Been a while since I pulled that out. There you go. Thank you for that, Kairos. Hello, Chilavina. Welcome in. Good to see you. Middle-earth Marxist says, I've been stuck following this bullshit. Zionists and their Shah-humping piece of shit ghouls are demanding Australia abduct these girls from their family with asylum. Oh, hell yeah. That's so cool.
She shared a video, Massey, of protesters running to protect the women players. Of an Iranian man in Australia crying, stay here, help our girls, begging for protection for the women football players.
So, a man was saying that these women don't know what they like and what they support, and we should stop them from going back to Iran because they're not allowed to have agency. Is that what's happening? And if you don't like that, you're not a feminist. Is that what we're saying? Is that what's happening?
And Anne Hertzberg, tweeted, quoting Massey, "This is real courage, not the fake celebrity lawyers the media tries to shove down our throats." Well,
were they actually signing SOS in the plane? Is that what people are saying? Hey Nappers, how you doing? Welcome in. It's not a dig at her, but she says girls like Gru from Despicable Me. Is he Scottish? She's Scottish. Eve Fartlow is Scottish. The new Scope Scum media in Australia makes these freaks, not the girls, the stars on their front pages for days now. Oh my god.
Let me tell you something. These fake celebrity lawyers are basically taking women hostage to promote their own careers. Reports say that only 7 of the Iranian women's football players managed, in an unbelievable video, which I have shared and you should watch, to run away from their IRGC handlers by escaping from their hotel.
Yeah.
And defecting to Australia.
Defecting to Australia is so good. It's such a fun way to say it. Defecting to Australia, like, what does that mean? What do you mean? Do you mean like... What do you mean? Just like, what does she mean? Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to do that. She says that she shared this thing. Please don't make me post more videos of shirtless men running on the beach in Tel Aviv. It's not fair to anyone. Why is she reposting this? Isn't she gay? Oh, she's just posting it to be like that Tel Aviv is not getting battered. Okay, all right. FBI warns Iran aspired to attack California with drones in retaliation for war. She's posting so much. She's posting about NATO. Spain is a member of NATO and is isolating itself from its allies in order to descend into a dystopian Islamo-communist regime. Oh my god, she's gone fucking cracked. Frankly, I have concern about the safety of Spanish people and pray they could make it through this nightmare to elect Ayatollah Sanchez out of office and replace him with something sane. She's gone cracked. Brother, what the fuck are you talking about? Mental. Islamo-communist, this is just Judeo-Bolshevism. Yes, everyone will be moving to Spain rapido. No, I know the hypocrisy is not even funny. Israel killed at least 45 athletes in Gaza. She's just picking and choosing things that she can use as an example to be like, Iran is so bad and you should be cheering for them to be murdered. Oh, this is great stuff as well. So we've got like Noah Tishby here being like, Israel is under attack. Iran launched hundreds of ballistic missiles at Israel, including key cities like Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, with these like videos of multiple hits,
Israel
like
is under attack.
Examples of ballistic missiles hitting in Israel and shit. I think that's old video, but whatever. She's doing this, and then like up here she's got the, oh yeah, Tel Aviv isn't really battered. We're not really getting battered. There's hunky shirtless men running around in Tel Aviv. This is crazy, dude. Okay, I can't even find what the fuck she's referencing in terms of like, she says like, oh, I tweeted about this. I shared this story and you should all look, because she's just posting through it so much.
The rest are being sent home by force, and the Australian authorities are just standing.
Hey, by any means necessary. And how virulent.
I received an email about the piece I published yesterday. A piece that should be read by anyone who has ever claimed to care about violence.
A piece? She's saying she published a piece. Published a piece? A piece of what? A piece of shit? A piece of fucking shite? I need to find it. Is she on about, she's on about her fucking Substack, right? That's what she's talking about. I've got to subscribe in order to read it. No, there's no way, dog. I'm not doing that.
Violence against women and girls.
I'm not doing that.
About domestic violence, about sexual assault. Please read this piece. It's called Hands Off Survivors. The message that I received was from a reader who is an Iranian woman who wanted to express her deepest gratitude, and this is what she said to me.
It's so, like, it really is just absolutely fucking nuts that the way that these people legitimize the propaganda that they do for Zionism by saying things like, oh, well, a Palestinian woman messaged me and said, thank God for you. You know what I mean? Like, an Israeli woman messaged me and told me how much good work I'm doing. An Iranian woman messaged me and said, please help. The Ayatollah himself is punching me in the face over and over again every day. You know what I mean? It's like, this is the, like, it's just really depraved. It's really depraved because, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say there's zero women suffering in Iran. There's zero bad things happening in Iran. It's just that I understand Western chauvinism and I understand it's not my place to focus on that stuff. You know, we should be focusing on the wrongs that are being committed by our own countries. For example, this illegal war in Iran. If you care about women being liberated in Iran, guess what? You're not helping by saying that you support America bombing Iran. It's weak Hasbara, absolutely, yeah. It is weak Hasbara. It does feel like she's going full Candace Owens, yeah. I almost read a fanfic this morning because it said subplots for socialists. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Do you think these people in these personal anecdotes would rather their testimony go somewhere more official?
In her email.
Nah, they love it that Eve Fartlow is saying this stuff. They love Eve Fartlow. Is it this one? No, it's not that one. Oh yeah. They love that Eve Fartlow tweeted this. This feels like a fucking lifetime ago. It's 5 years ago she tweeted this. This was when people were doing protests against the fascist Zionist response to the March of Return that was happening in Gaza at the time. People were just doing protests. And she's like, my Jewish friends saw a sign that said free parking and panicked that it said free Palestine, the Jews are tired. Hell yeah, dude. That's so good. Yeah, a classic, an utter classic. No, these people in her anecdotes are so glad that Eve Fartlow, the free parking, free Palestine tweeter, is the one reading out their anecdotes. They love it, actually.
While Iran is plunged into an internet blackout and people are threatened with criminal charges for sharing information, filming, or...
Yeah, no, she's doing... Yeah, she's equating Zionists with Jews, which is great. That's always famously, you know, never gone badly, you know?
Sending evidence to foreign media. Our loved ones in Iran risk great cost and hardship to inform us in the diaspora.
Wait, did you watch Bad Hasbara the other day where they're discussing... some bizarre story where she said 2 people came up to her on a plane and affirmed everything she'd been saying? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look. I gotta find that now. Justifications for attacks on Iran. Oh, they've got to have done like a little clip about this. They must have done. I'm just looking for Eve Barlow's face. I can't find it. Episode 188. Okay, this one. So they've not done the clips from this one yet. Let's get the transcribe. Let's get the transcription. Let's get the transcription. Okay. Eve. What? Barlow. Here we go. Here we go. For togetherness, this is Eve Barlow, 1125. Okay.
And an opportunity for togetherness. So this is Eve Barlow telling a obviously true story that definitely happened. I'm on a flight and my air host hands me a glass of champagne, sees my Magen David, and beneath his breath whispers, L'chaim. He asks me if I want a splash of juice in my glass. I said, just a side of Am Yisrael Chai, or chai, maybe she said. Maybe she meant that as a pun.
It's got to be, because otherwise, what the fuck does any of that mean?
And also, wouldn't it be the opposite? You're drinking juice and someone offers you a splash of champagne?
Yeah,
I'm just sitting casually drinking champagne,
and someone's
and
like,
they decided they offered to upgrade me to juice.
Yeah, I love. Do you?
What she's implying is that this person is so scared to be Jewish nowadays that that this person is doing the thing that they accuse Muslims of all the time, which is hiding that they're Muslim, right? That's what she's saying. So she's saying, you know the way that Nazis now use the juice box emoji on Twitter and on TikTok to say the Jews, right? That's like a phenomenon that's occurred because of the increased anti-Semitism that's, real anti-Semitism from, the way in which that Nazis have been able to, unfortunately, co-opt the anti-Israel movement. So she's referring to that, a splash of juice, to be like, he's signaling to her that he's also Jewish, and she's like, I'm Israel Chai, to be like, I'm also a Zionist, I guess. I don't know, but it's fascinating. It's like she's doing actual anti-Semitism shit, whatever.
You need a chaser for that champagne, you weakling.
You look like you need some vitamins. Yeah. You know how she posted, I'm going to the war, with this fucking shit-eating grin on her face?
Oh, yeah.
This is probably the flight.
Yeah.
Do you want some
juice in your drink?
Want some orange juice, some cranberry juice. He smiles. Oh, yeah, he smiles. I say, are you a member of the tribe? He says, I just found out, yes, in my bloodline. I ask, where are you from? He says, I am from Venezuela. I say, holy shit. So how are you feeling right now? Good? He says, I'd love to say more. I will just say, I feel more hope than ever for the world. Toda Rabbah for all that you do.
Wait. Stop there. We are now.
He was exiled because Trump made it so that he couldn't live in the country that he lived in. And that's what being exiled means. Not an economic refugee, an exiled.
Now meant to, I listen. None of this sounds real, but you know what's extra impossible? What? Someone going up to Eve Barlow and knowing what she do. No one has ever seen Eve Barlow on the streets, yeah, and been like, "Oh yeah, you," and not.
They're more likely to recognize her from the Amber Heard stuff. They're genuinely more likely to recognize her from being like Amber Heard's friend, or like she was a witness for Amber Heard during her like domestic abuse trial with Johnny Depp. And it is fascinating. Matt's absolutely right. Where are people gonna sit there and be like, oh, Eve Barlow, known Hasbro propagandist? I'm so happy. Is that the Jewish Chafed Allah? I actually don't know. I don't know what Toda Rabbah means at all. I actually don't know. I know who she is, and I probably wouldn't notice her if I was passing by. Yes, even people who know who she is are not gonna know. I'm not gonna know what she looks like in real life. She probably got a smile from a Venezuelan air host and frantically opened Twitter. That's probably what it is. Or, these kinds of people, chat, like people who post like this, it's probably more likely that actually what happened was she didn't get a smile from a Venezuelan air hostess or host, and imagined a scenario. She just like saw an air hostess or an air host and was like, this is a scenario that I can imagine happening. No, I know what Chukar Allah means. I know what Chukar Allah means. I said I don't know what Toda Rabbah means, so I couldn't say it's the Jewish Chukar Allah. I know what Chukar Allah means. Toda means thank you, and Toda Rabbah is thank you very much. She doesn't even know what she's talking about.
and not had that be like, oh yeah, you're that awful person who XYZ. That is amazing.
Yeah. Now
amazing.
here's the follow-up. On the same flight, another flight attendant is trying to adhere to Ramadan. And we had a 30-minute conversation as a Jewish woman and a Muslim woman about how Western white leftists know absolute jack shit about the Middle East.
Yeah. This definitely didn't happen, dude. This absolutely didn't happen.
So fuck you and shut up.
I love it.
That's so good.
I love it, dude. Preemptively get in there with like, and for all of you Western white leftists who are about to make fun of me for this, we actually also talked about.
She does this all the time. She does this all the fucking time, right? She's literally just like, just in case anyone wants to own me in the marketplace of ideas here, insert marginalized person here told me I was right. You know, a trans person told me I was right. A fucking Muslim told me I was right. An Iranian told me I was right. A Palestinian told me I was right. And it's like, okay, I guess I'm wrong. I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Fair enough, Eve. Yeah. You got it, girl.
And voice their requests. We try to amplify their voices, yet we face censorship and dismissal from the left, the Democrats, and media outlets that support the Islamic regime.
Like, she's one of these people that was broadly a center-left, progressive, liberal before October the 7th, right? Except for Palestine. You know, the what do they call it? Progressive except for Palestine? Like, that's what she was before October the 7th, 2023. And then as soon as October the 2023 happened, October 7th, 2023 happened, she became a rabid fascist. You know? That's what happened here. She bumped into a gay Zionist on the way out and they kissed. Yeah, that's definitely real. And then everyone clapped. Hi, Stalker. Yeah. No, this is just it. You know, it definitely happened. It just actually translates to harassing a woman in a hijab on a flight, and that poor person nodded along to every nonsensical rant Eve made at her. Oh, that's so true. No, I don't think. No, I genuinely, I think Eve Barlow would be scared to talk to a brown woman. I actually think that that's true about her. I actually think that she's turned into such a rabid Zionist fascist at this point that I think she would be scared to talk to a brown person. I don't even think she would feel comfortable to just talk over a brown person on a flight, even if it was a brown woman wearing a hijab. You know what I mean? Like, that's why all she does is just like do this shit on her phone or whatever. Like, she's not one of these people who goes to protests and she's not like an American auditor or anything. Yet she could turn into that, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, hey Connor, how's it going? Good to see you.
The women and men of Iran are in serious danger from the regime and its powerful, wealthy. And well-connected arms of terror.
What? Girl, what? Arms of terror?
Reading your article made me truly happy. As a cast-out feminist, I want to ask, where are the good feminists? Where is Greta Thunberg?
Where is Greta Thunberg? This is definitely what feminism is, by the way. Feminism is when you attack other women for having like slightly different political opinions to you. Like you don't have solidarity with women. You attack other women and other feminists because they don't quite agree with your stance on like a particular country. You know what I mean? Hey, Blue Rose Moon. Yes, it's Eve Fartlow. No, she's an utter fascist. She's a fucking loon. It's really fucked.
Where is Angelina Jolie?
Angelina Jolie!
Where is Jane Fonda?
Jane Fonda. Isn't she dead? Didn't Jane Fonda die? No, she's still alive. Okay, thank God. But where is she? She's 93 years old. What do you mean? She's like nearly 90. Feminism is when you bomb a girl's own elementary school. Yeah, exactly. No, Jane Fonda is not dead yet, thank God. No, Diane Keaton died recently, yeah. Her saying cast out feminist comes across like a burned fur adjacent. Like, what is happening?
Where is Natalie Portman? Where is Amal Clooney?
Amal Clooney.
Where are the liberals? Where are the feminist female
Where
athletes?
are the Marxists?
Where is Imaine Khalif?
Imaine Khalif, the boxer.
Where are they? These people are a disgrace.
Uh-huh.
They got what they wanted standing on the necks of other women.
That's what this is.
Fake activists.
Fake
They are
activists.
Cowards. Their claim to support women's rights only exists within the confines of their political agenda.
It's crazy that she went off on Imaine Khalif in this screed because, you know, Imaine Khalif is a black woman who was getting a whole bunch of shit. Like, literally a black African woman. She's Algerian, right? I think she's North African. A black woman athlete who was getting a whole bunch of shit from transphobic, fascist bastards on the internet who are all saying things like, she doesn't have the right chromosomes, she's got too much testosterone, she's not really a woman. And so Eve Fartlow just like whacks her out. Like, where's Imaine Khalif? Where is she? Okay, alright, yeah, that's a bit mad. I don't know if she is transphobic, but like, I wouldn't be surprised if that begins to manifest with like, she's got the brainworms, she's got Zionist brainworms, right? You know?
They only care about money and self-congratulatory celebrity.
Uh-huh.
They care about being a celebrity by proxy of celebrities, who they are using. They will do nothing if real courage is involved.
What's the real courage?
Silence has opened the doors to political Islam here in the West.
So you're saying that Imaine Khalif, Greta Thunberg, Jane Fonda, the other people that she mentioned, Amal Clooney, you're saying that because all those people don't talk about Iran in the way that you want them to, you're saying that they're responsible, and Angelina Jolie, that they're responsible for the theocracy, for the Islamic Republic of Iran. You're saying that they're responsible for the Islamic Revolution after decades of Western meddling in Iran. You're saying that it's them. You're saying it's not the CIA. It's all these women in the West. Okay? I'd say her name-checking Imaine is 100% proof she's a friend of Joanne's. I reckon she probably is. I reckon she's probably on her fucking turf arc.
To the women who say they are silenced, listen to me. You still have a voice.
Oh yeah, you tell them.
Don't let these fake feminist wolves in sheep clothing
feminist wolves
tokenize you for the sake of their own promotion.
What are you doing? Sorry, but what are you doing right now? Oh my god. Classic fucking Zionism, man. This is textbook Zionism. This is like accusing other people of the shit that you're doing. What the fuck, bro?
Free yourselves.
Free yourselves. Just free yourselves. This is great advice. This is great advice to every woman in Iran. Free yourself. It's not like this is the same thing that Trump is saying, by the way. This is the exact same shit that Trump says. Great politics, Eve. You're definitely a real feminist. You're definitely really progressive. Hey, Beanie Gaby. Friend of Joanne's the spiritual opposite of a friend of Dorothy. Yeah, right.
Protect you when you speak out.
We will protect you.
Take your voices back.
Uh-huh. Just take your voices back.
There was a way to protect every woman in that soccer team, and Australia failed to do that.
Uh-huh. How?
Those women were forcibly dragged onto a plane today to return to be...
Is that what that bit of footage that she was showing was about? Where was that? This?
Careers.
She has this like bit of footage here where there's someone like... That's like another woman with her hand on her back and another woman holding her hand. Well, I mean, I guess she's holding her wrist. There's like a police officer. It's hard to know what's going on here, but like...
players.
Wait, hang on a minute. These are all women with hijab.
Managed in an unbelievable...
Is this them in Australia, or is this them in...
video.
In Iran? I don't know what the fuck she's talking about. Have you just tried being free?
Islamic regime. Will anyone ever see them alive again?
Probably not, because they'll probably get bombed by Trump in the war that you're, like, cheering on, Eve, you know?
Fourth wave intersectional feminism has failed.
You see, the problem with this is that if fourth wave intersectional feminism has like a core tenet, right? Which is that it has to be intersectional. That's like the core tenet of what that is, yeah? Like, if you speak to a woman from a place like Iran and she says, you know, she's very well educated, she has gone and studied at the highest echelons of the University of Tehran, she's like a fucking nuclear physicist. In fact, no, fuck it. She studied, you know, social sciences. She studied shit like fucking, you know, politics and all this kind of business, geopolitics. And you speak to that woman and you're there like, don't you want to be liberated from the oppressive Islamic regime? And that woman sits there and goes, yeah, like I had a look at that and I had a look at how Western women live and I know about like the freedoms that Western women have, and it's like I actually just like love the Quran and I love the Ayatollah, and that's what I choose to do. I choose to stay here and like worship the Quran, worship Allah, and live in the Islamic Republic because this is the kind of society I want to live in, right? And fourth wave intersectional feminism says that you can't really like talk down to that person and be like, you don't know that you're not free, right? You can't really like talk down to that person in that way. Like that's Western chauvinism, right? But Eve is doing that. She's talking down to every single Iranian woman. She's like, you aren't free in the way that you should be free. So yes, like for Eve Barlow, fourth wave intersectional feminism has definitely failed because she doesn't understand it. Like if you don't understand what something is about, then yes, you absolutely you will absolutely think that it's failed. This is just the North Korea will execute their soccer team if they lose at the 2020s. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. Oh god, no, it's really bad that she's trying to define what feminists should be caring about. Yeah. Okay. One day, they're the satanic agents of the Iranian state because they sang along to the national anthem. The next day, the media is demanding they be rescued from their coaches and parents. It's so good. Like, you know, these fucking brown women from an oppressed fucking country, oppressed by capitalism and imperialism for the last fucking 50 years, are being used in so many ways by fucking liberals and reactionaries cosplaying as liberals as well, because that is absolutely what Eve Barlow has turned into over the last few years. Absolutely fascinating stuff, chat. Anyway, listen, I've been live for an hour. Chat, this is my full-time job at the minute. Please consider paying me for the work that I do. I would only ask you to donate however much you are able to donate. So if that's £1, if that's 50p, if it's whatever, you can do that via my tip link in the chat. It may not come up if you do under a certain amount, but that's only because I turned it off to like prevent people from spamming alerts. So please don't be offended if that doesn't happen and I don't read it out later in the stream. I'll read it out tomorrow and thank you tomorrow if I miss it, because I always check the Streamlabs event list at the end of the day. So you could do that, or you could subscribe and you can get access to a bunch of emotes. I've upped the sub goal for this month just because we're at 145, so I might as well. Like I said, I'm struggling for money. I've already dipped in to the dono goal reserve of last month, which sucks a little bit. Or this month, sorry, I should say. So I've upped the dono goal and I've upped the sub goal because I do need some support. And I know that times are tight for everybody. But please remember, you can use the tip link to donate any amount of money that you like. And obviously you don't have to pay the added amount of money that Twitch makes you pay so that you can have it on their platform. But also, if you do want to subscribe on Twitch, there's a load of benefits that you could get from that. You get ad-free viewing, you get all the emotes, and you get, obviously, an alert pops up and stuff like that. And you can gift people subs, and that's nice because some people don't have a good ad blocker or whatever. And I would never encourage people to have ad blockers. But if you do have an ad blocker, then you should just at least consider chucking me a bit of dough for the work that I do. Like I said, I'm totally unemployed at the minute. This is my only job. Universal Credit are sanctioning me. They're also saying that they may give me a civil charge of £50 because I didn't report my income in the way that they wanted me to report it. So basically, I kind of like bunny hopped over the timeline, if that makes sense. So like at the start, because the way that I would always report it would be if I got money in on the PayPal, then I take money out of the PayPal and pay myself with it in my bank. I would see that as me paying myself, so I was doing it via my bank account, not via PayPal. So they were like, well, you got all this money coming in PayPal, but you didn't report that. And it's like, yeah, because I didn't pay myself until like a month later. So some months I underreported and some months I overreported. I'm waiting to hear the decision on that. Hopefully they won't give me a £50 civil charge and ask me to like pay some fucking money back, but that's a very real possibility. So chat, please consider giving me money. So there's the call to action. If you can't afford to give me money, don't worry about it. There's loads of other ways that you can support me. Go to my socials, like something, retweet something, comment on something, yada, yada, yada. Please consider going to my new video, which is performing absolutely terribly. Thank you to everyone who has watched it so far. Yeah, honestly, it is just... it's really performing very badly. It's been totally buried by the algorithm. People who are watching it are saying it's some of my best work, so it's extremely upsetting that, you know, people aren't able to actually find that and shit. I'll put a link to that in the chat. So you could go and like that, or you could go to my other YouTube channel. I have a new Twitch clip coming up on my Twitch clips channel tomorrow. So that is, I did just like a tiny little clip of the stream from last week when I was explaining to Hippie Marshmallow. Hippie Marshmallow was talking about, why do you call yourself an anarchist when you have good geopolitics takes, right? And I did the whole explanation as to why that is. Ray K might be watching it today, had it in the queue. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. If Ray K watches it today, that would be fucking dope. I would love that. And I would also love to watch him react to it as well. So hopefully I get to raid him later and ask him how it was. Or I could just ask him how it was and check out the VOD or whatever. So yeah, you could go to my socials, or you could go to the Go Live tweet that is there in the chat at the moment. And there it is. It's... Network with the £1. Thank you so much. Thank you for subbing off Twitch. Thank you for supporting the stream. Let's go. Legend. By the way, if I get another £24 in either subs or donos, we'll be turning on the cat cam. Go and get the boy. You can have a look at him. He'll be up in the corner of the stream for the rest of the stream. He'll be there. That's where he'll be. He's not there right now. He's not there right now, but he will be in a minute. Yeah? If we get 24 quid in. 24 squidlies. So we actually had a sub earlier, so that does go towards it. So I was at Prince with the resub. So that's £2.50, £1.50. You can do !cat to learn about Melpert if you like. There you go. Network with the cat command. Network with the cat command there. So yeah, £23.50. So we got £3.50. So if we get another £21.50, then we can turn on the cat cam. So there you go. What was I saying? But yeah, if you can't afford to subscribe or do anything like that, don't worry about it. Go to the promo link in the chat, retweet the Go Live tweet, or repost the Go Live post on Blue Sky, and you can support me that way. So, your kitty Murmur is watching the stream too. Hey, listen, I always love to see people's pictures of their cats watching the stream. That's always really fucking cute. If you want to do that, you could go to the Discord, join the Discord, and share your cat photos in the animal cuties section. And that's always very exciting for me to see. So, where was I? Yes, please go and do all that stuff. Anyway, next up, we're going to be going in with the actual news chat. We're done looking at annoying fucking influencers like Eve Barlow and the other person that we were looking at. I can't remember who it was, Mr. Beast. This is an update from Brian McGuinness, the guy who was protesting in the Senator's Town Hall where the Capitol Hill guards broke his arm. This is Brian McGuinness. This is from a couple of days ago, but I just wanted to show it because we obviously saw that guy get his arm broke, and he was also jailed. So let's take a look and see what he's saying after that palaver.
Hey, we took an oath to defend this country from enemies, foreign and domestic, and we're facing domestic enemies right now. Our leaders are in cahoots with Israel, and they're leading America into unprovoked wars, and that's not right. And we got to stand up against it. The American citizens have to say no to our government's choices, and we don't want war. So that's why we're speaking up. And free Palestine, and Palestine is our strength. The Palestinians are suffering far worse than any of this. Right. So it gives us unending strength. So here we are.
Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Yeah, you know, and like this guy is, I've said this before in the stream, you know, when people have said, oh my God, I'm so tired, boss. Shit's hard, shit's tough, etc. I've always said every single time the exact same thing that he says, which is that Palestinians are suffering way worse than this. Palestinians are pressed up against the jagged, rusty blade of imperialism and colonialism every single day of their lives. You know, we have it so much easier in the West, even if we get our arm broken by the cops, even if we get beat up by the cops, even if we get put in jail by the cops, even if we get fucking put in jail on remand by the cops, it is so much easier to deal with than what Palestinians are going through. And that's where we should take our strength from. And I'm not saying that anyone should go out of their way to get beat up or put in jail or whatever, but I'm saying if these things happen, and they could happen, if you go out and protest, if you go out and do any kind of activism that shows solidarity with Palestine or against colonialism or against imperialism, you know, these things could happen, but you will suffer in much less ways than Palestinians do. And you should count your blessings every single day. Every breath that we take is a blessing, chat. So, this is apparently leaked footage from the crackdown from Israel. This is from Breakthrough News. I would highly recommend following Breakthrough News. They're a really good YouTube channel. I don't watch them enough on the stream, to be honest, and I really should, but they're absolutely great. Let's take a look at this. This shows some of the damage from Iranian missiles that has been leaked from so-called Israel.
Vagina.
Spooky Wildling.
Thanks for your great vibes.
Legend. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. And thank you so much for supporting the stream. You've done it. You've activated the cat cam. That's the way that we do things here. Well done. There he is. There he is. He's loafing out. He's loafing the fuck out. Melpit Squelpit. All right. So, let's carry on with this. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Chat, we're so close to the halfway point of the donor goal. Halfway point of the donor goal this month is 325. So, just remember that. If we were to get, what's another 100? Another 100... would be like 50 people donating £2 or 25 people donating £5. Wait, 25 people donating £5. If we get 25 people donating £5, we'll get to the halfway point of the fucking month. And we'll unlock movie night, double feature. We've already unlocked one movie night. for hitting the sub goal. We're going to unlock another movie night, a double feature movie night. Well, it won't be double feature because I'm not going to do that anymore, but we're going to unlock 2 movie nights for next month in the Discord. I did put the Discord link in the chat, didn't I? Yes, I did. So, just think about that. You just got to think about it, you know? So, yeah, you can see here that, like, shit's getting fucked up. There is also some footage from... Let me see if I can find this real quick. There is also some footage from Fox News and Trey Yingst. Now, Trey Yingst last year during the 12-Day War, he did indeed accidentally... the hit blockbuster Melania is returning to screens. We are going to be watching Melania later this month, yes. Be prepared for it. Trey Yingst... Last year, during the 12-Day War... Oh my god, what is happening? Why does YouTube do that? He accidentally exposed just how much damage Iran was doing in Tel Aviv, particularly by filming the Mossad headquarters in absolute... You know, it was just reduced to rubble, essentially. Obviously, they're going to have, like, underground structures and stuff like that, but... you know, broadly the external building was destroyed and Trey Yingst got yelled at for exposing that, even though he works for Fox News. Let's take a look here. There's a massive amount happening behind the scenes. 8 months ago, 3 days ago, Iran fires off new rounds of missiles. There was a little thing from him. I'm trying to figure out when it was. Filters. Upload date. Let's see today. Israel unleashes fresh strikes on Iran and Hezbollah. Are they going to go to Trey Yingst? Yes. Okay, they got Trey Yingst in there today. CENTCOM says Iran's military is being totally dismantled. Is Trey Yingst in this one? There's a particular bit where he... drops some shit accidentally, it seems. Is it this one? I think it's this one from 9 hours ago. I think he accidentally says something like sirens aren't going off anymore in Israel. Yeah, I think it might be this one. Yeah, I think it might be this one.
Trey Yingst, who is live in Tel Aviv.
Trey Yingst.
Latest on the war with Iran. Hi, Trey.
Todd, Carly, good morning. Iran has indicated they are laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Reports indicate, though, there are less than 10 of these sea mines placed already. U.S. Central Command taking offensive action against this threat to global shipping lanes, saying that they struck at least 16 mine-laying vessels belonging to the Iranian regime. As this continues, it's a major threat to the global shipping lanes, understanding that 20% of the world's oil passes through this area. President Trump taking to Truth Social, saying in a statement, quote, if for any reason mines were placed and they are not removed forthwith, the military consequences to Iran will be at a level never seen before. If, on the other hand, they remove what
never seen before,
it will be a giant step in the right direction. Amid concerns in the Persian Gulf and the Gulf of Oman, there are ongoing efforts to weaken the Iranian regime as they launch new ballistic missile fire at Israel.
It was Mr. Beast's idea.
Earlier today, some of this missile fire being intercepted overhead. Sirens were sounding at least 4 times throughout the night amid incoming Iranian attacks. The U.S. and Israel are striking back. A significant amount of destruction being caused to the Iranian regime. You can see.
Yeah, man, the Iranian regime. They always used to chill out on this road, the Iranian regime. They would just like sit there. Ayatollah Khamenei and everybody would just like sit there and just chill on like deck chairs and shit. That's where they would be. This definitely isn't civilian infrastructure, yeah?
Here, some video from the Iranian Red Crescent Society on Tuesday in the aftermath of those strikes that are taking place not just around the capital.
Yeah, they just used to chill in the middle of this road where all these civilians are. They just used to do that.
Also across western Iran. Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu weighing in on the ongoing operation, saying this.
We are in a campaign against a cruel enemy that wants to destroy us. We crushed their nuclear and ballistic capabilities in Operation Rising Lion. Afterwards, instead of learning the lesson, they tried to redevelop them and bury them deep underground in such a way that we could no longer target them.
As the Israelis are looking east, they're also looking north to the Iran-backed Lebanese militant group Hezbollah, launching new strikes on the Dakhla neighborhood of southern Beirut, also striking a number of launching positions belonging to the terror organization. A top spokesperson for...
No, nothing to do with Hezbollah, just murdering civilians. Like, when we are reporting on Hezbollah making the progress that they're making in fighting the Zionist entities, militias, not the militias, sorry, the IOF, right? When we're reporting on that and how well they're doing and how shocked Israel is that Hezbollah are actually able to respond in these competent and effective ways with these really effective operations that are taking out tank after tank after tank, injuring people, including Bezalel Smotrich's son, who went to fight on the northern front for so-called Israel the other day. The whole time they're like, what's going on? We've been taking out Hezbollah positions for so long, and this is the result of Israel lying to people all the time. When we were covering Israel bombing Lebanon earlier this year and at the tail end of last year, I was constantly and consistently referring to the fact that they were not bombing Hezbollah positions. They were just bombing random civilian residential areas. That's all they were doing. And they were killing people. They were killing multiple people. They were doing their mowing the lawn, right? The mowing the lawn phrase comes from their habit of basically just bombing the shit out of Gaza every now and then, whenever they want, just to stop the population of Palestinians from getting too high. Like, that's literally the only reason that they ever did it. They used to justify it by saying, we're taking out Hamas key areas, Hamas organizing facilities, key areas, we're bombing, precision strikes, yada, yada, yada. And it's like, oh, okay, you took out like a residential block of like fucking 500 people, right? These are not precision strikes. These are just genocidal acts. That is exactly what so-called Israel is doing in Lebanon at the moment. That's exactly what they're doing in Beirut. That's exactly what they're doing if they bomb anywhere in southern Lebanon, although it's more likely at this point, while Hezbollah are fighting back, that they are going to be trying to bomb actual Hezbollah positions at this point. But it's a bit of a losing battle because Hezbollah are so entrenched and have so many, ways to get around. They have a tunnel system that's very similar to Al-Qassam's tunnel system, if not a bit more advanced and a bit more big, because of course in Lebanon they have the benefit of not being in an open-air prison like Al-Qassam were in Gaza. So yeah, that's the reality of what's happening when you see these images. They're just killing civilians.
The Israeli military weighed in on those operations against Iran's largest proxy.
In recent days, we have identified that Hezbollah is trying to increase the firing towards northern communities.
No, they haven't been trying. They have done it.
Additional areas in the country. Hezbollah is taking heavy blows. We are deepening the damage to its capabilities with each passing day and increasing the pressure on it.
Uh-huh.
Officials here believe that the war between Israel and Hezbollah could even last longer than the war between Israel and Iran. Preparations are being made, and Israeli media reports that
they're saying the war with Hezbollah could go on for longer than the war with Iran. Okay. I have just been talking about the realities of Hezbollah's capabilities, but even I know that it's the other way round. They will be fighting Iran for longer than they will be fighting Hezbollah. Although, probably at this point, they'll probably be fighting Hezbollah at the same rate that they're fighting Iran, because they're not doing well against Hezbollah, just by all evidence that we're seeing out of the north of occupied Palestine, with Hezbollah attacking various positions, sending drones in all the time. Again, if you go to Rawi's stream, you can see he has the alerts coming up. It shows it every time. Anonymous with the £1.50. Thank you so much. Thank you for supporting the stream and subbing off Twitch. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much. Maybe we should start calling feet pics totographs. says anonymous. Yeah, if you want. Don't know what that's got to do with me, though. I don't know what you're implying there. I don't know what you think you get for donating £1.50. What I do know is that if I was ever going to do feet pics, I'd probably be charging a bit more than that. Thanks so much for the £1.50.
The Golani Brigade of Israel that was currently operating inside Gaza will be moved to the northern border in preparation for more offensive action. Guys?
Wow, very interesting there. And Trey...
I could see Iran eventually saying, all right, Hezbollah, we're done. You can have what's left. So technically they'd be fighting longer. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess they are trying to, you know. Now you've piqued my curiosity. Curiosity about what? You don't want to see my feet, chat. They're fucking gross. Although, when people like feet, they like gross feet, don't they? Like, if you're a feet enjoyer, it's not, you don't necessarily want to look at like an aesthetic foot. You want to look like a nasty, gnarled, hairy, gross, cantankerous foot that stinks, right? I couldn't say. You say for subbing off Twitch, could you see in the donation who subbed? No. And I would never do that. I would never expose that anonymous chatter. Man, I don't even want to look at my own feet. Right, that's what I'm saying. But like, if you got a foot fetish, you want to look at some nasty feet. So me saying I've got nasty, gross feet, it's not going to put anyone off. Not that I'm trying to. I'm just saying my feet aren't that aesthetically pleasing. But, you know, it is what it is. Hello, Susie. Yes, we're talking about fetishes. Feet are gross anyway. Most feet, yeah. Clean over dirty feet for you, particularly. That's fair enough.
Iran is said to be increasing their use of these
cluster
munitions. And these are warheads that burst open in high altitude and then they scatter dozens of smaller bomblets across a wide area.
Bomblets. She just said bomblets.
For Israel's...
Did she just come up with a word? Bomblet. Oh no, it's a real word. When you type in bomblets, it comes up with the cluster munitions. Johnny!
Sonic will never again be a pain in my egg!
I think this derailment was a pretty massive feat.
Thank you so much for the £10, dude. Thank you for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. I couldn't tell if the answer to my question was sarcasm. Wait, what? What do you mean? Me? I wasn't the foot anon. I just want to know. Wait, you want to know what? What are you on about? No, I said I can't know. I can see. It won't tell me the chatter's name. It'll just say anonymous. But on my PayPal, it'll have like email shit. You know what I mean? But I don't. There's no point in me looking at that, and I will never. You know what I mean? That's data protection. That's GDPR. I can't reveal that. You know. And I don't go out of my way to look at it just to be curious. Just so anyone's wondering. If you want to remain anonymous, you'll be anonymous. It's okay. Hunter Biden's bathroom says hands over feet, to be honest. I've been told that I've got nice hands. I have been told that. I'm making a freedom of information request. Yeah, but it has to be reasonable. Yeah, the freedom of information request that you make has to be reasonable, and a reasonable request is not, can I find out who made the foot joke? That's not a reasonable freedom of information request, and it only works with the government. You could do it with organizations. I think you could do it with self-employed businesses, which I am. I'm pretty sure you can. I don't know. Maybe that's not true. Why is Twitch so horny this week? Everybody thinks that they're going to die. That's what it is. Everyone thinks that they're going to die, so you have to spread your genes all over the place. Everyone's thinking about spreading genes, getting people preggo. That's what's happening. So that's why Twitch is so horny this week.
Air defenses moving forward.
I was thinking about this last night. when I was like, I had someone match with me on Field and we were having like a great conversation, and then like the day after I saw that she'd like totally like unfollowed and removed herself from the chat, and I was like, that fucking sucks. And I was like caught up about it in a way that I haven't been in a while, and I'm like, why am I so bothered? And then I realized it's like, oh yeah, that's because I'm thinking about the end of the world. That's why. I thought freedom of information access were just government departments. Could be. I don't know. I could be wrong about that. I could be totally wrong about that.
It's a great question, and we've seen these munitions used here on the ground. We were at a site.
Bomblets. She was saying bomblets. If you type in bomblets, it comes up with this. Cluster munition is a form of airdrop, ground or launched explosive weapon that releases ejects smaller submunitions. Cluster bomb. Bomblet. Fucking bomblet. Bomblet just sounds like a Pokemon name. Bomblet. It doesn't sound real. It's like a bomb but smaller, yeah. Hey, low-key human. Sounds like a slur against bombs. Is it an egg in a microwave? Okay, we're carrying on.
Week where one of those cluster munitions slammed into an apartment building in the heart of Tel Aviv.
Mule, would you consider yourself a public authority? I'm a public authority on... no, I don't have the confidence to say that. I was gonna say I'm a public authority on being based, but I kind of fell down. Hey, RTE clearance. I like my bomblets with tomato and shredded cheddar. Yeah, me too.
In particular incident, there was a single Iranian ballistic missile that exploded above the skies of Tel Aviv, but 12 different...
Okay, that's an amazing... I'm so glad that I've not done the chat Louvre yet. It is happening, by the way. It's still happening. I promise you, yeah? The chat Louvre is still gonna happen. It's still gonna happen, yeah? I didn't notice what network had put in the chat, and they said... Honestly, on a sucking and fucking level, it feels like you'd have more chance to get laid during an apocalypse. That's just a great way of wording that. Hey, one who reads, welcome in.
Sites. They can have dozens of these munitions on the top of a ballistic missile, and it can cause significant injury or death to the people.
Mule are just a bald man on the intertube, man. That's true.
In Israel during one of those attacks.
That one's going in there as well.
To continue with these types of attacks, understanding that they are limited in their ability to strike Israel and Gulf countries as the Israelis and Americans
that one's going in.
These launching positions. Todd, Carly?
Yeah, and these types of weapons are also banned under international law. But again, who expects Iran to follow international law? Trey Ying's live for us. Trey, thank you. With that, let us bring in former NSC Chief of Staff under President Trump.
No, we're not listening to him. I just wanted to hear the Trey Ying stuff. Never mind. What else we got here? This is very interesting stuff. Article from Al Jazeera here. Iran declares U.S.-Israeli economic banking interests in region are targets. So let's take a quick look at this. The IRGC released a list of offices and infrastructures run by top U.S. companies with Israeli links whose technology has been used for military applications. Wow, look at this Microsoft building. What's that got to do with anything, I wonder? The IRGC has threatened to attack economic centers and banks related to the United States and Israeli entities in the region after what it called an attack on an Iranian bank with the war in its 12th day. A spokesperson for the Qatar Al-Anbiya headquarters, a group described as IRGC owned by the United Nations, said on Wednesday that the enemy left our hands open to targeting economic centers and banks belonging to the United States and the Zionist regime in the region. It warned that people of the region should not be within 1 kilometer radius of banks. The Americans should await our countermeasure and our painful response. Iran's counterattacks have continued as explosions have rocked Tehran as Iran stated that U.S. and Israeli forces have bombed nearly 10,000 civilian civilian sites in the country and killed more than 1,300 civilians since the war began on February the 28th. The IRGC-affiliated Tasnim news agency released a list of offices and infrastructure run by top US companies with Israeli links whose technology has been used for military applications, describing them as Iran's new targets, said Al Jazeera's Matier Motamedi, reporting from Tehran. The scope of the regional war expands to infrastructure war. The scope of Iran's legitimate targets expand, the agency said. The companies include Google, Microsoft, Palantir, IBM, Nvidia, and Oracle, and the listed offices and infrastructure for cloud-based services are located in multiple Israeli cities, as well as in some Gulf countries, said Motamedi. Chat, what Iran is doing here is targeting, some of the biggest BDS targets with fucking weapons, with fucking massive missiles. They are doing more for the BDS movement than anyone in the fucking Imperial Corps ever has. And there are still liberals who are hand-wringing about us supporting Iran in their retaliation, right? I hear how media always undermines strikes against Iran. What they said was an attack on a bank. Yeah, they're like, oh, they said it was an attack on an Iranian bank. And it's like, you have a reporter there. Can you not find out? Can you not find out? You have a reporter there. You literally have a guy here. You just said, reporting from Tehran, Matia Motamedi. Go and find out. Get him to go and find out. He's on the ground reporting. Can we just fucking do this? Iran's state broadcaster on Wednesday said that an Israeli attack overnight on a bank branch in Tehran was illegitimate and unusual act in war, and that the enemy has declared economic centers and banks tied to the US and Israel as targets themselves. According to state television, several employees were killed in the incident. The warnings by the Qatam al-Anbiya headquarters came after Israel on Monday bombed a Lebanese building in Beirut's southern suburbs that was reportedly a branch of the Hezbollah-affiliated Al-Qard al-Hassan financial institution. Al-Qard al-Hassan, a quasi-banking institution that offers interest-free loans to people, is one of the many charity organizations run by Hezbollah, including schools, hospitals, and low-price supermarkets. Damn, dude, that's crazy. I wonder why is the Lebanese army trying to dismantle Hezbollah? I thought these guys were terrorists, bro. Why are they running charity organizations? Damn, dude. I guess terrorism is when you, like, don't want people in your community to go without education or food or healthcare. That's crazy, dude. Israel has claimed it's trying to destroy Hezbollah and its capacity to operate, and the process has killed at least 570 people and displaced 780,000 in the beleaguered nation. Oh my god. So there you go. That's that, right? Next up, let's take a look at this. Daily Express. Daily Express, if you don't know, if you're in the UK, you'll be familiar with these ghouls. The Daily Express is ideologically aligned with, like, the Telegraph. They are a sort of middle-class piece of shit. You could tell by the little, like, Crusader guy in the top right. You know, that's the politics that you're gonna get. You're gonna get gammon politics. And, of course, the headline you can see here. Dubai explosions live. Banks evacuated as Iran issues new horror threats. Despite pledges to stop hitting neighboring countries, Iran continues to threaten the Gulf nations, including the UAE, where many Brits live and work. Yeah, I don't think that they did that. Hey, TTK, what's up? And hello, Star Spangled Shitlog. How's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, the Daily Express SS, yes. Employees at bank branches located in Dubai, including Citibank, have reportedly been evacuated from their offices on Wednesday amid heightened security concerns. A notice seen by the New York Times reportedly told staff to find the nearest safe place away from the office, which serves as the company's Middle East headquarters. This came after Iran's IRGC issued a new threat to its neighbors, threatening to target economic centers and banks belonging to the US and Israel. This corroborates what we've read in the Al Jazeera article just then. Signaling tensions remain high in the region more than 1 week into Operation Epic Chungus Fury, US Central Command issued, and also on March 11th, a separate warning to civilians living in the region, urging them to stay away from ports as the Iranian regime is using those along the Strait of Hormuz to conduct military operations that threaten international shipping. A message from CENTCOM reads, US forces urge civilians in Iran to immediately avoid all port facilities where Iranian naval forces are operating. Yes, I'm sure that Iranian civilians are going to listen to CENTCOM. They're definitely going to listen to CENTCOM, aren't they? They're going to be like, what's that? US Central Command? The guys that blew up that girls' school? We should do what they say. We should do what they say. Okay. All right. Cool stuff. All right. So, that's that little mini article from the Express. It corroborates this stuff. There's also some other sort of finance sicko related news here. For those of us that are keen to cheer on the destruction of the AI bubble. This is the news. This is Mint here. Mint are like as it says here, an e-paper that are like finance sicko aligned and shit like that. That's the kind of reporting that they do. It's kind of like a bit crap. It's kind of tabloidy and shit, but they will often report on some relevant stuff. And this is one of those situations. Meta closes Tel Aviv office amid Israel and Iran war, affecting nearly 1,000 employees. Meta has temporarily closed its Tel Aviv office due to the ongoing Israel-Iran war. According to a report by The Information, the report notes that the tech giant has around 900 employees in Tel Aviv that will be affected by the decision. The Mark Zuckerberg-led company reportedly informed its employees about the office closure in a memo, writing, "We understand not everyone has access to a shelter or safe room at home during these challenging times. This has led to distressing experiences for a number of our employees, and we've been looking into ways we could support you." The company is said to have assured its employees that it would provide a hotel stays for up to 5 days to people who did not have access to a bomb shelter. Prior to the Meta office shutdown, other tech giants had also reportedly taken action to secure their employees' safety and closed off their offices across various regions in the Middle East. NVIDIA reportedly closed its offices in Dubai and asked employees to work from home. Meanwhile, Amazon has also asked its employees in the Middle East to work remotely and follow local government guidelines, as per a CNBC report. Social media platform Snap also told the publication it has asked its employees to across 4 Middle East offices to work remotely. Who? Fucking who? Megalol? Is it the Snapchat people? Is that who that is? Snap? Earlier this month, 3 Amazon Web Services facilities were also hit by drone strikes by Iran, 2 in the UAE and 1 in Bahrain. I condemn. Jeff Bezos is king. I condemn. The data center sustained structural damage. Oh. And went offline when AWS applications like virtual server and database services experienced issues. AWS warned that the recovery would be prolonged due to structural harm, power loss, and water damage. The company had also encouraged its customers to back up their data or consider migrating it to other regions. The Tel Aviv office is said to have been set up by the company in 2013 with a focus on research and development work. The office is likely to play a key role. Is set to play a key role in building technology related to the development of augmented reality. Virtual reality products for the company. Iran just blew up the metaverse.
Time to buy some land in the metaverse. Let's go to my land. Finally, I'm here. Let's try talking to some AI woman. Hey there.
Human trying to flirt identified.
Want to hang out?
You. Initiate disintegration.
Damn, that hurts.
I am interested. Me, I want you.
No, thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Sorry, Melpo. He really didn't like that fucking. That isn't even the video I was looking for. That isn't even the fucking video I was looking for. I was looking for the fucking that one video. This guy. This one guy. I was looking for this shit because it's a bop.
Now I'm getting paid cash with Atlas Earth. Yeah, virtual land all across the globe. Across the globe. The next wave is digital, catch me on the way up. The glow up is visible, couple more. Watch mine gon' go up, it's about to go nuts. It's about to go nuts. Now I'm getting paid, renting cash with Atlas Earth. Atlas Earth. Atlas Earth.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm so glad that this is gone. I'm so glad that Iran blew this shit up. Better and better things are coming, chat. Better and better things are coming. Hey, Val, how's it going? Just came back from a member defense meeting. Let's go! Hell yeah. Does Atlas Earth still exist? I don't know, but you know what I mean. All this metaverse shit. You know what I'm saying. I'm doing a bit of a bit, alright? As per the latest figures released by the Israeli Ministry of Health, a total of 191 individuals sustained injuries during the last 24 hours amid the ongoing hostilities with Iran. As per the Times of Israel, the beginning of the war with Iran, 2,000 people have been admitted to hospitals. There you go. You could buy a Castronaut hat for $30. Hell yeah, that's how we do shit. That's how we do it. That's how you do it. They had a huge ad campaign fairly recently implying that they've had revenue. Yeah, but that revenue could just be like investment from Microsoft. Microsoft could have just gone, here, have some money from our fucking... Or Meta. Even Meta. Anyway. Spain removes ambassador from Israel in protest to Iran war. Let's fucking go! Spain with W after W after W every fucking day so far. Madrid recalls ambassador amid rising diplomatic tensions. We're bringing this motherfucker back. We're bringing this one back. Here we go.
Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Mercenarios y fascistas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. I don't think this was protest. Iran proposed to open the Hormuz to whoever ditches Israeli and American diplomats from their country. Yeah, that's still good. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's because of that. If it's because of that, it's even better. Because not only does that signify that Spain is willing to do this stuff, because obviously there are other countries who are forcing their citizens to suffer by not doing this stuff. For example, the UK, the USA, France, Germany, Belgium. All right. But it also shows that empire is contracting. It's completely contracting. You know what I'm saying? Do you speak Spanglish? I don't know what Spanglish is, but I think that I can understand Spanish fairly well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how good I get at Spanish. Wait, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this?
War soldier! Well, you are, not me.
What the fuck is this, dude? Nah.
A team! Sean! We're going to war, soldier! Well, you are, not me. It's time to get boots on the ground!
It's Jeffrey's War. Are you a pathetic gooner looking for love?
Aren't we all? Well, we've got plenty of ladies, and they're just waiting for liberation. All you have to do is beat our challenge. It's time to roll the die on your lives. Let's see what these boys won. It's crippling PTSD and higher gas prices. A brand new luxury casket. You answered C, and you are correct. Do you have what it takes to play with Jeff Frey?
We want you to play Jeffrey's War. Check your local TV listings.
Okay. Okay, it's AI, and I hate it because it's AI. But that was fucking funny as fuck. This bit. This bit. That really fucking got me, man. Yeah, I disavow because it's AI, but also lol lamau. Oh god. Okay, I agree. The point is that the media is misinforming people about the motivation, which is convenient to capitalist interests. Oh yeah, sure. Yeah. It's not like we could pay Jeff to have him appear in person for a full studio session. Yeah, but you could get someone to pretend to be him. You could do makeup, yada, yada, yada. You know what I'm trying to say. Anyway. Let's read this article, okay? Get a little bit of hopium from this. The Spanish government has decided to withdraw its ambassador to Israel, according to an official state gazette. The move on Wednesday comes as Spain has been one of the European Union's foremost critics of Israel's genocidal war on Gaza and the new war in Iran launched by the United States and Israel. At the proposal, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, the European Union and Cooperation, and following deliberation by the Council of Ministers at its meeting on the 10th of March 2026, I hereby order the termination of Ms. Ana Maria Salomon Perez's appointment as the ambassador of Spain to the State of Israel. Spain's embassy in Tel Aviv will be led by a charge d'affaires, a source of the Foreign Ministry said, according to Reuters news agency. The country's Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez is one of the few left-wing leaders in Europe to condemn the US-Israel attack on Iran as unjustifiable, and said that Madrid's position was no to the war. Sanchez's government has also been one of the few European nations to consistently condemn Israel's action in Gaza. Spain's parliament approved enshrinement in law of a total arms embargo on Israel, permanently banning the sale of weapons, dual-use technology and military equipment in response to genocide. We went through this when it happened. It's unfortunately not comprehensive, but it's a lot more than any other country in Europe is doing. So yeah, pretty good stuff. Madeline's stream before, they were saying that Spain is their problematic fave at the minute, and yeah, I think that's like a good way to put it, right? They're definitely a problematic fave. Okay. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at this. This is Spain's PM Pedro Sanchez calling for abolishing the veto at the United Nations. He says that the Security Council must reflect today's world, giving countries like Brazil and African nations a seat at the table. Let's have a look and listen to what he's saying. Okay, so I'll read the translation for people who are doing other things. Europe defends the international order over the regulations of multilateralism. Renewal. Hang on. I'm not getting this right. I thought it was going to be translated into English. Despite all that, when I speak of renewing multilateralism, ça veut dire aussi... Oh, this is French! That will speak also to European Society Occidentales. I don't know what that is. And the governments and related governments. I think it means related governments. vont devoir faire des concessions pour rendre Western society. Occidental means West. Ah, thank you very much. Occidental. Vont devoir faire des concessions pour rendre. When they make concessions, we'll make concessions to enable. Thank you, chat. The international system of everyone. They have to make concessions for the international system of everyone to be more representative.
Quiero decir con esto.
I'm fucking butchering this. Ce que je veux dire par là, c'est que pas seulement quand on parle to make the international system more representative. I thought it meant that. Ce que je veux dire par là, when we talk about that, it's only when we speak
Solamente cuando hablamos del Consejo de Seguridad
to the Security Council of the UN
de Naciones Unidas tenemos que acabar con el
about abolishing the veto right, the right to veto. Oh, in order to do that, we must speak to the UN Security Council to abolish the veto. That's what he's saying.
No deja de ser curioso que
it's curious
que dos miembros de
the two members of the council,
Consejo de Seguridad permanentes,
the permanent security members,
ese Consejo de Seguridad,
the security of the Security Council, Russia and the United States,
que ahora mismo son dos
who at the moment
potencias
sont deux puissants qui
están trayendo mucho
apportant beaucoup d'instability. They present instability. They cause the most instability, but they have the veto. That's what he's saying, right?
Estabilidad al mundo con las guerras
in the world with war,
en este caso en Ucrania,
in the case of Ukraine, and also in Iran.
En Irán. Pero hecha esta digresión,
but after digression, the cross. The crux of who is evidentially something like that. Je crois que si ce qui est évident, c'est qu'ici. I believe that it's evident. Thank you. To reform the system of the UN,
tendremos que incorporar
to make it better, to better incorporate the bigger nations, independent nations.
Como el continente africano,
African continent,
como
China
o Brasil.
He's thinking about joining BRICS. He's talking about China. He's talking about Brazil. He's talking about Africa. Spain is considering joining BRICS. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy, dude.
Mucho más amplia en organismos
like India, like the African continent and shit. That's clearly what's happening here. Right? Hey, no problem, Ground Level News. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you. Yo, that's absolutely crazy that they're saying this. That must be what's happening, right? It has to be. When he's having discussions like this with people, they're talking about this shit behind closed doors. American empire crumbling more and more each day. Abso-fucking-lutely. Chat, this is fucking mad. This is absolutely fucking mad. They are not going to get away with this. They are not going to come out of this smelling like roses. They have done... Trump and Netanyahu have done untold amounts of damage. Unprecedented. Well, entirely precedented, really. If you watch this fucking stream where we've been talking about this and predicted it for the last fucking, for the last 6 months. The last 8 months, 9 months, really. They've done this precedented amount of damage to the empire. Anyway, speaking of damage to the empire... and resisting empire. Let's take a look at this. This guy is, I think his name is Mossad Hosseini, and he's a preacher. He's a Shia preacher in Iran, and he's addressing a crowd, doing some preaching. Check this out. Yeah, man. The USA is doing a really good job of completely destabilizing this country, aren't they? They're doing such a good job of destabilizing the country. You know, chat, what you don't understand, yeah? What you don't understand is that the reason that they're all chanting the same thing together and waving their flags, you know, and like the Palestine flag and shit like that, the reason that they're doing that is because actually they're really scared and they're about to splinter any day. This doesn't represent total social cohesion. It doesn't represent an overwhelming amount of support, even if it's critical support for the IRGC and fighting this war against the evil pedophile empire. It doesn't represent any of that. Don't believe your lying eyes, okay? Don't believe it. Yeah, the reason that they're waving those flags like that is because they're saying, we hate these flags. We hate this country. We hate these flags. You know? The Ayatollah's threatening them all with a laser scimitar. It's true. Margbar Israel. I would never say that. I condemn. I would never say in Farsi, death to Israel. Yeah, the reason, you know, like, yeah, okay, on a real, they're all chanting Allahu Akbar, like God is greater. This is famously something that, you know, Muslims say in the face of great adversity. God is greater than the weapons that you throw at me. They're also saying Margbar America, Margbar Israel, which is death to America, death to Israel, respectively, because, you know, they just understand that, like, they're fighting for the right fucking thing, you know, they're fighting the right fucking people, and it doesn't matter, like, you know, the criticisms that they may have of the government or whatever, you know, they're like, yeah, no, it's super important, actually, that we all just, like, show strength in the face of all of this. It doesn't matter if they, like, murder a bunch of civilians, it doesn't matter if they murder people in fucking, well, not that it doesn't matter, but I'm not gonna, you know, let it fucking, like, shake my my sovereignty or my, like, you know, dedication to this country, right? Can we get a link to the video that we watched before this one? I'd like to send it to my friends. Wait, what? The Pedro Sanchez one? Yeah, hold up. Sorry, I closed it. Yeah, you could probably find the full. You could probably find the full interview. There's probably a full interview that he does here. It's on eldiario.es, I think. Is that what it is? But there's the Twitter link, so you can show this to some peeps. But yeah, so I was taking a look at this, and I wonder if I can, like, get back to this initial post. I probably won't be able to. Oh yeah, I will. This was, oh yeah, not Hussein, not Mossad Husseini. His name is Hussein Taheri. Ali Benima from the Electronic Intifada. He pointed out who he was. And then, is it going to lead me to this? It's not going to lead me to this. Am I going to be able to find this? Barbarism Critic. Because Barbarism Critic, one of the top tankies to follow on Twitter, if he's still on Twitter, Barbarism Critic, I would highly recommend. Posted this video of Hussein Taheri, and it's absolutely fucking mental. So I don't know what this is. I don't know what, like, ritual or whatever, or you know, religious celebration this is. But this is a video with this guy doing a particular Shia style ritual outside of wartime, I believe.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar.
And I just want to show you a bit of this, because even though, you know, 90% of us won't be able to, like, actually hear, understand what he's saying, you could just see the passion of it. You could see the passion of, you know, the way he's delivering this, the way he delivers his words and shit like that. It's actually incredibly, like, it's actually incredibly fucking cool. It's actually just like a proper vibe.
الله اکبر به صلابت فاتح خیبر الله اکبر الله اکبر به رشادت این همه یاور الله اکبر به شجاعت لشکر حیدر اکبر به صلابت فاتح خیبر به رشادت این همه یاور الله اکبر دوباره بر سر مرحب نشست تیغ حیدر دوباره بر سر مرحب نشست تیغ حیدر شده کابوس صهیون صدای موشک خیبر شده کابوس
Man's spitting. I don't know what he's spitting, but he's spitting, and I know it's bars.
صدای موشک خیبر الله اکبر الله اکبر اکبر به عزم این همه دلاور الله اکبر به این همه مالک اشتر همه چون عمار ابو
Seems like many don't realize that apparently there's a difference between Allahu Akbar and Allahu Akbar. Or the former means God is great and is used, for example, to praise something. The latter seems to mean that adversity shall be overcome by God's superior greatness. Yes, Allahu Akbar. Yeah, absolutely. Versus Allah Akbar or Allah Akbar. Yeah. Language is important. I love that any large group of people passionately singing it gives me shivers and goosebumps. I just think because it's one of the most human things that we do, right? Someone did a post a while ago, I think it was on Blue Sky, and they said, you're not depressed because you're not doing mindfulness. You're not depressed because you're doom scrolling. You're not depressed because of XYZ. You're depressed because you're a singing ape that used to know the name of every hill and every plant that grew on that hill, and you're not allowed to live the life that you're supposed to live, right? And I was just like, yeah, that's so fucking true. We're singing apes. We're literally singing apes, and we love to go around and sing and know the names of all the hills and all the plants and all the trees and all the animals on those hills, and we don't have any of that.
پایان صهیون رو ما رقم میزنیم الله اکبر الله اکبر الله اکبر یاد حاج قاسم الله اکبر یاد همه شهدا الله اکبر آی به امت شهید پرور الله اکبر به امت شهید پرور الله اکبر به جان فداییان رهبر الله اکبر همه هستن یار و برادر الله اکبر همه هستن یار و برادر الله اکبر زمین بلرزد بگذار زمین بلرزد
Yeah, but chat, how can it compare? How could it possibly compare to this?
סוף סוף יהיה אפשר לחיות, סוף סוף יהיה אפשר לנשום, החיבור בין טראמפ לביבי.
How could it possibly compare to this?
את החלום. איראן is free, Israel is free. כולם שומעים את שגת הארי. איראן is free, Israel is free. כולם שומעים את שגת הארי.
Hey, Nellis. Iran is free. Israel is free. Is she from Mar-a-Lago? No. This is what's her name? Panini something. Her name is like Panini without the A in it. I can't remember what her surname is, but yeah, she's like a 71-year-old lady who's obviously a Zionist, who lives in Israel, who she used to be a member of the Knesset, actually. I found this out last night. How do I tune in at the second you do this again? I feel like I'm just... This is like... Ray was doing this like all day on Saturday. Right? Every like time like a new streamer would come into the stream and be like, hey Rari, what's going on? He would be like, yeah, how's it going? But have you considered Iran is free? She was a member of the Knesset chat. This person used to be a politician. Absolutely mental vibes, mate. Like, just like, what the fuck, man? What the fuck? It doesn't come close, you know? Imagine listening to this as you hide in an overcrowded bomb shelter where someone just shat on the floor. Something came out about that. Someone said it earlier in the chat. I can't remember who said it. Compare this to the raves, the so-called raves that we saw in the bomb shelters last week, right? Someone found something out about what was going on in them. I wonder if this is going to find it. No, it's not. Hang on. Maybe I've got to search for it the right way around. Oh, okay, yeah. Here we go. Yeah. So someone got some more footage from those raves, right? And noticed something quite interesting in the music that they were playing.
This is the moment for action. Do not let it pass. May God bless the United States of America.
So this motherfucker's got like an Iranian monarchist restorationist flag draped around him. And in the lead up to the drop of what is undoubtedly going to be one of the worst techno tunes you've ever heard in your entire life, he's sampled Netanyahu and Trump saying things like, this is the moment for Israel, this is the moment for the United States, God bless the United States of America, and all kinds of shit like that. Let's hear how good this drop is, chat. Yeah, it was piss, that, wasn't it? Utter piss. Utter piss. One of the wettest drops known to humankind. Anyway, okay, we are going to check out this Democracy Now! Interview with retired Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who is doing the rounds at the minute, doing quite a lot of fear-mongering about Netanyahu turning to nuclear bombs if the Iran war escalates, which I'm not going to sit here and say is completely impossible, but I will say that there's an element of sensationalism to it that may not be rooted in reality, but let's take a look and listen to what they're saying anyway.
War on Iran has entered its 11th day. Its impact is being increasingly felt across the globe. Al Jazeera is reporting residents of Tehran overnight experienced some of the most intense bombardment of the war. At least 40 people were reportedly killed near the city's Risalat Square in Lebanon.
Even Catholics do raves better than this?
Dear young people, with joy I greet you as you gather before the splendid Cathedral of Kosice, which is a beating heart of faith and hope. coming from different nations, yet united by the same faith. Your presence is a tangible sign of the fraternity and peace that is instilled in our hearts by friendship with Christ. I impart to you my apostolic blessing and entrust each of you to the protection of the Virgin Mary, Mother of the Church and Queen of Peace. And may the blessing of Almighty God, the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit come upon you and remain with you always. Amen.
What? Nah, this... Okay. Nah, that is actually a lot better. That is actually tons better. That's funny as fuck. It's still not as good. It's still not as much of a vibe as Hussein Tahiri, right? But it's better than the... It's better than the dank, disgusting bomb shelters of Tel Aviv, you know? The speech sounds like it was written by AI. It probably was. Put me in there with some Molly and I'd probably find Jesus. Now let's see AI Pope Charlie Kirk. Okay, I heard people talking about this. Churches play AI-generated clips of Charlie Kirk. Beware of fake videos of Pope Leo. There's a Wikipedia page called AI Slop. This is where we're at as a society, chat. AI slop, known simply as slop, is digital content made with generative artificial intelligence, perceived in lacking in effort, quality, or meaning, and produced in high volume as clickbait, or to gain advantage in the attention economy or earn money. It's a form of synthetic media, usually linked to the monetization in the creator economy of social media and online advertising. Coined in the 2020s, the term has a pejorative connotation similar to spam. Slop was elected as the 2025 Word of the Year by Merriam-Webster and American Dialect Society. God, yeah, I remember that. Images of shrimp Jesus. Why? Why, dude? Why? Today's my birthday, please like. Image generated from a Hindi language seminar using a prompt designed to appeal to a US audience. AI-generated image depicted Donald Trump in the Star Wars universe used as propaganda. Still frame from one of the AI-assisted Coca-Cola holiday commercials in 2024 with the logo misspelled as Coca-Cola. Yeah, I remember that. Also, like, some totally unnatural ice crystals forming here on the mudguard. A still frame from a McDonald's advertisement generated by AI. Oh, this is terrifying, dude. Oh, yes, the classic. Caggacating live performances, Carchitons, Exarcidae lollipops, a pasadise of sweet treats, sweet teats. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. That Coca-Cola shit was so awful on a big iMac screen. Hey, Technomancy. Hey, Baldwin, what's up? Oh, mate. I've seen all of these before. I hadn't seen the Trump one. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen that one. I haven't seen any Shrimp Jesus. Hey, Waking Up Thirsty, what's up? The Donnie AI is for the Gooners. It's the unknown. Yeah, do you remember that? Ensuring entertainment. Yeah, it's good, innit? It's just good stuff. Does anyone have a fucking link to their AI Charlie Kirk Pope? Because I can't find it. Do I have to go on TikTok or something? AI Charlie Kirk Pope. I'm on TikTok now. Got Charlie Kirk so wrong just then. Hang on. Was he Catholic? Yeah. He said he was, right? Bro, what the fuck is... Bro, what the fuck is this?
What we're going to be doing. No, Charlie, you better explain to them what we're going to be doing. Come on. And give Donald a little kiss for the camera. We're going to be playing Ouija. Let's see how we do. Oh, oil.
¡Ay, no! ¡Donald Trump! Go away! Jeffrey, ayúdalo!
Did he go away? Why don't you explain to them?
Okay, some of these are pretty funny, man. I hate AI. You know that I'll always argue against AI. I'm an anti-AI guy, but some of these are pretty fucking funny, man. It's so sad that they're funny, but it's just like, yeah, it just kind of is. All right, let's move on. What was I doing? What were we looking at? Democracy Now! video. Democracy Now! video. We're watching that.
From Israel's attacks are nearing 500, about 700.
Yeah, I'm giving up the search on that because Middle-earth Marxist said I made up the Pope part. So, classic misinformation by Middle-earth Marxists. My favorite.
Residents have been displaced. Earlier today, Iran reportedly fired drones.
He loves AI, obviously.
And United Arab Emirates, where a large fire broke out in an industrial area home to petrochemical plants. A suspected Iranian missile also hit a residential building in the capital of Bahrain, killing one person and injuring 8 others. On Monday, the Pentagon posted online a photo of a missile with the words "No mercy."
To quote Erica Kirk, stop.
An accompanying message read, "We have only just begun to fight." But soon after...
If you're AI haters, I recommend the guy that tries to get AI actors to do script reads and they just can't get it. It's very funny. Wait, what? Hey, Rat Freak, have you got a link to that? Charlie Kirk wasn't Catholic. I thought he was. Was he not Catholic? Yeah, hit me up with a link for that, Rat Freak. I want to see that. I actually want to see that pretty bad. Oh, not that. No. Okay, let me know when you get the link.
Trump told CBS News, quote, "I think the war is very complete, pretty much," he said. Trump's CBS interview led
very complete,
oil prices
pretty much.
to drop and for global stocks to quickly rise. But after the Wall Street markets closed, Trump told Republicans in Florida the U.S. hasn't, quote, won enough. At a news conference on Monday night, ABC News reporter Selena Wang questioned Trump about the conflicting messages.
Mr. President, you've said the war is, quote, very complete, but your defense secretary says this is just the beginning. So which is it, and how long should Americans be prepared?
Well, I think you could say it both. It's the beginning of building a new country, but they have no Navy, they have no Air Force, they have no anti-aircraft equipment. It's all been blown up. They have no radar. They have no telecommunications.
If I wanted to watch robots flail around trying to be funny, I'd just watch SNL.
So, you could look at that statement. We could call it a tremendous success right now as we leave here. I could call it, or we could go further, and we're going to go further.
I can stop anytime I want, believe me. By the way, chat, do you like... Do you like my thumbnail for one of the VODs from this week? What do you think? Hey, Val. It's a success. I just don't know enough about it. Erica is the Catholic one. Are they allowed to do that? Is she allowed to marry an evangelical? Is that allowed? I don't know anything about Christian shit. Anyway, go check out the VOD channel, chat. Catch up on streams that you've missed. Thank you for the link. Let's have a look at this.
All right, my first.
Will AI replace us? Director auditions AI family.
AI family, let's see if you can handle this little scripted, subtle, nuanced comedy.
This script is so funny.
Love subtle comedy.
Yeah, subtle comedy's great. You guys don't need to be so close together. It looks like you're about to sing a Christmas carol. Okay, great. You guys look awesome together. Let's give it a go.
Oh no, the internet is out.
Oh, what are we gonna do?
I'm scared.
Oh, yeah. Okay, before I talk about the old X-Men thing you just did, performance-wise, not good, honestly. So it needs to be really subtle. You're just talking to each other. It's very big right now, so just tone it all down and definitely don't turn into another person on this one.
Oh no, the internet is out.
Nope, no, I don't want
Hell
anyone
yeah,
else in the
dude.
scene. And then also, still huge performance. Tone it down.
Oh no, the internet is out.
Nope, Dad has the first line. Okay, let's try it again. Don't talk over each other.
Oh no, the internet is out.
What are we gonna do? I'm scared.
No body switching, smaller performances. That's really a big thing. Smaller performances. Okay, no body switching.
Oh no, the internet is out.
What are we gonna do?
God.
Oh no, the internet is out.
What are we gonna do? I'm scared.
It's okay.
Well, you got through a scene without body switching. No one else walked into the scene. The only problem was it fucking sucked. So yeah, that's.
I've seen like a couple of these fucking we're obviously on an AI stun lock now, so that's happening. Allah blessed me with having ADHD, right? God, the god goddess of the universe, you know, Shakti blessed me with having ADHD, so you know, we're gonna be taking a look at that. Because there's just been some absolutely mad shit that's been flying around on Twitter that people have been saying, you know, they're still doing this thing where they're like, AI is going to destroy Hollywood. Like, they keep saying this shit over and over and over again. Where are we up to here? Yada, 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 yada. I'm posting way too much at the minute on Twitter. This is why I gotta stop. This is why I gotta stop. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. Here we go. Here we go. So this person on Twitter was like, they're still yelling that AI is slop. Right? And he's just like thrown this fucking AI thing up on Twitter. Let's see if it's slop or not, chat, yeah? So, lots of people pointing out correctly multiple background changes. Multiple changes in various different things. Like, for example, even the characters looking a little different. Trains appearing and disappearing. You know, the writing, nonsensical writing and shit like that, right? Nonsensical writing. And all these kinds of things. There's so much wrong with it, right? But I think what it really highlights is that I think, you know, the reason that this guy said that it isn't slop, I think, I'm just trying to get into the mind of these guys, right? The reason that he thinks it isn't slop is because he watches Marvel movies and anime, right? And what a lot of people do when they watch stuff like that is that they just kind of like watch the fight scenes and just get excited about the fight scenes. And they're like, yeah, I love watching two meat men slam together. I love that. Right? I love it. It's so good. It's really, really fucking good. But that's not what like movies are about. Yeah, it's Marvel fucking brain rot. That's exactly what it is. It's when you've watched too many Marvel films. And so he's saying like this isn't slop because it looks like a Marvel movie fight. Yeah? But Marvel movies are slop by definition, even if they don't have fucking AI in them. Marvel movies are slop. Yeah? Yeah, there's no stakes, no character, nothing going on. I don't know anything about these two fucking things that are fighting each other and shit like that. Yeah, the soundtrack is ass as well. Two meat men slamming together. Listen, you know, sometimes I'm gonna let things out. Sometimes I'm gonna do Freudian slips, okay? You know? But Mule, I am Iron Man. I hadn't considered that, actually. I rescind all my comments. Yeah, it's not even that much of a impressive fight. You know? Marvel movies are for when you want to watch a dumb guy movie. Yeah, it's like putting stuff on in the background. You're not watching a Marvel movie to get enriched by a great script, right? I've not watched any, but I suspect the same people think AI porn is fine. Okay, right. I've not watched any AI porn, but obviously you get AI porn adverts when you're browsing regular porn, right? And I'm gonna be real, man. Like, I don't even know if you could say the same thing about that. Because AI porn kind of like starts to, like when you see the adverts for it, it starts to bridge into like Videodrome kind of reality shit. You know what I mean? It kind of starts to bridge that gap of like it turns into body horror. Like that's what it is. You know what I mean? Like it starts to get like fucking like gross. It starts to get really fucking gross. Yeah, I don't even know if you could say that. I understand what you're saying. Like these people who just like focus on dick going in pussy and like girl with boobies going and doing an I go face, right? You know, but like I don't even know if that just like applies to some AI porn. It's just yes, it's very Naked Lunch, but Naked Lunch is obviously much better. I'm sincerely bummed that AI is so bad for the environment because you could do a bunch of crazy horror and absurdist shit with it. Yeah, you could. Proper jiggle physics. Yeah, no, the jiggle physics that I've seen in these adverts of AI porn is just like fucking mental. It's just so bizarre. Anyway, yeah, so, these people just think that it's like they just really fucking think that they're doing something so good, but they're recreating every single Marvel movie that they've ever seen. AI porn plumber would turn up but just end up fixing the car instead. Exactly, yes. Okay. Let's carry on. There was another AI fight scene and the choreography was recorded beforehand with real people. Yeah, for real.
Has been open for 3 days. We wiped them out in the first 2 days.
On Monday, President Trump said
making a 5-second AI vid is like leaving your microwave on highest setting for an hour. That's fucking mental. That's mental.
He had a good call with Russian President Vladimir Putin, who reportedly proposed a, quote, quick political and diplomatic end to the Iranian conflict, unquote. We begin today's show with retired Army Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson, who served as Chief of Staff to Secretary of State Colin Powell during the run-up.
Yes, I think you're right, Hunter Biden's bathroom about the AI porn. Yeah, I think you're right. It's trained on Overwatch SFMs, yeah.
War on Iraq. He's taught national security affairs at both George Washington University and the College of William and Mary. Colonel Wilkerson, welcome back to Democracy Now! Can you respond to what has taken place over this last 11 days, starting with the diplomatic talks in Geneva between Iran and the United States. And as those talks were just wrapping up, U.S. and Israel attacked Iran and killed the supreme leader there. Your response?
Yes, and Amy, for the second time, we violated international law in that respect and just common human decency. And your
AI has raised global energy usage by 14%. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. That's so cool.
Comments at the opening of the show were spot on, but not nearly broad and deep enough. I come from an administration of George W. Bush and Richard Bruce Cheney that committed war crimes that Colin Powell and his lawyer Will Taft and I agonized over in trying to present some message to the American people about them. This administration has committed more war crimes in the last few days than I think any country since Adolf Hitler committed. And that is an incredible condemnation of this entire process. We have bombed civilians relentlessly. We have bombed a school. We have bombed a hospital. We have struck facilities in the nature of Tehran's oil capacity that is now putting black poison all over 10 plus million people. And we are essentially not bombing ballistic missile sites and bombing war materiel. We're bombing people.
Recently, Edinburgh Council thankfully rejected a proposal for a data centre to be built in Edinburgh that would consume the same energy as Glasgow and Edinburgh combined. Yeah, thank fuck for that. Fuck's sake.
We took a lesson from the IDF, if you will. We are bombing people.
No. I hate it when they say this. The IDF took lessons from the USA. Like, this is how effective imperialist propaganda is. It's like, even a guy that worked in the administration of George W. Bush and Dick Cheney, rest in piss, Dick Cheney, you won't be missed, is sat there and being like, we're taking lessons from the IDF. The IDF do this kind of stuff. No, America does this stuff. America did this stuff in the Korean War. America did this stuff in Vietnam. America did this stuff to fucking slaves. America did this stuff to the natives on Turtle Island. You know, come on, man. Come on, man.
Evidently, they are still doing in Gaza and doing now in Lebanon to a fare thee well. These are all...
So, by the way, this is all footage of the US and Israel striking a boys' school in Iran. So they struck a girls' school in Iran on the first day, and then a couple of days later, they struck sites near a boys' school. Luckily, I don't think there is many casualties as... Like, not nearly as many casualties as there were at the girls' school, but yeah, they're still bombing children because this is the pedophile government, right?
Crimes.
USA's been doing the double tap for decades. Apparently, Obama invented the double tap. I heard Hassan talking about that last night or the night before. He was saying literally Barack Obama invented the double tap. You know what I mean? Or if he didn't invent it, he popularized it. But I totally believe that they would have done that shit in like the Korean War and stuff. But I guess, you know, they wouldn't have had the technology to know that that's the way to do it. But they would have been doing stuff like bombing hospitals. They did bomb hospitals. They did bomb schools in the Korean War. They absolutely did do that.
With fond hope that someday we might be called before the bar of justice and have to account for these war crimes. And what you just talked about is a crime also in the eyes of international relations and people who want to keep decent international relations ongoing in the world. We're destroying that. And on top of all of that, and this is the real serious...
There was a double tap style bomb system in the Blitz, different tech, but same idea, yeah.
Rubio and the other entourage of their national security complex have completely misjudged the nature of this war, as has to a certain extent Bibi Netanyahu. This is a country as big as Western Europe, with 93 million people, probably 90 million of whom will fight us to the bitter death, who live in terrain that almost killed Alexander the Great. It is entirely inhospitable to military operations, and Trump is talking about putting ground forces there. And the only way he will...
I love seeing these people's gaffes, man. It's so fucking mad. Look at all this stuff in the fucking background. Like, this guy was in the evil empire's administration back in the day when they did the Iraq war. He's got, like, the same shit in his background on Zoom as like Andrew Neil. You remember when we saw Andrew Neil's Zoom background and it turned out to be like a green screen background or whatever? He's got like pictures of his grandkids there, like a fucking weird Crusader gold thing or some shit on the wall. I don't fucking know.
Be able to claim.
Yeah, is it like one of the saints or some shit? He's in fucking Virginia, obviously.
Nature of victory is to do that. Only that will be the end.
The Black Prince, Edward III's son.
Presence in the Levant and the Middle East in general, because we will not be able to sustain that economically, physically. We
Edward the Black Prince.
Soldiers or Marines to do that. But that's what he's talking about. This is pure nonsense. There was a column in Haaretz yesterday, and the
Haaretz. Did this motherfucker just say Haaretz?
Since there was a column in Haaretz yesterday.
Haaretz.
And the title of the column.
fucking Hank Hill ass.
Soldiers or Marines to do that. But that's what he's talking about. This is pure nonsense. There was a column in Haaretz yesterday, and the title of the column essentially was Trump will chicken out in this war too. I'm sorry. He's not going to chicken out necessarily. That might be the tone intent he puts to it. He's going to be defeated, as are we.
That's pretty bold. That's a pretty bold statement for someone who was in the you know. I don't think this guy is a fan of Iran. When you look at his gaff, you look at like the Christian imagery on the wall and shit like that. Like, I don't think that this concern is coming from a place of like, respect for the Iranian people or whatever. He is talking about war crimes. Like, he can do this now with the immunity that he's got from like his position in society, privilege in society from being part of the evil empire's regime back in the day. And, I think that he's doing it from a place of concern for the US empire. I think that that's why this guy is saying it in this way. And, he's not like us who are cheering on Iran saying like, yes, please do maximum damage to the empire in the region so that they aren't able to oppress people in that region anymore. Right? He's not coming at it from a woke angle at all. He's coming at it from this angle of like, I'm an actual military analyst and I think that it's really fucked and I think that we're going to lose the war and I think Trump's a fucking idiot. And that's the end of it.
Colonel, I wanted to ask you, we played that clip with Trump talking about all the damage that Iran has sustained, but there's been very little acknowledgement by the U.S. military or the White House.
Yeah, his issue is they're not doing empire effectively, yeah.
This damage that has occurred to the U.S. military footprint in the Middle East for decades. All of these bases and a radar, multi-billion-dollar radar were established throughout the region. And what's your understanding of the nature of the damage that has occurred to all of these bases, not just among the Gulf states, but also even in Iraq and other places of the Middle East?
This guy looks like someone in their 20s dressed up as an old guy with makeup. What, Juan Gonzalez? This guy? Or you mean the other guy? The bald guy?
Yeah, that damage.
The bald ha Reds. I'll tell you what.
And I think what you're witnessing right now is the initial steps of the empire, the American empire's retreat from the Levant.
Don't threaten me with a good time, motherfucker. Don't threaten me with a good time, motherfucker. Holy fucking shit.
At least in general. I don't think we're going to be able to sustain our presence there after what's going to happen here.
The guy with the Tash PvP?
For a long time and really do take significant casualties. We're already taking more casualties than people know about because the media is not being apprised of them. Yes, we had the ceremony at Dover, but there are people getting ready at Landstuhl, our throughput hospital in Germany right now, to accept multiple casualties coming in. They've stopped their civilian service and so forth at that hospital. And other things are being geared up too, like Walter Reed. I don't think they have even a modicum of appreciation of what kind of casualties are going to result, though, especially if we put ground forces into Iran. And that is the only way, unless he just lies completely about it, that Trump is going to be able to assert any kind of real force with regard to this population. And to your point, in Bahrain, they have taken out billions of dollars worth of U.S. radar and equipment, including the vertical missile loading cranes. So
just hook it to my veins, man. There's genuinely nothing, right? There's genuinely nothing that pleases me more than hearing a proper military, like an ammo-sexual military freak going, oh my God, Trump has completely fucked the empire. We've lost our position in the Middle East. The empire's retreating from the Middle East. Like, it's all these things that we were saying. Like, I was saying it yesterday. It's all these things that we were saying that was going to happen if the US attacked Iran. Like, they're not going to have the military to attack Iran. They're not going to have, even Israel alongside them. They're not going to have the cojones to take this off, to pull this off. It's going to be the end of the empire, and it's like, oh my God, it's fucking happening, chat, and it feels so fucking weird. It's like, shit, we were fucking right about this. It did happen, I think for a short time, like a very minute bit of time, in like the week before this, those of you that were in the stream will probably remember me saying this, like, I think maybe they're not going to do it. I was like, I think that they've realized that they can't do it, and they've realized that they're not going to do it. And in my heart of hearts,
Hello, my old chum.
I genuinely thought, thanks for the follow, I genuinely thought that, of course, the empire would see attacking Iran as a threat, that they wouldn't be able to do it, they wouldn't be able to, like, pull anything off, they wouldn't be able to actually, like, make a dent or achieve their goals in whatever it is. They would make this smart decision not to do it. But they did it. They fucking did it. They did it anyway. And these are the results. Like, this is what people are broadly reporting. They're broadly reporting that the USA is losing this war. They're broadly reporting that, Iran is making massive gains in terms of their military operation, their goals. The US doesn't have any goals. The IRGC is even saying the US had one goal, and it was literally just to do regime change. And they realized that didn't work, and now they are completely aimless. They are aimless in the regions, and that's why they're bombing things like civilian infrastructure. They're bombing things like fucking schools and hospitals and shit. What if we just ban talking about how bad we are at losing? Yeah, that's what they're saying. Israel has certainly said that. Israel has certainly said you're not allowed to report how much Tel Aviv is getting hit by Iranian missiles. You're not allowed to report how much Iran is taking out massive fucking military infrastructure. You're not allowed to report about how, like, Knesset members are tweeting about their secret meetings, and then all of a sudden being informed by intel that there's a missile heading directly for where they said the secret meeting was. That's speculation, by the way. I don't know if that has happened, but I saw people on Hebrew Twitter talking about that. Could be a psyop, don't know, but it's fog of war shit. But anyway, it's not being listened to, doubling down by the stupidest motherfuckers, and then watch it unfold in a grand multi-generational mess. Yeah, absolutely. And it is imperial hubris, yeah. It is totally imperial hubris. Don't you dare listen to those filthy leftists. Yeah, don't you dare.
Now ships have to go all the way to Diego Garcia to load these weapons. They have essentially obliterated our capacity to carry out combat actions from a number of places in Saudi Arabia and Qatar and the United Arab Emirates. Al Udeid is actually under threat now too. And this is all part of the warp and woof of our ability to carry out combat.
No, it is like listening to Hank Hill. Like, this guy is literally just like a stereotype from King of the fucking Hill.
In the region. I'm not even sure our
fucking Boomhauer's gonna come in a minute and go, I don't know, tell you about that was going to Iran. Well, you don't know what Iranians are capable of, I'll tell you what.
biggest facility for passing on troops, throughput facility that we used in both Iraq wars, is in Kuwait. I'm not even sure that that's up now and able to do anything. So how would you even...
Iran going down and talking about all our U.S. bases in the region, man. You don't even know what they're capable of, man. They got missiles that are coming out of the rest for days, man.
Get Marines
I'll tell you
or
what.
soldiers, God forbid, into Iran. That's a huge problem. They will sink the ships that are coming to deposit those troops wherever they're coming. We have not really damaged their ballistic missile capability.
Dang old Empire, man, don't even know what they're doing. Dang old goddamn Iran, the goddamn missiles barrel for days. They don't got enough interceptors in less than 2 weeks, man.
Keeping the American
dang on missiles gone done 2 dang on weeks, man.
Seeing the enormous degree of destruction to Israel, the latest component of which was a riposte to Israel's having struck their oil facilities on Haifa, their oil facility port. And Haifa is being taken down much the way Eilat was taken down by the Houthis, Al-Ansar in the Red Sea, when we failed to be able to reopen the Red Sea. And that's the next.
Did he say Al-Ansar? Hang on a minute, man. The Houthis, he's trying to say Ansar Allah, but he's saying Al-Ansar or some shit.
Being taken down much the way Eilat was taken down by the Houthis, the Al-Ansar in the Red Sea.
Al-Ansar, hell yeah, dude.
Reopen the Red Sea. And that's the next step. The Bab el-Mandeb will be closed once the Houthis
Bab el-Mandeb
full time again.
No, it's so hard to take him seriously, honestly. Like, but it's great. This is great content. Hi, Shoshipi. First, you need air superiority, but Iran got functional air defenses. So, do you know who has gaping holes in the radar grid? Yeah.
60% of the world's commerce passes through the Red Sea. It's not oil and gas exclusively. It's
just got back from organizing a little. Fucking hell yeah. Let's go, hippie.
So this is a war with long legs. Trump has completely misinterpreted it. The only one who's interpreted it correctly is Bibi Netanyahu, and I think he's ready to use a nuclear weapon should it become as bad as it looks like it might right now, because Iran has not even began to shoot.
What do you say about Alan Carr?
Missiles. And now the second and third class of those missiles is getting through almost without opposition. Imagine what these Mach 3
He did say snot oil and gas.
With huge warheads.
I'm in hysterics.
Maybe 100 different
Good to hear.
Other warheads they do.
Listen, this is what you pay for, you know what I mean? You wanna hear me do leftist fucking boomhauer? You know? Think about giving me money, do you know what I mean? Think about tipping your streamer. This is my full-time job, I'm on universal credit, I'm getting sanctioned. You know, they're having a go at me for the way that I've reported my self-employed income and shit. They're threatening me with like a fine now and stuff like that. So please consider giving me money, subbing off Twitch, subbing on Twitch, retweeting the promo go live posts, the go live tweet, and what else do we got? What else can you do? You can look at my new video, because that's not performing that well either, but you can also look at my other YouTube videos, my other YouTube channels as well, and you can do all that, and you can support me that way. Or you can sub on Twitch, or you could give some subs to people in the chat and shit like that. Please consider helping me out in that regard. We've got like another, what is it? £75 before we get to the halfway donor goal for the month. So that'd be really good if we could get there by the end of this week, i.e. tomorrow. That would be cracking. Still sanctioned. I'm not sanctioned anymore, but the sanctions from last month massively like fucking hit me, right? Network, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Hippie Marshmallow. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes. Life is dragging me away again. Hey Prince, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate your support. Enjoy whatever it is you're doing outside.
Play all across an area are going to do to Israel once they're fired. And they're still there, and they're still ready to fire.
And Colonel, I wanted to ask you, you mentioned the media coverage of what is going on in Israel. It has been amazing to me that all
extremely
of the
compassionate government
are based in Israel, in Tel Aviv. Yet we are seeing the least amount of coverage of what is going on within Israel. I want to quote from a piece, an online piece that CNN reporter Oren Lieberman posted earlier this week. And he wrote, and I'm quoting, "Every reporter in Israel and every member of the public is subject to a military censor. On national security grounds, the regulation authorizes the censor to prohibit reporting or broadcasting any material that would reveal sensitive information or pose.
Aslan, thank you so much for the fucking
Primes for Mule.
28 months with Prime. Thank you so much for using your Prime on me. You could have used your Prime on anyone on Twitch, but you used it on me. And now we've got a hype train. So chat, it's time for some tunes. You know how the hype train works, chat. We're going to listen to tunes for the duration of the hype train. If you want to keep listening to tunes, keep subbing, keep giving bits, keep continuing it. I'll show you the current sub goal in a second.
Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. Venga por mí. Aquí lo espera Miraflores.
Oh yeah. My last Prime wouldn't let it go anywhere else. Oh, hell yeah, Aslan. Utter legend.
No crazy war, no crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace, peace forever, peace forever. Venga por mí. Aquí lo espera Miraflores. No te tarde en llegar, cobarde. Venga por mí, cobarde. Venga por mí. Aquí lo espera Miraflores. No te tarde en llegar, cobarde.
RTE clearance with 100 bits. Thank you so much. Chess piece. Thank you so much. All right, chat, we got 2 minutes left on the hype train. 2 minutes 53 or something. You want to keep it going? Keep gifted subs, keep gifted bits, drop some bits. See someone in the chat without a sub badge, which is quite rare, to be honest. Gift them up, you know? Yo, chat. I heard you like tunes, innit? I heard you like tunes, and I heard that you like, particularly, decast music. That's right. You know this one, chat.
I was born in the Dublin street.
Chokerla.
And the lovely English people walked all over.
Come on.
And every single night when they tell, come home tight, eat a bite, the neighbors out with this chorus. Come on.
Ooh, ah, up the. Ooh, ah, up the.
Show your wife how you won medals down in Flanders. Tell her how the IRA made you run like elephant from the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra.
Chat, we got 41 seconds left on the hype train. You want to listen to more and more tunes? You know what to do. Get supporting.
You slew them all, Arabs 2 by 2. Like the Zulus, they had knives, bows, and arrows. Of how bravely you face one with your 16-pounder gun, and you frightened all the natives to the marrow.
Come on, Nigel. Up the raw. That's a quote. That's a quote. I'm quoting someone. 10 seconds, chat.
From the green and lovely lace of Gillishandra.
If you don't know, get to know. Okay. All right. I'd love to play you the rest of that tune, but the hype train is over. But listen, thank you so much for the little hype train there. Thank you so much, Network, for the gifted sub to Hippie Marshmallow, and Aslan for the resub, the prime resub for 28 months, and RTE Clearance, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. A little bit of a musical interlude there, but yeah, let's get back to the news. What's going on with the decimal on the donation goal? Yeah, sometimes it does that, and I think it's because people donate in different currencies. I think that's why it does that. And Streamlabs gets confused, but it's £252.50. Oh wow, look at that! Johnny donating just fixed it.
Sonic will never again be a pain in my ass.
Johnny, thank you for the £10.
Damn shame. I managed to miss the hype train. Sad face.
Yeah, but you know what, dude? You gave me £10 anyway, and that's fucking great. Thank you so much for the fucking supporting the stream. Thank you for the donos today. Appreciate that. What can you do with 0.00001p? I don't know. You could... Yeah, nothing. It's meaningless, isn't it?
The threat to the
totally meaningless
security interest. And he goes on to say this is particularly sensitive during wartime when where the military censor has made clear that broadcasting any images that reveal the location of interceptor missiles or military sites hit by enemy projectiles is forbidden, especially in live broadcasts.
Put it in the wishing well, yes.
Website, but they never mention this on air. And none of the networks are mentioning on air that they are strictly prohibited from showing any actual real damage. I'm wondering your sense of what the...
Hey, chat. Whoa! More tunes! No, not more tunes. More donos. Sorry. Hippie Marshmallow, thank you so much for the £3. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat, do you want to see a good chatter? Do you want to see the behavior of a great chatter? That's what I want to know. This is...
In August 2024.
This is ideal chatter behavior, yeah? Someone who went to my new video an hour ago when I was talking to people about it. We're nearly at 500 views, chat. That's great, actually. 500 views. Giving me some great feedback, right? Giving me some great feedback. Comment on the video. This person's clearly liked the video as well. That's an important part of this, yeah? Waking up thirsty. Saying, I think if you'd called it How Hassan Failed the Filtered 24, we could have gotten some big views. It's so true. That's so true. Great video, though. That 9-minute bit about Lamy needs to be broadcast. I hope the Greens can bury these monsters, yeah. Who's that nerd? Whoa! First time donating to a streamer? Fucking hell yeah. Thank you so much. That means the world. Hippie Marshmallow. Really appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you for tipping your streamer. Thanks for the support. Yeah, you know? Chat, if you want to make me feel great, you could leave a great comment like this. You know? Actionable feedback. Yeah, exactly. Alright. Let's carry on with this.
Of the U.S. media, especially since they're always showing us the results of the plumes rising in Abu Dhabi or in Saudi Arabia or even in Iran, but not the direct hits that are occurring within Israel.
I'll tell you.
What is this? Lindsey Graham has asked why he doesn't admit he's gay so he doesn't get blackmailed.
Hey, Lindsay, why don't you just admit that you're gay and then people won't blackmail you anymore?
Okay. Okay, chatter. I have no love for Lindsey Graham. Right? I have zero love for Lindsey Graham. He's definitely a down-low demon. He's absolutely on Grindr in, you know... at the the RNC convention and shit like that, he's, you know, he's got no profile picture, or he's got a picture of someone else or an AI face or some shit like that. Absolutely. He definitely does that. Yeah, I can say that because I'm a queer guy, right? But I promise you, this shit is just like, it's just totally meaningless, right? It's just totally fucking meaningless. Like, it doesn't achieve anything by pointing out that Lindsey Graham is gay in the closet. It doesn't achieve anything. He's also not being blackmailed by being gay. He's not being blackmailed. That's not what's happening, right? No, look, you fucked up, but like, you know, again, we're gentle here on this stream. I know that this is a thing that people are doing nowadays. I know that people are talking about Lindsey Graham being in the closet and being a closeted queer and shit like that. And yeah, like, as an out queer, like, I think it's cringe. Yeah, I think it's proper cringe. I think it's also a regrettable fact of reality that this guy, you know, in the circles that he's grown up in the world that he's grown up in, it's totally unacceptable to be queer, right? But he's just not being blackmailed for that reason. Like, it, you know, this shit is like annoying for a couple of reasons. One, because, like I said, it really doesn't fucking matter that he's queer, you know? Two, it's not why he's being blackmailed, you know? He loves money. He has a lot of money invested in, for example, like we were talking about it yesterday, he is literally the stereotypical Texan, even though he's not from Texas, he's from South Carolina. He might be from Texas, I don't know. He's got the accent, he's a southerner, right? He's a southerner and a senator with money in various different companies that stand to gain a lot. If you look at this guy's investment portfolio, it's probably Halliburton, Lockheed Martin, you know, all the fucking defense contractors, all the fucking Israel, you know, defense contractors, the weapons manufacturers, all that kind of shit, right? All that kind of shit. So when we're talking about Lindsey Graham, it's deeply important, yeah? Deeply important that we focus on those things entirely. And not like he's being blackmailed because he's gay. He's just all about money and power, yeah. He's just all about money and power. Captain Keyboard. Captain Keyboard 15 says, Free Palestine. It's so 2023. What about free Iran? You know what, my friend? You're so right. You're so right. You're so right. You're right. You're absolutely right.
החיבור בין טראמפ לביבי סידר לנו את החלום. איראן is free, Israel is free, כולם שומעים את שגעת.
Hell yeah.
איראן is free, Israel is free, כולם שומעים את שגעת.
You're right. You're right, chatter. You're right. Free Palestine. It's so 2023. What about free Iran? You're right. They're freeing Iran with bombs right now, aren't they? They're freeing all those kids that they killed. They're freeing them, aren't they? They freed all those kids from this mortal coil so that they wouldn't have to grow up in evil Iran. That's right. They freed Iran by killing all those children. Yes. Well done. Well done, chatter. You're on the right side of history.
What I told the senior editor to the Washington Post recently, I think it's abominable, the lies that the American mainstream media, both video and print, is telling the American people. And they're putting us in jeopardy in a real substantive sense because the American people have no way of judging.
Did I fry that guy's brain? I don't think he was ready for that. I think that like some guys like this are just like edgy keyboard freaks. Like his name is literally Captain Keyboard, right? He's just like an edgy fucking mold watcher or some shit. And he thinks like, haha, I'm going to go and trigger these lefties. And then we show them the shit that we actually fucking watch and prove that A, we're not in a fucking echo chamber, and B, we've seen shit that you wouldn't fucking believe. And this guy was like, oh, this is the side that I'm cheering on. Oh, right. Uh-oh, I guess I am bad. I guess I've got bad takes.
just how foolhardy, how stupid, how unwise.
Motherfucker's in an actual coma now because of that.
Dictum and rule this war is. And when it gets to the point, I think this is the end of the
Trump we've seen rot you wouldn't believe, chatter.
Actually, because when it gets to the point where the pressure is so great and some of this
are we the baddies moment
casualties are manifest, then the American people are going to ask really important questions. Why did you lie to us? Why did you tell us what you were telling us? Why did you start this war of choice? Iran was no threat to the United States of America whatsoever. Did you go to war for Israel? We have heard you went to war for Israel. These are questions that are finally going to get out there in the hustings and going to have to be answered by someone, probably your local congressman, the supine body that has done nothing to check this president.
Supine body.
And we haven't even talked about that. This is a complete violation of the Constitution of the United States. Just as Kofi Annan said about the 2003 Iraq war, it's an illegal war. And he went on to say it was a violation of our own Constitution. And he was absolutely right. But this pales, or that pales, in comparison with what Trump is doing right now.
I never want to hear supine body ever again. Yeah.
In order to see.
No, it's in what you're on about.
Errors. And I'm truly worried that this destruction of Israel is going to reach a point.
Kofi Annan.
I listened to Netanyahu.
It's so funny because I remember like the BBC presenters at the time during the Iraq War talking about Kofi Annan and like pronouncing his name wrong back then. And I never thought that I could hear anyone pronounce his name wronger. But here we go. I tell you what, Kofi Annan. Kofi Annan. His name is one of those ones in my brain. Yeah, Kofi Annan. Yeah, because his name was, it was so, you know, it's like Antonio Guterres, the chief of the UN Security Council, right? Or whatever he is.
He's speaking in Hebrew to his clan, to his group, Ben Gvir, Smotrich, and others like that. And at the end of his remarks in Hebrew, which was translated for me very reliably, I think, he essentially said that if it went south, if it went bad, he was prepared to show the Iranians something they had never seen before. I think he meant a nuclear weapon. And I go back to 1973 when Golda...
Yeah, I mean, this is speculation, right? Like, again, there is no proof that Israel actually has nukes. There's no proof that if they have nukes that they will work. You know, they famously haven't tested their nukes. It is something that they say quite regularly. However, they have also discussed in the Knesset that if they, you know, say that they have nukes, it means that it is another deterrent that people would have in like invading them, or against you know, their allies not supporting them and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just waiting for this guy to start complaining about propane prices. Don't get me started on the state of the propane and propane accessory market. I say prices are skyrocketing. I'll tell you what. Yeah. Yeah, but on the nuke thing, like, you know, but then on the other hand, if Israel has nuclear weapons that work, right? And they decide to nuke Iran, what are they going to do? Are they going to nuke Tehran? Are they going to nuke Isfahan? Are they going to nuke Natanz? Are they going to nuke? You know, you're talking about a country that has a decentralized military response, right? And if you want the reputation of Israel, right? If you care about the reputation of Israel, which I don't think these guys do really. But if you think that the you know, your country is being threatened to the point where it's becoming existential and your last move is to nuke another country, you best believe you are putting the final nail in the coffin for how that country is going to be remembered, literally relegated to the leagues of apartheid South Africa, Rhodesia, Rwanda, you know, these genocidal, you know, Well, it wasn't the Rwandans that were doing the genocide. It was or was it Rwanda? It was the government in Rwanda. They were talking about specifically the Tutsis. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Relegated to the history books of those kinds of so-called states, these colonial projects that do these things that have just like the worst reputation of all time.
Mayor told a BBC reporter, you can check.
So, and I think that even if they, like I've said this before, even if they did nuke Tehran, I don't take any pleasure in like talking about these speculative possibilities, but even if they did nuke Tehran, I believe that Tehran would, it would obviously be completely horrific, and it would be a disgusting, massive genocide. They will have just committed a genocide in one fell swoop, right? In the same, well, obviously they did it over 2 years in Gaza. And I imagine the only reason they didn't use a nuke in Gaza is because it's right there where they want to settle, right? Even though the kinds of munitions that they used in Gaza were also ones that could massively, taint the soil, taint the environment for the next fucking 40, 50, 60 years and shit like that. I think even if they were to do that, even if they were to nuke Tehran, Iran would still have a response for them. I think that they would still be able to fight back. Like bombing Nagasaki and Hiroshima didn't destroy Japan. It made Japan surrender, but it didn't destroy them. It didn't like wipe out their fucking their country or their people or anything like that. And it certainly turned them into like a servile nation of empire, which is like incredibly unfortunate. I think that's debatable. Was debatable. I'm not saying that they would respond in the same way. I'm not saying that they would continue the war in the same way. But I don't think that they would surrender. Like, we're talking about a country that is so steadfast in its resistance that nukes made Japan surrender specifically. Oh, no, you're right. Sorry, I'm being revisionist. Japan had surrendered and then they got nuked. You're right. Sorry, forgot about that. Yes, correct. They were in negotiations or something, right? That's the bit that I fucking got wrong. Or they didn't surrender? I don't know. We're just finding out that Mule doesn't know jack shit about Nagasaki and Hiroshima. Yes, that was what happened. Right. It was an American show of power. Yes. Yeah. I thought that was the case. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Hey, Morgana, what's up?
It was printed in London the next day on the front page that she would use a nuclear weapon in response to his question, would you use a nuclear weapon? Because at that time, they were pretty hard pressed in the 73 war. And she said, yes, without equivocation. I think we're back at that point again, and for probably a far more dangerous situation.
I know you have to go, Colonel Wilkerson, but I just want to point out you were the former chief of staff of Secretary of State Colin Powell, who dragged his feet on supporting the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, but ultimately gave that speech that he would call a stain on his career at the UN. It was critical for President Bush, that it was Colin Powell who gave this speech because he was seen as the reluctant warrior. And he gave that speech saying there was evidence of Saddam Hussein having weapons of mass destruction. Can you make a parallel to what we're seeing today?
I can, but I think this is far greater a travesty and a tragedy. That was bad enough, and torture was the thing that broke my back, and ultimately it sort of broke Colin Powell's back too, because we realized that we had signed up not only to a war that was not necessary, we had signed up to a president of the United States for the first time in the nation's history, making public policy torture. Other human beings being tortured was made presidential public policy.
You see, this guy, he's saying out loud for all of his, this guy's a real character, man. He is a real fucking character. You could make like a cartoon, like an adult cartoon, like South Park, based on this guy. Like this is like American Dad, right? I remember the enhanced interrogation discourse. Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, basically we electrocuted all of these like Muslims who weren't even from Iraq, and we just put them in Guantanamo Bay, and we made them stand on boxes, and we gave them electrodes and shit like that in order to force them into confessing that they're terrorists. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Shit like 24 manufactured consent for it? Yeah. Yeah, no, it's super bad, right? Yeah.
This is far worse, I think, and it's been building for some time. It's been building all since Trump was elected, and actually since his first administration. And I think it makes what we did, not to discount it, but it makes it pale by comparison, and it makes me deeply concerned about the future of this republic.
Thanks.
Yeah, he just cares about that, you know what I mean? He only cares that the enhanced interrogation stuff was, you know? He only cares about the enhanced interrogation stuff because that was made public. If it had remained in the undergrowth, right, it would have been fine. He would have been okay with that. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima bombed. August the 8th, 1945, Soviet Union enters the war. August the 9th, 1945, Nagasaki bombed. August 15th, 1945, Japan announces surrender. September the 2nd, 1945, formal surrender signed. Oh, okay, right. So, yeah, I was right about that, I guess. But I think the chatters were still right that they were in, like, negotiations with America to end the war, regardless. Did you watch the Boy video about advanced interrogation? No, I didn't, actually. That sounds like a good watch. What do we got next? We got more democracy now. Whistleblowers speak out about religious extremism in the military amid the war on Iran. Let's take a look at this.
Now, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As the U.S.-Israeli war on Iran rages on, U.S. military commanders are
just gonna run to the toilet, chat.
Invoking extremist Christian rhetoric about biblical end times, selling the conflict to American troops as a holy war. The watchdog Military Religious Freedom Foundation says it's been inundated with more than 200 complaints from members across all branches of the U.S. military regarding these comments. One combat unit commander reportedly said the war is part of God's divine plan and that, quote, President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to earth, unquote. For more, we go to Albuquerque, New Mexico, where we're joined by Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of the Military Religious Freedom Foundation. In this last 5 minutes we have, Mikey, if you can talk about the complaints you've received and who are these commanders who are saying this is a holy war?
Yes, Amy. Our foundation, our main purpose is to protect the wall separating church and state in the technologically most lethal organization ever created by our species, which is the U.S. military. As soon as the war began last Saturday, a week ago this past Saturday, we started getting inundated by calls from members of the military indicating that supervisors and commanders across the branches, both in the CONUS, which is the continental United States, and internationally, were invoking the fact that this was great news. They were gleeful. They were joyful. They were euphoric because this was a signal that pursuant to the Christian eschatological aspects of the end times in the book of Revelation, that all of this was serving as, if you will, an accelerant or lubricant to bring their version of weaponized Jesus back, which I will also make it clear includes a metric of a 200-mile-long river, 4.5 feet deep, Amy, filled with nothing but the human blood of those that their version of Jesus is slaughtered at the Battle of Armageddon. So we were getting 15, 20, 25 calls a day the first several days that we were out there. We finally broke this story with journalist Jonathan Larson, and then it went viral. And so what we are reporting now is that we have over 200 complaints, and that we have
cool, this in it
installations. But it's terrifying when you
really cool. This God guy wants to blow up the world. Hell yeah, brother. Sean has a good video about the timeline of surrender of the USA nuking Japan. Yeah. That song. That song won't stop playing in your head. Hell yeah. The Japanese asked for surrender but wanted to keep the emperor. USA demanded unconditional surrender. They only officially surrendered when the emperor intervened and accepted unconditional surrender. USA let them keep the emperor anyway, so the whole thing was a waste of time and lives. Yep. And then made up interpretations of an old book. USA being a capitalist death cult wasn't enough. Now they have to be an apocalyptic Christian capitalist death cult. And I think they already have. They always were that. I think they always were that. If you, like, again, like, Rawi has some great things to say about, like, Zionism and the relation to, he was talking about it on our Red Planet interview with him, which you should go and watch. He was saying that Christian Zionists who did the colonizing in Turtle Island against Native Americans inspired Zionists, and you know they had literally the same kind of it's why it's so obvious that Israel is a you know, an American colony, even though Britain initially gifted Palestine to Zionist militias, terrorist militias back in the day. When the USA took over the funding and shit like that, it just exploded in terms of, you know, how much colonizing they were doing, the ways that they were doing it, and yeah, they took inspiration from it, like the early, like Jabotinsky and fucking Herzl, Nordau. They all took inspiration from the way that the USA colonized the Americas. Well, you know, the British, the Dutch, the French, the Spanish, the Portuguese, Germans. Yeah. Zionism has like a big connection to Christian Zionism and Zionism in the occupied Palestine. Yeah.
Try to put a theological perspective from Christian extremism with what's happening right now, particularly having listened to your whole show today. I'm reminded of the second inaugural speech by Abraham Lincoln when he chastised both sides in the Civil War for trying to say that God was on their side, which exacerbated the violence, the bloodshed, the injuries, and the death.
Last month, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth invited the controversial Christian nationalist pastor Doug Wilson to lead the Pentagon's prayer service. Wilson's opposed Muslims holding public office and does not believe women should be allowed to vote. Can you talk about Hegseth's tenure as head of the defense, what Trump calls the War Department, and what concerns you most about his conflation of church and state?
I was warned by your producers not to cuss. So I will refer to Hegseth as a piece of feces as opposed to the regular word. He's viewed by senior leadership as a bully and a poser. He is nothing but a Christian nationalist lackey. You forgot to mention, or I'll mention, that Doug Wilson also believes that the Civil War was justified biblically. And of course, that a lot of slave owners, he reminds everybody, had a really nice relationship, with their slaves, the same way they did with their living room furniture. He believes that the Jews killed Jesus. Muslims have no right to participate in government. And if you're LGBTQIA+, you probably don't have a right to live. The bottom line is, Hegseth has created a template that the only approved member of the U.S. military is to be straight, white, Christian nationalist, and male. So why is anybody surprised that with that template going down in a hierarchical organization, tribal, adversarial, communal, and ritualistic like the U.S. military, that you have subordinate commanders, all of whom are trying to get promoted, that are following the exact same thing? We saw this happen before when the Israeli Defense Forces moved into Gaza and started attacking the Palestinians. We had, in a much smaller way, we had commanders saying, well, this is also sparking the Battle of Armageddon. But whenever you attach an extremist aspect of any religious faith to that machinery, Amy, of the faith responsible for war, we do not end up with little creeks, streams, ponds, or lakes, Amy. We end up with one thing: oceans and oceans of blood, like the color of my shirt.
We have 20 seconds. What risks do service members face for reporting religious comments made by U.S. commanders?
If they do that officially, they become essentially what we call a tarantula on a wedding cake. Amy, you and I have been to lots of weddings. Tarantulas on wedding cakes, that doesn't bode well for the tarantula or the wedding cake.
Mikey Weinstein, founder and president of Military Religious Freedom Foundation, speaking to us from Albuquerque, New Mexico. And that does it for our show. Produced with Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rose.
Kairos says, a decade before Theodore Herzl was even born, Lord Palmerston, member of the House of Lords, was trying to convince the PM of England to invade Palestine and colonize it. Yeah, but that was to do with fighting the Ottomans in the First World War. That wasn't because of Zionism. They just wanted Palestine because they knew that it was close to Iran. They just discovered oil. I go through that in a very like tiny way in my new video. Yo, good night, network. Hey, Kusi, what's going on? Why are people laughing? What are people laughing at? What was funny? He has a way with words? What, this guy? Or Hexeth? Him not cussing? Okay. Hey chat. It's time to transition into the British section of the stream. He self-censored shit as feces? Yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. I read today the point that Jews weren't considered European, ironically, until they left Europe to colonize somewhere else. That's what made them European and white to Europeans. Yes, I think that that's true, yeah. I think that is how it went. Herzl was also using the narrative of fighting Islamic or Arabic nations in his book, The Jewish State. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, look, you know, the Zionists took ideas from the colonizers. They took ideas from the colonizers, like, you know... They were like, we have to destroy these savage Arabs, you know? Yeah. I was warned by your producers not to swear, so I'll call this guy a piece of feces. Oh, that's what he said. He called the whole situation like a tarantula on a wedding cake. Okay, I believe you. I was watching this earlier, I think on Marcus's stream, or was watching it last night on Ray's stream. I can't remember. I've seen the interview already, which is why I left you to watch it yourselves while I got my my tea ready. But anyway, listen. Here's James O'Brien. Kemi's position on Iran is confusing. PMQ's analysed.
It is not pretty. Kemi Badenoch, perfect example of the Dunning-Kruger effect, says Keith. Not that one. Oh my word, James, every week I don't think Kemi Badenoch can get any worse, and every week she outdoes herself. What is she actually on about? Is she okay? There's a huge war in the Middle East and she's talking about fuel duty rising even though it hasn't risen. So bad. And that's from Jordan, although he signs it Bernard Manning in Devon. For once, please praise Starmer. I praise Starmer quite a lot, Louise. Please, I am beyond grateful he is leading.
Bro, what? Someone wrote in to James O'Brien and said, for once, please praise Starmer. What is happening, man? These people are paid propaganda ops.
Praise Starmer. I praise Starmer quite a lot, Louise. Please, I am beyond grateful he is leading our country. That Badenoch person is an embarrassment. For the love of God, somebody, says Darren, take Badenoch's spade off her to stop her digging any deeper. Badenoch is embarrassing, says Jason, completely at sea. Nigel points out, not that one, Badenoch is not having a good month. Abby says, James, I came wide awake when I heard Kemi Badenoch ask about fuel duty. Does she...
That person said they came wide awake.
Abby says, James, I came wide awake when I heard Kemi.
I came wide awake.
We Badenoch ask about fuel duty. Does she not know what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz? I know she is stupid, but our questions on fuel duty today shows the level of her stupidity. Badenoch, says Andrew Neeling, is pant-wettingly awful. She can't get off her scripted attack line. Trisha asks, oh boy, is this her worst yet? Jennifer writes, wow, just wow, and not in a good way. Dave writes, this is the most excruciating performance, and by Badenoch standards, that's quite impressive, to be fair. And Mick says, to paraphrase The Simpsons, stop, she's already dead. Worst performance ever from the newly crowned Queen Ferret. And so, no, she was in second place. Farage's reverse ferret is still more humiliating than Badenoch's, even though... Anyway, someone in number 10 says, Isaac has clearly been...
He's kind of right. He's kind of right. So I don't know what they're referring to. It sounds like during Prime Minister's questions today, Kemi Badenoch has U-turned on her position on Iran. The YouGov poll today had Conservatives at +2. That's pretty funny.
Listening to your show, James, but that doesn't explain why Kemi Badenoch created a bear trap and then climbed into it herself. And finally, Ryan says, is it just me that finds it really grating when Badenoch gives a little giggle when her backbenchers are chuntering behind her? It seems simultaneously arrogant and trivialises the proceedings. Well, it's funny that you should ask that, actually, because Ollie has also been in touch to say that little laugh Badenoch does when she gets a cheer from her own side, even on very serious matters, says that she's just in it.
Brother! Everybody does that. I'm sorry, but like when this happens, you know, again, I despise Kemi Badenoch. I despise her politics. She's a horrible person. But I think there's just a degree of fucking racism here coming from people who love Keir Starmer. I just think that's what's happening. I think it's people who love Keir Starmer who are going like, can you believe that she giggles every time the backbench are yelling and laughing? And it's like, Starmer does that. He does that all the time. He does like a big shit-eating grin. What are you talking about?
For the clicks and not the interests of the country. So,
hey, Soul Chicken.
To answer your question, no, it's not just you. It's at least Ollie as well. And
it's not just you, it's okay, James O'Brien.
Respect many others.
Okay.
Natasha Clark is
here.
Oh, right,
okay.
Listen, that was two entirely independent conversations. Keir Starmer talking about the war, Kemi Badenoch really desperate to talk about anything else.
Don't mention the war.
She almost said.
She did. Look, yeah, you're right. They could have been having two parallel PMQs with two different weeks. They could have even been facing other people. We don't know.
But he's got her back to rights today.
Yeah, and look, I disagree with you on the idea that fuel duty isn't related.
He's got her bang to right. He had to get in a little bit of praise for Keir Starmer. He couldn't go without it. He couldn't go without it. His female co-host was like, God, they're just as bad as each other. And he was like, yeah, but he fucking murked her, didn't he? Do you know what I mean? Come on, man.
Two different weeks. They could have even been facing other people. We don't know.
But he's got her back to rights today.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Shut up, dude. Fuck off.
I disagree with you on...
He's playing a blinder. He's blinder played.
The idea that fuel duty isn't related to the war. I do think that we will be having a conversation in a couple of months' time about what fuel prices look like.
But she knows where petrol comes from. She was in favour of a war in the Middle East.
Yeah,
and now she's complaining about a rise in petrol
for sure,
price,
and that is a totally hypocritical.
Do you think she knows, a genuine question, do you think she knows where petrol comes from?
I haven't asked her, but I'll put that as number one as my top.
So fuel duty will be a valid line of inquiry in 2 months' time.
But I think Starmer is completely right to not say what he's going to do about fuel duty in 4 months' time. We've been in this...
The liar does not respond to questions.
12 days. She can't really be expecting the government to go any further. And I thought Starmer's line was completely reasonable. He said, we will keep the situation under review in light of what is happening in Iran. That is the...
What do you mean? How is that reasonable? What are you talking about?
Furthest that any government can really go at the moment, because we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's going to happen in days' time, let alone months' time. The government have in the last 24, 48 hours signalled very clearly that they are prepared to intervene if they need to. And I do think we will be in a position where if...
Bro, there is already massive speculation in these markets. It is already... Like, do you understand that there is a supply chain? The oil, that the price is... Like, it's... The oil, of which the price has been increased because of the war, is having to be bought because people don't have another fucking supply. Companies do not have another supply route for it. A supply source, sorry. So they're buying this stuff now at the increased price, right? It doesn't matter what they're fucking doing. I've got the fucking shit up here. They managed to bring it down from, where it was here, which was, hang on a minute. They managed to, wait, what? Okay. They managed to bring it down from almost 116 a couple of days ago, but it's still at 89. And if we look at where we are on the month, like, bro, it's like fucking doubled. It was 65. You know? It's not doubled, but, doubled would be up here. But, the increase is stark, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down too much. It looks like it's increasing, actually. It looks like it's still increasing. Like we're slowly getting back up there again. So, regardless, yeah, it's a 50% increase. Sorry, that's what I was meaning to say. It's a 50% increase. I'm shit at maths. You know this, right? So, right? These companies, these refineries are still going to be having to buy this stuff. Then they're going to be selling it. They're not going to bring the prices down just because the war is over. It's like they have actually fucking had to buy this crude oil to refine at a higher price regardless. It's still a higher price. Yeah? And this price for crude oil is not just oil that comes from the Strait of Hormuz. This is oil across the board. It's across the fucking board, mate. Right? So, whatever you think about, we'll intervene in the future will come, and we can predict it rather accurately by looking at the cost of oil literally over the last 2 days. It doesn't look like it's going down anytime soon, motherfucker. So, you need to have a plan. You can't just be like, we'll intervene when something happens. It's happened. It's happened. These prices are going to be passed on to the fucking consumer regardless. The future will come wide awake. That's so true, cussy. That's so true, and I'm glad you said it. I'm glad that someone's brave enough to say it. Hi, Bellatrix. How you doing?
September, the fuel duty cut, the 5p cut is still due to...
Yes, exactly. Why would we not learn about supply chains from Brexit, COVID, literally? Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
To an end, I'm sure, absolutely sure that the Treasury will be looking to cancel that. I think that is completely
and she can claim again another win because she mentioned it once, and therefore
exactly.
it's
She
proof
said it
positive
a long
that
time ago. So
they wouldn't have
it's
done
her
it
fault.
unless she'd mentioned it once. But I mean, in the annals, and listen, to be clear, we have been, or I have been, quite praising of Cami Badenoch on occasion in recent weeks. She's improved immeasurably from an admittedly dismal starting point, but that was right back to the glory days of her being the worst ever leader of the opposition
not
at
fantastic.
PMQs.
She seemed, you know how she always loves to criticise Keir Starmer for not deviating from his script. She didn't deviate from hers at all, did she? She's got her.
You are. I can't believe it, man. How can you possibly try and glaze Keir Starmer at this point in time? How is it possible? How is it possible? These people are fucking deluded. They are absolutely smoking crack. They are smoking crack. Starmer told Trump he's completely behind him but doesn't want to be a part of the illegal attacks, but he completely supports the US and Israel's mission. It's so depressing. Surely the right thing is to take Spain's position. The bare minimum would be to take Spain's position. Absolutely. But the thing is, Soul Chicken, is that, it's just Keir Starmer nailing himself into a coffin. That's all that's happening here. You know what I mean? I think that Labour know now that this could even be a play by the Labour apparatchik. Yeah, it could even be a play by the NEC. And I know this sounds insane, but it's the only thing that makes fucking sense to me. And that is that Keir Starmer's cabinet, in the run-up to the May elections, because they know that they're going to lose anyway. They know that they're going to lose loads of fucking council seats. They're going to lose Holyrood. They're going to lose the Senate. They're going to lose fucking everything because of Keir Starmer and their current policies. So they are speedrunning as much of their lobby group goals, you know, that they've been paid for, like paid by fucking Serco, paid for by fucking the Israel lobby, all these different lobbying group goals that they've been set out to make. They're trying to speedrun them so that, yeah, they're pushing so much shit through this week. They've done the jury trial shit. They've done the fucking, they're talking about the immigration, tightening on the immigration rules. They're deporting certain people for certain things. I can't remember what Shabana Mahmood was talking about, but like they're doing that. They packaged some stuff into like the Commons vote yesterday with the jury trial stuff. And it's also that the Labour Party can recover after the May elections. But I don't think it's going to save them. I just don't think it's going to save them. I don't even think if they elected Andy Burnham, I don't think it would save them. Because Keir Starmer and his disgusting group of fascist fucking piece of shit bastards have just completely tainted the name of the Labour Party forever. Like, it wouldn't have mattered if they ran, it actually genuinely wouldn't have mattered as much if they ran on a manifesto of doing the things that they are now doing. If they ran on that stuff and they still got elected, it would matter much less. But because they ran on a manifesto that was similar to Jeremy Corbyn's manifesto, they completely betrayed the public. Completely. People aren't going to forget that. People didn't forget it in Gorton and Denton. People aren't going to forget it all over the world. You know, so we will get some benefit from this in the long run by the Greens making loads of gains in the May elections, and the Greens will also make a bunch of gains at the general election. You know, and I think that we might see, you know, a lot of social change in the UK as a result. The Labour Party in the interim may even get slightly better and slightly more left-wing. If they do end up having a by-election where they can elect Andy Burnham, then things could get better. But it doesn't look like they're going to even do that, because who's the most left-wing person that they could possibly elect into the leadership? It's probably Angela Rayner, right? It's probably Angela Rayner. She would be the Labour Party's first female prime minister. You know, that would be something that they would celebrate. They would be like, the first female prime minister, something like this. But, you know, even then, you know, everyone remembers what Angela Rayner did. Everyone remembers that Angela Rayner completely turned around on all of her fucking positions. They know that she's a flip-flopper, just like fucking Keir Starmer. Yeah, you know. And I don't even see it being someone like Angela Rayner. I see it being someone like Lucy Powell. I see it being someone like fucking David Lammy. I see it being another one of these fucking briefcase fucking wankers, career politicians that Labour is just, you know, fucking... fill their fucking cabinet with. I just can't see him recovering from it at all. You know? They decided to ban an anti-Iran war protest today. Yeah, I saw that. We're going to cover that. We're going to cover that in a bit. Yeah.
6 questions, and she wanted to press him on field duty and again. And it did feel that she didn't want to get involved in what the Prime Minister was saying. Of course, he would obviously want to pressure on her changing, convoluted, slightly odd position on the war, which has changed and been very confusing. And I remember sort of several...
Don't mention the war. Carry on.
Okay. Well, does that mean I can't mention it either?
Oh, right, you can. But you can't mention her not mentioning it. You can mention her not.
But a week ago, she was...
Could she have owned it? Could she have owned it? But I mean, she just jumped the gun, if you pardon the pun. Not quite as violently as Nigel Farage, who, of course, said that we should be fully supportive of whatever the Americans are doing. We should be literally... doing everything that we can to assist them, but she's absolutely on the hook for this, and she didn't need to be.
No, and you know, I remember sort of last week when she was being repeatedly asked, well, you've said the government need to go further. What do you want to see? Do you want to see us take part in these strikes? Yes or no? Do you want to be seeing? And I think the phrase she used is, we want to see them take them out at source, and we want to see the government go far, far further than they are. It's hard to read that anything else apart from we do want to get them to get involved. And as you say, now 11 days on, that's looking like, comments that really shouldn't be made by a Prime Minister.
It'd be interesting is Farage there today? It'll be interesting to see if he because he said, of course, on the 2nd of
Melpert was doing proper fucking gremlin shit just then. He was like, lay down, like full body on the floor, just like that, like with his paws out. With, on like the wet bath mat. It's like, the mat that you step on when you get out of the bath. It's obviously wet from me being in the shower earlier. My extraction fan's fucked, so it's not dried. And I'm just like, what are you doing, bro? Like, why are you on there? So I just like picked him up and brought him back. Everyone has a soundboard? Wait, what? What did they soundboard? Get a fan in there. Yeah, give me money. Give me money. How am I supposed to pay for it? Pop a fan on. How am I supposed to pay for it? How am I supposed to pay for it? How am I supposed to pay to get it fucking fixed? Give me money. Give me money, mate.
Much we should do all we can to support
these motherfuckers in the chat. Like, get a fan. Get a fan. Oh, okay, yeah. I'll go to the hardware store. I'll get a fan. Yeah, for free. And then I'll fit it because I know how to fit it. I won't pay anyone to come and fit it because I know how to fit it because I'm an electrician. He did the Faulty Towers Don't Mention the War. They've done it twice already. Is that what that was? I thought they were doing a joke. I thought he was doing an impression.
Perfectly clear, and then making it perfectly
sound killer
yesterday that he doesn't think we should be involved in another foreign war at all, which is why he did beat Kemi Badenoch to the reverse ferret crown, because she has...
No, that's true, Hippie Marshmallow.
To address the issue. She had a tiny little bit of room for...
She had more wiggle room to manoeuvre than he
more
did.
than Farage
exactly.
does.
So Farage does win your Ferret Award for sure.
King Ferret.
King Ferret. Does he get a crown? Do we get to award him something?
We're going to get one laminated.
Good.
We're going to get a crown laminated. It's like a Christmas cracker crown, but laminated. So,
nice.
so it'll last.
It's fucking dead chat in it. It's just the deadest fucking divorced dad chat of all time. Fuck me, man.
Lasts for longer.
It'll last forever.
Yeah.
If this was...
We're going to get a hat and laminate it. We're going to get a hat and laminate. We're going to get a Christmas cracker hat and laminate it. So it'll last for a long time. What are you fucking on about, man? What the fuck are you talking about?
A left-wing politician, a Labour politician, which doesn't necessarily mean left-wing these days, but if this was a Labour politician that had accused our pilots and our military...
No, it's okay, Virulent.
Hanging around, yeah.
Then it would be front page of the Daily Mail tomorrow. If it was Jeremy Corbyn...
Who was the Labour MP that insulted Emma Dent Code that got a lot of...
A Christmas cracker hat is one of these. You have got them in America because I've seen them. It's a paper hat. It's this shit. Are these photoshopped on? These aren't even real people wearing them. What the fuck, bro? Everything is AI now. Everything is AI. That isn't even someone. What's happening, bro? What's happening? Why can't I get any real pictures of paper hats? This one isn't even real. This one's fucking massive and these ones are little. These aren't real people. Christmas tissue hats for cozy Christmas family gathering. Bro, what is going on? I can't even like in all assuredness say to you that these are the real thing, because it's just like it's not real. None of these are real. None of these are real. Okay, this is much. Is it? I can't find a real picture of this shit. No, it's not that. It's not that at all. Virulent. That's a paper hat you make with a fucking newspaper. Oh, mate. Fucking hell. They look like this. They look like this. They look like this. But they're not. It's kind of like a Burger King crown. Are these sold separate to the crackers? I don't know. I imagine that's what's going on. Right, okay. Whatever, man. Whatever, dude.
Stick for when she had talked.
Those hats were too tall.
Prince Harry not doing anything when he was serving.
Not only did Kemi Badenoch insult them all, she then lied about it.
Yeah, so hanging around.
This would be huge if it were a Labour politician, but we'll wait to see whether the editor of the Daily Mail, Ted Verity, decides to give Kemi Badenoch the treatment that they would definitely give to a Labour politician who behaved in a similarly shameful fashion.
And you got Ed Davey as well saying, I'm going to start by paying...
It's my pleasure, RTE.
Armed forces. And, Keir Starmer has...
Christmas Caucasian hat sweaty. Yeah, no, it's an entirely white person thing as far as I know, yeah.
I don't think anybody out there will go, oh, could we not have moved a bit quicker? But the idea that Kemi Badenoch would have managed to send HMS Dragon off a week earlier, I think, is a bit for the birds. It's just not
Well,
possible.
it wouldn't have had any weapons on it.
Exactly, she would be carrying potatoes to the Middle East. Nothing would be going.
Which is, again, an unfortunate intervention from her. So we've got her not knowing where petrol comes from and pledging to send a ship that was...
This is so fucking dead, dude. Shut up, man. I'm done with this. All right. Iranian callers assess Trump's reasoning for the war. Maybe this will be a bit better.
Hey, Adam, what would you like to say?
Good morning, James.
Hello, Adam.
Pleasure to speak to you.
Well, we'll see. It's early days. It's early days.
Remember when O'Brien moaned that he was politically homeless? I think I fell for it. Yeah. I did as well, because it's like Ezra Klein. He is literally the British Ezra Klein. He's just like a liberal who loves briefcase wanker politics. He thinks that being a politician is when you wear a suit, you're very polite, you don't swear, you're not radical, you don't say anything crazy, you just go, I'm going to sign the papers and I'm going to do the stuff. I'm going to have boring meetings in Downing Street. I'm going to have a meeting with the king and salute. I'm going to meet with the military. That's what they think that being a politician is. He's the British Ezra Klein. He wishes he was Starmer because he's exactly the same. Yeah, he's just that. He's just absolutely that. He loves the 90s Tony Blair style, sensible, slick politician. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, I believed it. I believed it because Ezra Klein also said that. Also said, I don't know where I belong politically or something like that. I don't know what he said, I don't know what my purpose is anymore. And it's like, lol, Lamau. But James O'Brien still loves Keir Starmer. He still loves tepid milquetoast bullshit Aaron Bastani middle of the road fucking centre right liberalism dressed up somehow in red. It's all just fucking nonsense. It's all cross podcast engagement fucking
Let's not get carried away. God.
Yeah, just really wanted to say, first off, just to introduce myself.
Yes.
I'm actually a member of the Sunni community in Iran. We're a very, very small minority.
Gosh, yes.
And my family had to flee to the UK, seek asylum, because we have been sort of disenfranchised, and yes. A lot of my family members have actually had a lot of atrocities at the hands of this current regime. Never been a fan of these.
A lot of my family members have had a lot of atrocities. I don't know what he's claiming here, but okay.
Never will be. Okay, I just wanted to set the record straight.
Yeah, good.
However, what's going on now, and honestly, the state of the Iranians in the West, the diaspora, I'm not speaking on behalf of all of them, but
of course,
a lot of them that I've been seeing and I've been hearing on LBC cheering on these bombs that have been dropping on our people.
Oh, we got a based guy. We got a based guy. Fucking finally, dude. Big up LBC for letting this guy on the show. I wonder how James O'Brien is going to respond to this.
Dancing in the streets. This is absolutely shocking. I just can't fathom what is going through these people's minds.
Well,
James. You've got the United States, right, who have entered every country willy-nilly and gone about their business, acted like peacemakers, and then set up their oil companies and obviously profited from so much of what war generally gives people. Yes. Then you've got, the other hand, Israel, who have, let's be honest, have committed a genocide against these Palestinian people. And these Palestinian people have been defenseless for the last, 2 or so years. We've been seeing it on our TV screens. We've been seeing it on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter. We've been seeing the devastation that these lot have caused. And then, they'll parade around as they're the peacemakers. And these Iranians genuinely think that these two groups are going to give us peace and prosperity? Come on, man! Seriously, wake up!
Are you not describing desperate? I mean, again, it's your fact.
Here we go. Here comes the big brain. Here comes the big James O'Brien brain. More like James O'Brain, yeah. More like fucking James O'Brain, mate. Yeah? James O'Brain. With the brains. The brain boy. Here we go. How is he going to fit it into the sensible continuum? How is he going to do it? How's he going to do it?
Chemistry, your country of origin, so I'm a little bit uncomfortable pushing back against you from the privilege of...
Yeah, you should feel that. You should feel uncomfortable pushing back, but go ahead.
Having grown up in Kidderminster and sitting in a cosy London radio studio, but you're describing desperation. You're being a little unkind when you talk about dancing in the streets and cheering. It was
That's what they're doing,
yes,
though,
but
James.
it's
I drove
born...
past Finchley the other day.
It's born of a desperate...
Bro, come on! Oh. This is fucking titanium white. As Bob Ross would say, this is titanium white. This is like the whitest you can get. Titanium white. Where you have a brown guy on the phone being like, hey man, we shouldn't like tokenize these guys who are cheering on, this shit. And then James O'Brien is just like, nah, let them off. They're just desperate, bro. They're just desperate. What do you mean? It doesn't make it okay that they're cheering on fucking murdering 160 kids in a school. Like, come on, man.
Desire to see the regime toppled, isn't
I
it?
want to see the regime toppled more than anyone, but I don't want to see my beautiful nation full of beautiful people I've seen images and videos of babies being dragged out the rubble. I don't want to see that. I genuinely don't want to see that. I don't want to see my population go from 90 million to God knows what, and then have a refugee crisis just like the rest of our neighbours have had.
But what do you want?
All for America to say, oh, we made a mistake. You got Donald Trump saying that Iranians cut women in half and chop babies' heads off. And then you got Pete Hegseth just shaking his head like, yeah. This is nonsense.
Well, they're turning it into an episode of Call of Duty now, I think, in the Department of War.
Come on, Iranian people are some of the most intelligent people you'll ever meet.
I feel...
My man's spitting. My man is absolutely spitting. This is probably the most left wing that you'll get on LBC, except for the guy the other day. Did he say episode of Call of Duty? Oh, I didn't even clock that because I was just focusing on the fact that my favorite series, Call of Duty. Yeah. I loved season 5 as my favorite. Season 5, Ghosts or something.
The frustration in your...
this might be the most left-wing that you get on LBC, except for that guy that came on, smelly fucking pencil cunt on his show the other day, and he was literally there being like, yeah, I support the regime critically, like I support their right to self-defense. And they were like, you're saying that you support a regime that just killed 30,000 of its own people. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, go on, tell us how you're gonna defend yourself. And it's like, I just don't think it's that simple. I think that you're like doing a bit of propaganda. And he was like, you need to shut up. I'm cutting this call off because you're so silly. And they just like cut that guy off. But that was probably the most left wing that you're going to get on LBC. I can't remember that guy's name, but you know what I'm talking about. You will have seen the clip on Twitter or on Instagram or whatever. But Tom, what's his face? What's his fucking name? Tom Swarbrick, that cunt. That was his show, and a guy called in to just be like, yeah, like, we're criticizing this government because, you know, there's all this like fucking liberal propaganda going around about you know, how they treat their civilians and stuff, and it's massively exaggerated. It's not perfect, but it's massively exaggerated. You know? Anyway, but this is probably the most left wing that you're ever going to get on LBC. Other than that,
I'm interested. No, it's powerful and important. I'm just interested in whether you felt this way from the very start, because you're not in a position where you've gone from. And
this is so crazy. This is James O'Brien just being like, surely when you first heard that the bombs were going off, you thought it was really good. Like, bro, come on.
Here's a good word: cautious. Mm-hmm. So a cautious welcome is not what you saw when you saw people dancing and celebrating. There was nothing cautious about that. It was, I would argue, born of desperation and therefore forgivable. You would argue that it's unforgivable.
100%, James. And I'll be very honest with you. I was very, very happy when I saw the news of Khamenei's death. Okay. I was very, very happy because I've been wanting that, and I'm not going to swear. I really want to do swear, but I've been wanting that guy.
Welcome to my world, yeah.
To die for a long time.
Welcome to my world. Shut up, you wet.
And then they replaced him with his son. Then they stuck in
there you go. Come on.
30 years younger version 2.0. What do you think? How do you think it ends?
You just cut him off. He cut him off because he was about to say something based. It's just the deadest fucking banter, innit? Yeah, it's the deadest chat. It's the deadest banter. Like,
well, if it's going the way it's going, there is not going to be a Tehran left. There's not going to be a Tahrir. You know, they're attacking UNESCO World Heritage sites.
Yeah.
Gulistan Palace. Google it. It's one of the most beautiful places, full of so many ancient artifacts, and it's just turned into rubble now because Israel claimed that we've been planning to get nuclear weapons for the last 30 years and we're always going to be 2 weeks away from it. Again, this is coming from a Sunni Iranian that's always been and has had family been attacked by the people at the top. But at the end of the day, what I care about is the Iranian people, all right? And I do not want to see the same things that happen in Afghanistan, happen in Iraq, happen to my people, okay? There is a way...
Even faster version of the replacing the Taliban with the Taliban, replacing Khamenei with Khamenei in only 7 days. Yeah, speed running the Taliban, Taliban replacement method. All right, Spooky, thank you so much for hanging out. Appreciate you. Sleep well.
Diplomacy is the answer. Education is the answer.
Yeah, he's right.
Bombs will not provide freedom.
He's right. He's right.
Never will.
He's just
no
right.
One can tell me otherwise, James.
He's just correct.
I'm sorry. Well, no one can tell me otherwise.
I'm not going to try, Adam. I'm not even going to try because I agree with almost everything that you said. And of course I remain, and this is the luxury of not having family or skin in the game. I remain utterly confused and slightly inappropriately fascinated by.
This motherfucker will just say anything. Slightly inappropriately fascinated, bro. Slightly fucking inappropriately fascinated. Brother, come on.
The people in my line of work or the British politicians who were cheering it on from the very start and attacking Keir Starmer for seeing so clearly.
Okay, he didn't say inappropriately fascinated with Middle East politics. That he saved it. Yeah.
Just described so powerfully, and it's probably not fair to ask what happens next because the people in charge of the war don't know what happens next. They don't know why they're doing it really, apart from epic distraction from the Epstein files on the case of Donald Trump or a desperate
shut up!
His own political fortunes at home, and of course, in the case of Benjamin Netanyahu, it will be a large part of a process conceived originally simply to keep him out of courtrooms.
Shut up! Shut up! Not everything is a distraction. I'm so distracted. What the fuck are you on about? Yeah, no, he's one of the biggest twats going virulent. Yeah. No, it's so fucking shit. It's so shit when they keep saying it's a distraction. What was that person? What was that person? I mentioned someone who was talking about a distraction the other week. And it wasn't, well, not the other week. It's only been 12 fucking days. It was like last week. Someone was like, it's a distraction from... And it was something completely absurd. It was something completely absurd. It was like, it's a distraction from the Hillary Clinton fucking podcast or something, or it was a distraction from fucking, I can't remember what it was. But, you know, people are just saying like, oh, it's a distraction from the fact that Trump said that, you know, he was going to do another crypto coin or something. And it's just like, you are pulling shit out of your arse. Because, you know, and it's only fucking white people who say this shit because white people just have the benefit to be able to like tune out of politics. You know, it's cisgender, obviously, more often cisgender white people, white men who will just be like, I could just tune out of politics. It doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me in any fucking way whatsoever. So I don't have to look at what Donald Trump is doing. I don't have to look at what fucking Keir Starmer is doing or saying or like, you know, analyze any of the stuff that they're on about. So as soon as something happens that I don't understand, we're gonna fucking say that it's a distraction. It's something that's happening. You know what I mean? I used to listen to him every day in Brexit times. Forgive me. No, like, look, it's fine. I'm not. I don't hold any grudges against anyone who used to listen to James O'Brien. I don't hold any grudges to anyone who, you know, has had even reactionary beliefs in the past, who's made changes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's fine, innit, at the end of the day. But like nowadays, James O'Brien is just so, he's desperate. He's talking about these fascist, Zionist, Iranian monarchist restorationists saying it's so good that the USA is bombing Iran. And he's saying, oh, that just comes from a place of desperation. They just want the regime out. It's like, no, they have no fucking skin in the game, bro. They've got no skin in the game. They're not going to move back to Iran. They're literally just not going to move back to Iran. It's just like a team sport for them. He's just completely out of his depth. He was at home in the 2000s. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. You could see this guy at like a student hall's party in the 2000s. Well, in 1997, can't you? You know what I mean? On the eve of election night, and he's wearing that same like embarrassing brown blazer because they were like coming in at the time as like a kind of fashion, you know, coming back from the 70s, 20-year cycle or whatever. And he probably had the fucking you know, what would you call it, like a what do they call it, like the fucking fringe that everyone used to have in the 90s or whatever. And you could just see him there with like a cig and a Carlin in like a uni halls, just going, yeah, things can only get better. You know what I mean? He just wanted that shit again. That's all it is. It's just all... Society's built on fucking white men's nostalgia for fucking bullshit, nonsense, neoliberal politics that benefits only them.
Sarah is in Hampstead. Sarah, what would you like to say?
Hi, James.
Hello, Sarah.
I'm an Iranian Brit. I have family in Iran. I'm desperately worried for their safety in Tehran. You know, just to give you a personal story, my grandmother and my auntie and their little kids, they were in Tehran. They left Tehran to go to the outskirts. When they got there, they said the strikes and the noise was so bad they had to go back to Tehran, where they couldn't breathe because the air was toxic.
This is the
Israel
black rain I've been reading about. It's unbreathable air. Black rain, they're calling it. Sorry, I was just horrible. It's just horrible.
It's absolutely disgraceful. And I hold any Iranian in the diaspora who advocated for this war in absolute disdain.
Yes!
I was against this from
another one.
I kept saying, why do you think you're going to be different from Syria, Libya, or Iraqis? And they just said, well, because we are.
This is what I'm fucking saying. This is what I've been saying for such a long time about these monarchist restorationists, right? This is what I've been saying. They are completely fucking captured. Every single organization that they have is completely infiltrated by Zionists, completely funded by Zionists. Do you know what I mean? When you speak to it, like, this is the kind of shit that that the Iranians that I used to organize with in fucking GMTU at the time of the Masa Amini protest and shit like that. This is the kind of shit that they would say about, you know, how they feel about Iran, and how they feel. Like, they would be like, yes, I hate Khamenei, I hate the IRGC, I want a different government there. You know, it's the same way that we say we hate Keir Starmer, we want a different fucking government. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, we wouldn't want Russia to invade us and fucking install a puppet dictator that would be pliant to Russia or whatever. I'm just using Russia as an example, right? They don't want the USA and Israel, particularly the USA and Israel, like, coming in and installing a puppet dictator, right? Like, it's like, you want the people in your country to get their, like, you know, exercise their sovereignty in their own way, right? And demand whatever changes to democracy that you think can be achieved and shit like that. You know? It's just such a basic, normal fucking take, right? It's just so normal.
Right.
And you might be a friend of Israel. Doesn't mean that Israel is a friend to you. You're a useful tool of what Israel's plans are for the region, and you're advocating for this so that people like Donald Trump can post on their Twitter that we are doing this for the Iranians. Yeah. But may I set out some of the groundwork that's been set for this, that they've been working on the Iranians in the diaspora in the past 2-3 years. We have, as you'll imagine, most diaspora communities, they have their own sort of international television channels, right? Which is even more necessary in Iran, because any Iranian station is regime controlled. So you rely on international stations and international people to set up their own television channels and to broadcast it to their own diaspora and to people in Iran. Two of these stations, the first one was Manotor, the second one was Iran International. For the past 2-3 years, they have been setting the scene for this. They started by advocating that the son of the Shah should come back. And every day they would just replay these, images of how fantastic it was under the Shah, completely forgetting all the brutality that people like my mother and my father experienced under the Shah, people like my grandfather who was imprisoned under the Shah. Completely just whitewashing over that, telling everyone how fantastic it was under the Shah. We were friends with Israel, we were friends with America, and why can't Iran be like that again? That's how it started. And of course,
yeah, Savak were infamous. Yeah,
looking at this and thinking, well, look at how they portray my country now versus how they portrayed it under the Shah. Of course, I want to go back to that. And then they started by saying, and then obviously the protests in Iran happened. I'm not just talking about January protests, but back to the Women Life Freedom protest. Protests in Iran happened, and they latched onto this to say, okay, this is the time when we actually ramp up the rhetoric and we say we need foreign intervention in Iran, and this is
I remember it happening.
You're watching this unfold, presumably with a very grim sense of foreboding.
What's happening now, I'm watching unfold. Absolutely, I was against this from the very start.
No, I meant the process. I meant this softening up process. This propaganda process must have been horrible to watch.
Yes, and I saw my own family members.
There was a BBC special this week that was basically this. That's pretty sick. We could watch that on stream, maybe.
And they were watching.
I'm not sure I'd be able to have it in the VOD, but we could definitely watch it on the stream for sure.
And they would parrot back what they've seen on Iran International, saying, well, but the Crown Prince, he seems like a nice guy. He might, but if he's in the pockets of the Israelis, if he goes to Israel and has meetings with Netanyahu, who says he also wants the destruction of Iran, how on earth do you think he's going to come out and advocate on your behalf as a good faith actor? But that's how it's. So when you say the Iranians in the diaspora who are watching these things and are here and they're hearing that Israel wants to come and save you, America wants to come and save you, that's where it comes from. It's not just something. When you say it's out of desperation, yes, one part of it is desperation. The other part is that they have been brainwashed to believe that.
Yes, they've been completely This is why I say this shit, because I've heard, when people say listen to Iranian voices, I have listened to Iranian voices. And it is so obvious that monarchist restorationists, as soon as I learned what they were, I was like, oh, my based communist Iranian friends are fucking telling me that these guys are reactionary fascists. And I was like, okay, they're reactionary fascists. I believe it. And then I observed them in reality doing their own protests. And I was like, oh yeah, these guys are reactionary fascists. They have Israel flags. And it's like, you listen to Iranian voices and then you look at reality and you go, okay, that matches up with what they're saying, right? If you listen to an Iranian voice, like a monarchist or whatever, and then you look at reality and you see that it doesn't match up, that's, we're not looking to like confirm liberal Western bias here. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you listen, you don't have to accept everything. You have to use critical thinking. You have to like actually engage your brain. It's so easy, like this co-option of the leftist idea of like, people say all the time, like, listen to black voices, listen to queer voices, listen to women, listen to women, and it's like fascists co-opt this stuff. They've co-opted it because it's popular and effective messaging. It's like, yeah, listen to women. People broadly understand that is a good idea, but then they will say it to be like, listen to TERFs. Listen to this one black guy that I know that says it's fine for white people to say the N-word. Listen to these Iranians who say that it's good that we bomb Iran. You know what I'm saying? Reactionary beliefs are like, this is the thing. This is why I think it's so like, we could just be very easily and simply more plain about this with actually engaging with the nuance of it, you know what I mean? And that is just like, do critical thinking, like materially observe what is happening and shit. You know what I mean? Listen to Candace Owens. She's Charlie Kirk too. Yep.
They've been
she's Charlie Kirk.
These things on TV,
carrying the flames.
There's a light at the end of the tunnel, and of course, Trump is treating the Shah's son with very similarly to how he treated the Venezuelan opposition leader, the Venezuelan leader in exile, who won the Nobel Peace Prize.
Machado.
The people on the ground in Venezuela and in Iran may think that he is an agent of change, but he's nothing of the sort. He's keeping them both at arm's length while dedicating himself to trying to get somebody he fancies into the top position, and of course succeeding in Venezuela and so far failing in Iran. The thing that people listening will need your help with is the holding two thoughts in your head at the same time. It's why the letter from
fucking James O'Brien, mate. That's classic James right there, bro. The thing that people will need when my audience, the thing that my audience will need is being able to believe that two things can be true at the same time. That's so good, mate. That's so good, mate. How have more thought? How make brain big? How read book?
Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe and over 100 other British Iranians is so powerful. You can despise this regime. You can wish for its disappearance with every fibre of your being, and at the same time, you can be repulsed by the action being taken by...
This is broadly good. To me, this is broadly good. I'm glad that people who are listening to James O'Brien's show can hear this stuff. I'm glad that they're hearing this stuff, and I'm glad that James is engaging with it. He's engaging with it in a deeply unintellectual way. in his own way, yeah. But I do think it's good. I think that this shit getting into the mainstream is really important, and I do think that like actually getting Iranians that have these takes, you know, signal boosting them, amplifying them, is incredibly important, because otherwise they just get drowned out by people like fucking Goldie What's-Her-Face and fucking Reza Pahlavi and all that shit. It's all filtered through his big pulsing neoliberal brain. The brain boy. The brain boy. You know?
Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and of course in their cases by the men taking the action. And do you understand why people on the outside can't quite fully grasp how you can hold those two positions at the same time? Because surely any...
Do you understand? Anyone who has asked this question is gonna say, no, I don't understand how people don't get this. Come on, dude. You're like asking, like, can you understand how people on the outside just don't quite get how fire come from stick? Can you help my audience understand? Fire come from stick? People will not understand, you know?
And at the same time, you can be repulsed by the action being taken by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and of course in their cases by the men taking
fire, glow and light, but also danger,
taking the action. And do you understand why people on the outside can't quite fully grasp how you can hold
It's the way he says it, mate. It's the way he says it. They can't fully grasp. Come on, man.
Those two positions at the same time, because surely any attempt to topple this regime is to be welcomed because the regime is so awful.
No, not if it's at the expense. Not if it's at the expense of what I'm seeing in Iran, where.
Yeah.
See, he's laughing because he just didn't expect that like completely normal answer. No, I can't understand this. How women have right without incinerate baby? Like, these questions are so important. The way she just said no. Hey, willow trees and hey, apple chips. A direct no is apparently the anathema to the liberal brain.
But schools are being hit.
I just want to uninterrupted have that whole bit just recorded. I just want to play that all uninterrupted.
Ratcliffe and over 100 other British Iranians is so powerful. You can despise this regime. You can wish for its disappearance with every fibre of your being, and at the same time, you can be repulsed by the action being taken by Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu, and of course in their cases by the men taking the action. And do you understand why people on the outside can't quite fully grasp how you can hold those two positions at the same time? Because surely any attempt to topple this regime is to be welcomed because the regime is so awful.
No, not if it's at the expense. Not if it's at the expense of what I'm seeing in Iran, where.
Yeah.
He had to like rearrange himself in his chair after that. You know what I mean? He was so comfortable. He thought he was like, he really thought that he was in the like synergy cross podcast engagement Bastani mindset of engaging in debate. Right? He was like the brain boy, you know, I'm chopping the top of my head off. I'm squeezing a whole fucking can of Monster in there, mate, and then I'm putting it back on, sewing it back up. This is the take. This is the brain boy. Yeah, in action. He was so comfortable in delivering that line, and then straight away, as soon as she just fucking said, no. He thought he was in the zone. He thought he was in the zone, and he's fucking writhing. Just fucking quality. Absolutely fucking quality. Classic James. Classic James O'Brien. It's so silly. All you have to do is think of USA attacking Iran to liberate. Just think of whatever your country is and being attacked by USA or some other country. He thought he was cooking, yeah. He really was. Mental. Absolutely mental.
Schools are being hit.
He's been discombobulated, yeah.
Being hit, where the pharmaceutical companies that make medication, because Iran is under sanctions. So anything Iran does, it doesn't do with international help. It can't just go and buy medicines on the international market because of the sanctions.
No, you see, I'm the British Hassan. This is what people don't understand, Soul Chicken. You know what I mean? I'm literally just the British Hassan. But I'm also more base than Hassan. This is what people need to get. This is why more and more people need to be in here. You need to be telling all your mates who are outside doing important organizing stuff, you tell them to stop that shit. Stop that embarrassing kid shit and get home, put the computer on, get a little blankie on, order an Uber Eats from an oppressed migrant worker who's terrified of being deported. Don't stop worrying about them. Stop doing anti-raid stuff, right? Get in here and give me money. That's how this works, right? Just for my own benefit, that was all sarcasm. Just in case someone really didn't get that was all sarcasm. That's totally sarcasm.
They have to make themselves. So when they hit the pharmaceutical companies,
but you should give me money. If you are in here, you should give me money. You should just give me money. You know?
The dialysis centers, the schools, the hospitals. No, I don't think we can just want regime change at absolutely any cost.
No, I was thinking more before, because I think the events you...
True, I had to take time off today for organising. Never doing that shit again. Fuck yeah! Fuck organising! Giving Mule precisely £1 will overthrow a random fascist capitalist regime somewhere on Earth. This is true. More and more people are saying this, Sorka, you know?
Will have focused the mind and changed minds. That's why I really recommend this piece in the Financial Times today under the headline, Iranians rethink the price of regime change. I'm just expressing it.
What?
Any cost.
No, I was thinking more before, because I think the events you described will have focused the mind and changed minds. That's why I really recommend this piece in the Financial Times today under the headline, Iranians rethink the price of regime change. I'm just expressing an understanding of where they were before it started, or where they were.
You can't call yourself... I know that James O'Brien doesn't really call himself, a proper lefty or whatever. He thinks he's a sensible, doesn't he? He thinks he's a briefcase. You know what I mean? He really just loves briefcases because he is a briefcase. It's who he is. He sees himself reflected in Keir Starmer and West Street and all them cunts. But how can you call yourself any shade of left if you're like, I think a really important outlet on talking about the issues of the Iranian diaspora is the Financial Times. I think it's a Financial Times. I think you should read the Financial Times. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Come on, man.
In the first hours of it, because you are so desperate for change, you will grasp at straws, and these are the straws.
It is condescending.
Trump and Netanyahu offered, and then as the reality began to settle and to become clear, you realised that these people, as you...
Sorka, thank you so much for doing your part to topple a random fascist regime. The junta in Myanmar has just been toppled by the revolution. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Sorka, for making that happen with your £1 donation to the Donkus, Jonkus, Stronkus. Thanks for the tip. Appreciate you, Queen.
Said at the outset, we're not your friends at all, and we're not motivated on any conceivable level by concern for or support for the Iranian population.
Exactly. I think you just have to look at the examples that everyone cites.
No, you're right, Soul Chicken. Financial Times international relations journalism is a reliable source, only because capitalist investors need to actually know what is happening so they can profit from it. Yeah, no, absolutely. But, like, James O'Brien is not going to be He's not going to be like me. Like, I read Financial Times articles on this stream from that perspective, right? Because you're right. You're absolutely right. But there's no way that James O'Brien is saying it because James O'Brien is saying read the Financial Times because he thinks it makes him sound smart. Soundkiller139, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Thanks for supporting the stream. Enjoy your ad reviewing and your emotes. Appreciate the support. Oh, mate. Yeah, I do actually listen to some Financial Times stuff. It's literally Capital, talking to Capital, sans a lot of the propaganda slot for the hogs. No, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, there's no way that James O'Brien is cutting through with that kind of actual, like, critical thinking and understanding of the media class. He thinks that Financial Times opinion pieces are good journalism. That's literally it. He's just like, yeah, mate, Financial Times, great journalism. Some of the best journalism I've ever read. But he isn't doing it. He isn't reading it to be like, yes, I can see how the capitalists are shitting themselves today. You know what I mean? He's not reading it from that perspective whatsoever. He's just like, this is an informative article. This is an informative article. No, I don't think. No. I don't think that it was an opinion piece, particularly the one that he's referring to. It could be. Let's have a look. Let's look at the article. Yeah, Iranians rethink the price of regime change. So here we go. 15 hours ago. This was from earlier today. What do we got here? Najmeh Bozorgemir in Tehran. After thousands are killed in a brutal crackdown on anti-regime protests in Iran in January, Mandana gave up hope. Is this an opinion piece? How do you know if it's opinion? I don't think it's opinion. Let's have a look. She's talking about Mandana, who, like others interviewed, used a pseudonym, believed the change she had coveted had finally come. Her experience in the terrifying days has shattered that belief. Airstrikes have targeted not just military sites and senior regime figures, but have repeatedly hit civilian infrastructure. Over the weekend, Tehran was enveloped in toxic black smog after Israel bombed fuel depots around the city. On Tuesday, massive explosions. We weren't supposed to be bombed. Our city, our country, this wasn't supposed to happen. How is it Venezuela saw clean, bloodless regime change, but not here? I don't think he's talking to a real person. I don't think this is a real person. If you live in Iran and you know, I'm not saying that everyone in Iran is like super informed about politics or like knows everything that's happening. We saw interviews with people in Tehran in like the bazaar and stuff like that who said, nah, there's not going to be any war because both sides are just like chatting rubbish, right? It wasn't clean, bloodless regime change. I don't know. I don't think he's speaking to real people. I don't think he's speaking to real people. Scale and destruction of the apparent resilience of the Islamic regime appointed a Khamenei's son, Mujtaba, new supreme leader. Approaching 2 weeks of the war, no signs of this. Even those who loathe the Islamic Republic appear to have recoiled at the destruction, and comments including Donald Trump's threats to target electricity production facilities if the regime escalated. One sociologist in Tehran who was critical of the regime in the war said there was anecdotal evidence of a growing sense of nationalism emerging from the war, as happened during Israel's 12-day conflict against Iran last year, where people rallied around the flag. This doesn't support James O'Brien's argument, right? This actually doesn't support James O'Brien's argument. This is what I mean. He doesn't read this shit with a critical like lens at all. He's just like, oh well, this explains how Iranians in the diaspora. If this person could be an absolutely on the ground in Tehran, lived in Tehran her entire life, she could totally be an Iranian who lives in Tehran, right? You know, gave up for hope for reform from within, all that kind of business. I believe it. Let's say I believe this in order to analyze this article critically and, from a scientific journalistic perspective to analyze things properly geopolitically all over the world, in Iran, particularly in Iran with regards to the war and people on the ground and how they think about it. Let's say that this person is real. Even if this person is saying this and they're in Tehran, they're saying, why didn't we get a bloodless regime change like in Venezuela? It does not mean the Iranian monarchist restorationists. This person isn't even saying that they're a monarchist restorationist, that they want the Shah. Is the Shah mentioned in this? Okay. Expatriate communities staged large rallies in Western capitals calling for an end to the Islamic Republic. Reza Pahlavi supported military action. Maybe he should come now with his 3 daughters and see how it feels to be bombarded, said one woman who opposes the current regime but also rejects a return to the monarchy. That's what I mean. He even says here. He's comparing this one. He's comparing this one woman who literally says she rejects the fucking monarchy to the Iranian monarchist reactionary fucking diaspora. It doesn't even confirm his bias. It doesn't even prove his point or anything like that.
Iraq, Libya, Syria. Yeah. Why do you imagine that the Americans in the U.S. are going to have any different intentions for you? When has America ever been concerned with actually helping civilian populations rather than just bombing them?
I think in Afghanistan. Well, I don't know. It's a rhetorical question, I know, and it's not something we need to get into today because.
When has America ever been concerned with a country rather than just bombing them? And he's like, it's a rhetorical question. I guess it is, but you could just say never. You know the answer to this question. You could just say, yeah, you're right. They never have.
I do know the answer to that question because I asked Iranian people, not so much this time round, but 9 months ago. I was told that the Iranian character, the Iranian history, the Iranian even, and this is slightly...
He's flattening entirely the okay. Multiple ethnicities exist within Iran. Literally multiple. There's like fucking 11 different broad ethnic groups, of which there are subgroups within each broad group. And he's just like, yeah, the Iranian character. What's he going to say now?
For a whole bunch of reasons. Even the Iranian or the Persian ethnicity was so different from the residents
Persian
of the
ethnicity
that you've just described that things would go differently. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now.
He's so out of depth it's physically hurting his eye. I know, he really does look like he's in a bit of pain.
Can I tell you where that stems from?
Please.
It's this idea, which is, historically it's true, but in 2026 it holds no relevance, of Persia being the land of the Aryans. That's what Iran means. It's the land of the Aryans.
Okay.
And Iranians, as we grow up, we like to hold ourselves differently and say that we are not Arabs. We're not like the Saudis, we're not like the Iraqis, we're not like the Syrians, we're not Arabs, we are Aryans. And it doesn't have the connotations that it would have had in Germany, of course. Right. It's not the same thing. But historically, Iran was the land of the Aryan people. So they like to hold themselves out as we are closer to America and we are closer to Israelis than we are to the Arab countries and the Arab nations.
Yeah, this is what the monarchist restorationists say all the time. They're like, we are supremacist. Like they engage in supremacy. They engage in this idea of Persian supremacy, and it's literally so. The kind of things that monarchist restorationists say are the kind of things that white supremacists say in the West, right? They refer to like the Persian Empire was fucking great and it was brilliant and it was so good and yada yada yada, and it's like, no, they had slaves, they did wars, they murdered thousands of people, probably millions. Who fucking knows? There probably weren't enough people around at that time for it to be millions or whatever. But they likely committed many genocides, just as an empire. And it's the same shit that white supremacists say about Rome. It's like, yeah, Rome, it was so good. They did so much good stuff. It was a strong empire and it was really important. It was like, no, it was just fucking completely debauched and horrific and genocidal and all that shit. Yeah. Empires are made of blood and conquest. Absolutely, yeah. But that, this is the kind of shit that like the reactionary Iranian diaspora talk about. Like, and she's absolutely spot on. That's why, like, again, listen to Iranian voices, not just ones that echo the liberal mainstream narrative, the ones that talk about this shit with an incredibly educated and fucking like, nuanced, just like it's not even incredibly educated. It's just common sense. You know what I mean? It's just like, a lived experience, an understanding of where these people, are coming from in terms of like the reactionary elements and the progressive elements.
Next to us, and it's based on that we think we're going to be treated differently.
They're harkening back to a prelapse area in imaginary past. Yep.
Yeah, on from the Iranian diaspora, and they say we're different to them. And I as an Iranian that lives, I'm a British Iranian, but as someone with Iranian origin that lives here, and I travel widely, extensively in America, I'm not looked at as though I'm any different to anyone that is just brown. They don't treat me differently because I'm Iranian. They just look at me as a brown person from the Middle East.
This is
and I think that's really lost on a lot of Iranians who live here. They like to hold themselves out differently, and it's a shame because they are a bit cowards in terms.
Like I've heard Iranians. I've read Iranians on Twitter say about Omid Jalili, Omid Jalili, who was paraded around as an expert on Iran. Did I even cover this on stream, by the way? Did I even fucking cover this on stream, by the way? This was like, I think this happened this weekend. Omid Jalili, who was being paraded around by the legacy media in the UK, and Channel 4 in particular, as an expert on Iran. Yeah? This is what he fucking tweeted the other week. In response to Zach Polanski, by the way. Zach Polanski, leader of the Greens, saying the US and Israel shouldn't have blown up a fucking girls' school, right? Here's what he said. Nothing is proved yet, Zach. Nothing is proved yet, Zach. The fact that you are spreading misinformation is appalling for someone in your position. To date, no one has been allowed to see any evidence of the casualties or even the site itself. The regime says it's America or Israel. The Americans say they were nowhere near the area. Here's what Iranians inside Iran say. IRGC blew it up themselves to fill it up with dead bodies of children they've kept on ice, hidden away in cold storage from the January slaughters to put on display in order to blame their aggressors. Good, that, innit? Proper good. The fact that we've not seen the evidence yet is a red flag, as we know the regime would have gleefully paraded those images on television and all over the internet. They did! You can see it. You can see loads of it. You can see the funeral. You can see the graves. Doesn't matter. Most probably they were caught on film transferring the bodies, hence why there is now a media blackout. No media blackout. As well as a full internet blackout. No internet blackout. No internet blackout. Not happening. As Iranians, we know how this regime operates. We're talking about new levels of evil, right? I saw this and I just didn't read it because it looked like ass and I was right. Yeah, you were right. You were right. You were right. The thing about this is that this is literally Alex Jones' Sandy Hook conspiracy stuff. If he said this about a school shooting, if he said this about the Dunblane massacre, he would be sued for millions of pounds. He would be sued for millions of pounds. And listen to how strikingly similar this is to Zionist rhetoric about October the 7th. Right? Now, someone responded to him and said, listen, mate, I know that you're passionate about your homeland and stuff, but this is edging into insane Graham Linehan territory, right? Graham Linehan, famously, The Turf, yeah? Unfortunately wrote Father Ted, an extremely good comedy with another guy who probably did most of the jokes. But anyway, regardless, Graham Linehan, yeah. What did Omar Jalili say to that? Glinner was proved right. Hell yeah, dude. This is so good. I keep saying it over and over again, yeah? I keep saying it. I keep saying it over and over again. Now, I know that this reactionary stuff is not exactly Zionist, but you know how similar it is. I've just said how similar it is to Zionism, yeah? And it's because these Iranian monarchist restorationist movements are infiltrated by Zionism. I've said it so many times already, right? You know? Zionism and transphobia. Shaking hands. Yeah? Zionism and transphobia, name a better duo. You can't. This kind of reactionary shit is super Zionist, and that's why Omar Jalili is a fucking TERF as well. That's why he's a fucking transphobe. You know? Yes, it's a package deal. So yeah, really normal stuff. The reason why I brought him up is because I've seen Iranians refer to him as doing essentially like racist Arab minstrel shows in The Mummy. Like, if we look at like let's take a look at his fucking scene in The Mummy, right? I'm just going to type in something that a boomer would type in. Omar Jalili, the Mummy funny scene. Yeah? Let's take a look at this. So straight away, he's a sneaky thief, a sneaky Arab thief, yeah? That's definitely not a stereotype. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah.
Let's get us some treasure. Careful.
That's so good, bro. That's so good.
Of actually holding themselves out from that.
Also, hi, Steve.
Gosh, you had. I hope this doesn't sound patronising, Sarah, but you had quite a lot to get off your chest this morning, I think.
And can I just a prediction?
Yes.
I think I really have because anytime you speak of this, they, as you just say, they tell you, oh, you must be pro-regime. No, I despise the regime. They are evil people, and they're gross, and they need to be gone. But I think that over the next couple of weeks, you're going to see these marches from the Iranian diasporas die down. One reason in particular.
They already are.
One particular reason is that the Attorney General's office in Iran announced that any sort of dual Iranian citizen that lives abroad and has been found to be advocating for this war, they will lose any right in Iran to, if they have any land, if they have any income in Iran, if they have any inheritance in Iran, they will lose that right and they will be identified. And I reckon a lot of
I don't think she's right about that, because I don't think any of these fucking monarchist restorationist freaks have any of that. I actually don't think they have any connection to Iran other than they've got like family there. They're that's where they descend from and shit like that. I'm not sure if there is an amount of those guys that do have that. It's probably a minority, right? You know what I mean? I despise the regime feels so weird to say for a place that has nothing to do with you. Yeah, I mean, I think like the important thing to remember is that like this person is saying I despise the regime, but they're not saying it from this like liberal interventionist position. You know what I mean? Like I have much less criticism for someone saying it in this way than restorationists and white people. Like particularly the people who I take the most umbrage with criticizing Iran are just white people, right? That's who I take the most umbrage with. It's white people, and it's particularly white media figures. Yeah, I think she's centered the important issue, and I think that's the main thing to remember here. Like, she's talking about how these restorationists are reactionary and shit like that. Like, as just like a regular Iranian person, I'm not going to criticize her. Do you know what I mean? It's like, that's up to you. That's up to you. Like, I don't take issue with that whatsoever. But like, the people that you should take issue with just like openly just being like hand-wringing and shit like that when talking about Iran and like the government and shit like that, the people that should draw the most ire are white people and fucking particularly white media figures like James O'Brien, but mostly people like Tom Swarbrick, Nick Ferrari, you know, these reactionary fucks who just manufacture consent for regime change. You know what I'm saying? You know?
These people are now waking up to the fact that, oh, so you're saying I might not be able to, you know, keep getting my rent from the house that I have in Iran and live here.
Yes, but also more generously, that they are seeing that they were wrong. And you know, we all find it almost impossible to admit that we were wrong, but it will happen, and it is happening, and it's why the FT piece is so powerful today, and so it won't just be self-interest. It will.
The FT piece is so powerful, bro. He didn't read it, bro.
Will be the evidence of their eyes and ears that becomes unignorable. Sarah, thank you. Majid's in Maidenhead. Majid, what would you like to say?
Hi, James. I'm just giving you a bit about my background. I'm an Iraqi-born, what I call British citizen now. I've been in this country for 45 years. I came as a student when Iraq was a prosperous society.
Gosh.
And obviously I've seen the Iraq-Iran war, the first one when Iraq was encouraged, or they encouraged Saddam Hussein to go and bomb the hell out of Iran, which is the new revolution, and what have you, and into the
James was smiling. Look how he's holding his fucking head, mate. Like, the reason that he's holding his fucking head like that is because James smiled because he got a bit of history right. Like, this guy was explaining the Iran-Iraq war, and James was like, Iran-Iraq war? And then he realized he was smiling when this guy's talking about like a horrible thing that probably affected his life for the rest of his life and traumatized him, and then he like grabbed his face. Watch him do it. It's funny as fuck.
To go and bomb the hell out of Iran, which is the new revolution, and what have you. And
why is he smiling? What are you smiling for, you freak?
Iraq, Kuwait war, you know, first Gulf War. So I've seen it all. And then intersection and sanctions.
He's rotten, isn't he? Yeah.
And how America and allies literally bombed Iraq to
back to the Stone Age was the phrase that I think they used. Was it, or was that Afghanistan? Yeah. I always forget.
No. Iraq as well. They put them back to the Stone Age. That's
the history is extraordinary. I mean, even little things.
Let him finish, you fuck.
I, as a Westerner with an interest in these matters, but not.
Let me just insert myself as a Westerner with interest in these matters.
With anything like the intellectual or the emotional investment or the familial investment that you have, you know, the fact that the West was on the same side as Iraq in the Iraq-Iran war, and then, of course, opposed to Iraq after Iraq invaded Kuwait, speaks to something, doesn't it? Inconsistent, or something that's beyond pragmatism. It's entire pure self-interest, and yet we just watch history repeat itself. In this case, in Iran, now facing what Iraq faced years ago.
Exactly. I mean, obviously, Iraq was encouraged to go and move into Kuwait.
Yes.
But that's history. I mean, that history. Then I was actually, with all the propaganda about what's happening in Iraq and how the way they demonized the regime and I started to believe in it. And I was really looking forward to the second wave of attacking Iraq, you know, with a weapon of mass destruction of, and how Bush, you know, got the collision of the willing, or whatever he called it. And guess what? I mean, I was all for it. Yeah, we need a regime change. Let's go for it. We do need a regime change. And then
it happened.
It happened.
Shut up, man. You know, he loves the sound of his own voice. I know that I keep pausing this to chat, but I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm not a professional LBC radio host that get paid fucking 90 grand a year or some shit, however much he fucking earns.
And that actually, in after
this is what I think all the time when I watch LBC. I'm like, these cunts are so fucking unprofessional. They're so embarrassing. They're so annoying. Let these motherfuckers speak. Stop inserting yourself into the fucking conversation, you fucking knobhead.
And when I went back there, and I did go back, by the way, to visit, because I do have a family there.
Yeah.
And it just, the place, when I left it was something. I know I live in 1979, so that was,
this is, what, I can't remember what it was that we were watching the other day, where people were saying like, oh, I've heard some Iraqis get nostalgic about when Saddam Hussein was in power, right? And it's like, yes, there will be some Iraqis who are nostalgic about that, because not only was life under Saddam Hussein good for some people, if you kept your head down, if you did what you were told, yada, 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 you could have an okay life, right? And that doesn't mean that you wouldn't get investigated by the secret police or whatever, yeah, there were all kinds of problems and shit like that. But it's fucking crazy that everything since then has been significantly worse. That's why people get nostalgic. It's absolutely fucking crazy. Can everyone just like stop bombing each other and like, I don't know, just be cool and hang out with each other, like in Star Trek? Yeah, it'd be great if the USA would stop bombing people, yeah. And like, to be clear, I'm quite militant about that kind of chat in my channel, because, people love to phrase it as like people bombing each other, and that's so wrong. There's nothing wrong with Iran defending itself, yeah? That's a hard line for me, yeah? It is bad that war happens, but someone is making the war happen, It's a one-sided thing. Let's not pretend that it isn't a one-sided thing, because it is. It's a one-sided thing. The aggressor is America in Israel, the empire,
Was a modern society. The education was, first, if not the best.
Things were better under Saddam, and I'm a fucking Kurd Iraqi construction worker to my face in 2022. Yeah, I believe it. I believe that even some Kurds would say that 1,000%. In
the Middle East, and the National Health Service. And you look at it, it is back to the Stone Age. The infrastructure is totally non-existing. Hospitals are, people can't even go and get simple treatments. And then I saw it turning into a civil war. People,
yes.
The Kurds against the Arabs, and the Arabs against the Kurds, and then the Shia against the Sunni, and the Sunni against the Shia. And it just...
He's talking about how Iraq was destabilized after the war, Baldwin.
It turned into an absolute...
After the overthrowing of Saddam Hussein.
Disaster. And I lost two of my brothers into the civil war.
I'm sorry.
So it happened. So what I'm trying to say in here, encouraging... The West encouraging, or America encouraging, with the help of the Israelis, and obviously that was Benjamin Netanyahu's dream, by the way. It has been his dream for the last 40 years, is to go through, getting rid of Iraq, getting rid of Syria, Libya, and his final list in the 7 wars, what they call it. I've done lots of research about his ambitions, is getting rid of Iran. It's about domination and domination of the Middle East, and
it is every neocon's wet dream. Absolutely, like that's another thing that people have to remember about when you're repeating these liberal talking points of, oh my god, it is distraction from the Epstein files, it's distraction from the Congress, it's distraction from the ICE bill, it's distraction from the Save America bill, it's distraction from the elections, it's distraction from talk about the midterms, it's distraction from the Texas House elections or whatever. Like, No, it's not. It's every neocon's wet dream. It's every Zionist neocon fascist's wet dream. You know, they've just always wanted to do imperialism. They just want to do imperialism. It's just what they like. It's what they like to do. And that's why you should absolutely stand against America and cheer on Iran in defending itself. Absolutely. Like, you know, we can't be fucking mealy-mouthed about this. We just can't, you know?
Do that. So really my advice...
Like, we were talking about it the other day. Iran is fucking decolonizing the region. They are attempting to, at least. And if they're successful, they could make things infinitely better for the entire fucking region. So, you know, let's see what happens.
Not my advice, it's up to the Iranian
the benefits, the fruits of your experience, I suppose, and the message you send today to Iranians who welcomed the attacks upon Iran is be careful what you wish for.
Absolutely. Once they bomb it back to the Stone Age, I mean, I know I've been monitoring this because obviously it brings back memory, horrible ones. And so they are repeating it again. You know, once they leave, what kind of society are they going to leave behind, you know, after they do this? You know, bombing a hospital, bombing a school, and bombing all sorts of, you know, civilian infrastructure, it doesn't mean...
Yeah, don't spam the chat with shit like that, Virulent.
...helping the society. It's actually not.
Yeah, but of course you were... I mean, this is why I'm grateful to you for ringing in today, because, as you said, you had been put into a place where you could welcome the original intervention, the original attempts at regime change in Iraq, but you are cognizant of what happened and what usually happens next, and that is the...
Fucking hell, James. Get a new fucking brain. Get a new fucking brain. Anyway, how's this shit going down in Australia? Let's take a look at this.
I mean, aren't you embarrassed? This is the guy you've hitched us to at the hip. I mean, he is a fascist, war criminal, fantasist, and you have hitched our country at the hip to him through AUKUS, through your obsequious toadying of the war criminals Trump and Netanyahu and their illegal war. It is humiliating, it's embarrassing, and it's degrading for our country.
There you go. Looks like there's one good Australian. That's not so bad. Hey, we were just talking about Lindsey Graham. No, we weren't. We were talking about him like an hour ago. Let's have a look at this.
More South Carolina Senator.
This is from yesterday. Trump landing at Joint Base Andrews.
Lindsey Graham, Senator, you know, as I listen to that to me is critical. If Donald Trump is offering them civilian use uranium that cannot be turned into weapons grade uranium, offering it to them for free in perpetuity, and they start out by saying that they have the absolute right to pursue nuclear weapons based on their history, their ideology, their chanting death to America. How could we not act?
Oh geez, Fox News. Yeah, I feel like what happens, Steve, is that I think that you like dip in and out of my stream like quite briefly and that's fine. Like if people want to watch the stream like that. But I will often look at reactionary content in order to critique it, right? You will find a lot of people say stupid things on the left. Like, well, I don't believe that these people are on the left, but you will find that people say stupid things on the left, like we should debate fascists. We should actually like speak to them in the marketplace of ideas and like debate their ideas and stuff. But the problem with that is that if you get a fascist on your stream or on your platform or whatever to, you know, debate them about ideas that have already been debunked thousands of times, all you're doing is lending credence to those ideas. Now, if it's someone who has a massive platform already, like Fox News, like the freaks and the pundits on Fox News and Senator Lindsey Graham and shit like that, you're not really platforming anything. You're reacting to the slop that is, you know, forced down our neck. on a consistent basis. And the reason that I will look at this stuff is because they will often, just have the reactionary line. We're not going here for news. We're not going here for updates. We go here to hear what the fascists are saying and to rebuke their talking points, if not outright humiliate them, right? That's what it's about. Obviously, we're not really doing humiliation because they don't feel it, they don't see it, but, I am broadcasting to my audience, my broad audience, my audience is growing. This is how you respond to people saying shit like this, you know what I mean? That's why I look at this shit, right? We watch much worse stuff than Fox News on my stream. We sometimes just watch fucking like Nick Fuentes shit. You know what I mean? It just depends. It depends on what the current fucking news is. Obviously, we're looking at war, so we're watching a lot more mainstream stuff at the minute. But if it's like a quiet news week, I'll take a look at what fucking Nick Fuentes is saying, what Andrew Tate is saying, because it's important that we like stay on top of what fascists are saying in order to try and radicalize people to the right. You know what I mean? But yeah, so don't be scared if we're watching Fox News. This doesn't represent me, doesn't represent my views, and you'll find out because we're going to hear what Lindsey Graham is saying and respond to it in the right way.
Thank you, Sean. Number one, I want to make a comment. We're fighting people, the Ayatollah and his son, who did not fall far from his father's tree. They're religious Nazis.
The Ayatollah's still alive? I understand I occasionally put on GBBs to see what they're on about. Yeah, we watch GB News sometimes to see that, yeah.
Nobody believed Hitler wanted to kill all the Jews and create a master race. They were wrong to miscalculate Hitler. People have miscalculated the Ayatollah and this regime for a very long time.
Bro, what? What? This is crazy, dude. By the way, the people who didn't believe that Hitler wanted to kill the Jews were the Allies, except for the USSR, right? The USSR knew that they were doing the Holocaust and knew that they wanted to, like, invade Europe and shit like that. They wanted to invade Russia. Fascinating stuff, man. Fascinating stuff. The Allies just like knew that this shit was happening and they just chose not to do it. What is this, what is this, Baldwin? Ali Reza Tangzeri, commander of the IRGC Navy. We guarantee the security of any oil tanker under any flag that could convince an American destroyer to escort it through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that real? Sometimes these guys chat rubbish. Sometimes Press TV chats rubbish, especially on their English channels. I would be a bit wary sometimes of stuff that they post because they have posted like AI shit over the last week. So, I know that people say like, oh, this is an IRGC, this is Iran state news and shit like that, but yeah, I would just say like just be a bit mindful sometimes of them because sometimes they do just chat rubbish. But if this is true, it's very funny. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they are absolutely spot on. This could absolutely be Ali Reza Tangzeri, but I don't know. Let's just see. Let's just do some real time shit. So Ali Reza Tangzeri, convince oil tanker, convince American destroyer. Let's see what that comes up with. So yeah, when you see when you Google that, all it comes up with is stuff on X, right? So like, check it. I've just Googled that. All it comes up with is that tweet, a Facebook post from Press TV Programs, and Press TV highlights, and then some random Twitter. IRGC says Navy targeted a US Navy thing. IRGC 8 days ago, 6 days ago, denied claims. Denied claims that US forces escorted a oil tanker. Yeah, I don't think this is real. Central Command releases footage. Zainab Nasser. Maybe if it's in Farsi, you know what I mean? Maybe they're reporting it on the Farsi channels or whatever. But yeah, I would just be mindful. And look, you know, I'm not saying like, oh, you know, Iranian state stuff is unreliable and it's because it's controlled by the regime and shit like that. Like, yeah, it's national news, it's state TV, and they could totally be engaging in psychological warfare. This could absolutely be directed by, you know, the government in Iran to say, yeah, just tweet some bullshit, man. Just do whatever you want. Like, go wax lyrical and scare the Americans, you know? It could totally be true. Could totally be true that is happening. But yeah, if you ever see something like anything on Twitter, like literally anything like on Twitter, just Google it. Just Google it and see if you could corroborate it with other sources. Like, that's the best way to do it. That's the best way to be literate about this stuff. You know, I'm not saying that this it means that some of the stuff that we know to be true isn't true, because there is stuff that we've looked at on the stream here. There is, you know, verified footage and verified images that we've looked at of, you know, Iran doing incredibly well in this war and achieving a lot of their military goals. But yeah, I would just remember that it's important to just engage in the critical thinking. And the reason that I'm saying that is because I saw something really powerful today about it, which was essentially like, in the age of misinformation, which we're currently in, it is not propaganda's purpose to convince you to a new way of thinking. It's propaganda's purpose to completely destroy critical thinking and destroy any kind of truth that we could possibly glean from what is being spoken about. You know what I mean? So it's incredibly difficult sometimes because, you know, we want Iran to be saying these funny based things because it is funny and based, and they have said some funny and based things which are verifiable, right? They have done that. But yes, we have to remember that there is a lot of AI slop going around. There is a lot of fake news going around. There is a lot of fog of war stuff going around. And it is all just designed to destroy your critical thinking, right? Like that's what it is, right?
Barack Obama and Joe Biden were fools when it comes to Iran.
Oh, yeah.
What did Donald Trump do? He spoke them out. They do not want peaceful nuclear power. They want a bomb to purify Islam, to destroy the state of Israel, and come after us.
They want a bomb to purify Islam. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, that's what Islam's all about, man.
They're religious Nazis, and Donald Trump proved
religious Nazis, yeah.
To Steve Witkoff and Jerry.
Yeah. Your side are definitely not religious Nazis who are doing this to usher in a war of Armageddon. Yeah. You guys are definitely not the religious Nazis, yeah?
God bless you. You missed the most important thing said on your show. They admitted to Steve, the Iranians, they had 430 kilograms of highly enriched uranium at 60%. It would take less than a month to go to 90%, enough to make 11 bombs. So on your show, it was disclosed that the Iranians...
I don't think that's true, man. I just don't think that's true at all.
Admitted to Steve Witkoff, we have enough highly enriched uranium to make 11 nuclear bombs. We literally dodged a nuclear bullet. If President Trump had not done this, they could have had a nuclear capability within months, weeks, not months. And if they had a weapon, they would use it. To all those who don't believe that, you're stupid. You're a fool, and I hate to be so...
American news is so gross, just showing footage of devastation as B-roll. But also, you've got to remember the thing that I just said about us being, fed slop. That's also happening from the West side as well. That's also happening from the imperialist side as well. Like, they are feeding us slop too. They are actually the biggest purveyors of slop. I think that Iran is doing a bit of slop. I think they're engaging in minute sloppery, right? acceptable amounts of sloppery. But I think that the US is, you know, they're the king of slop. They're literally the king of slop. They're like, here, peasants, do you like images of war? How about we give you this image? Like, look at this one. This is literally, they're just blowing up a truck. There's no way to tell if this is a military vehicle or not from this image. This could just be anything. This could be a truck full of Coca-Cola. Right? Do you know what I mean?
Believe that you're stupid. You're a fool, and I hate to be so harsh. People got...
Like, what was that? That one was so quick. I didn't even fucking see what it was. US media is saying Iran is going to attack California with drones. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, that one does look slightly more military, yeah. So that one could be easily a military target, yeah. This information is mad. It even just goes down to basic levels. My partner showed me a video of a Steve Irwin type character set next to it talking to a shoe bill, and I could spot straight away that it was AI. Yeah, for real. It's just mad.
People got Hitler wrong. Donald Trump is the right man at the right time. To our
Ayatollah Khamenei is Hitler. You could say a lot of things about the IRGC. You could say a lot of things, again, you know, but just like not Hitler, bro. These are not Hitler boys. What are you talking about? It's just, come on, man.
If you can't join this fight, what fight are you going to join? To Spain. You won't let us use your our air bases in your country to stop a homicidal regime.
Did you see how he slipped there? You won't let us use your air bases, our air bases in your country. No, they are their air bases. That's what they are. Like, they're in their country. They should be a sovereign country. You're just upset. You're just upset. Interesting they feel the need to exaggerate. Yeah, I wonder why that is.
From getting nuclear weapons that terrorize the world. I am encouraging President Donald J. Trump tonight to move all of our bases out of Spain. You know, we have an article...
I'm sorry, but also, like, this imagery here is also so, like, questionable to me. Because... I don't know, man. I feel like what's going to happen soon is some of this stuff is going to come out as it just, like, being AI as well. Because to me, I'm looking at this and I'm like, all right, so what is this? What are we looking at here? This is a vehicle that has a missile on it. But it also looks like it might not be a vehicle. It also looks like it might just be the trailer of a vehicle, right? So, you know, what exactly are we fucking looking at here? Is this like a missile that they, like, left outside? It kind of looks like the rear end of the missile is also kind of detached here. So it's like, is this just like a missile that they realized was fucked, so they just left it, or whatever? You know what I mean? There's no critical thought in this man's brain. It's actually disturbing. No, it's because he's had his criticism paid away with money, right? He's totally had his criticism paid away by money. He's received so much money. He's made so much money with his oil stocks over this fucking war that he's just like, blow the hell out of him. Get it all down. There's Hitler. He's just the same as Hitler. You know? He is the same as Hitler.
Urging President Donald J. Trump tonight to move all of our bases out of Spain. You know,
out of the Spain.
5 commitment to Spain under NATO, but we shouldn't have air bases in a country that will not let us use those planes to protect the world against.
Okay, that's really funny. He's being like, we should retract the empire. We should retreat the empire out of Spain. Yes, please do it. Yes.
The religious Nazi regime. As to Lebanon, there is a military leader in charge of the Lebanese army that I don't trust as far as I can throw him. He is willfully ignoring Hezbollah. He's not.
By the way, this is the, you know, this is the fucking military, well, not the military leader, but the, you know, the military apparatus, the leadership in Lebanon is totally fucking bought and paid for by Zionist and US interests, right? Israel and the USA have been demanding that Joseph Aoun and the other guy, I can't remember the prime minister's name, disarm and disband Hezbollah for the last 2 fucking years. Do you know what I mean? And, you know, Be careful, Spain is Spain is in the American hemisphere. No, but like they're already occupying them, you know? They're already occupying Spain. So like, you know, we don't need to be worried of an invasion because they are fucking already invaded. He wants to make the case to bomb those as well. Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, he wants to bomb. He wants to do a Saddam Hussein to fucking Joseph Aoun in Lebanon. So, you know, it's just mad. It's absolutely mad. Also, hi, Gamago. Welcome in. Oil price over 92. Oh, hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. There we go. It's happening, dog. They tried to stabilize the market. Let's see if we can see if a similar thing happened in 2022. Yeah, you can see in 2022 at the start of the Ukraine war, Russian invasion of Ukraine. From January there, you can see it climbs up a bit here, and it got to like a similar point as to where it is now. And then they tried to stabilize it, and then it went right up there again to $110 a barrel. And then they tried to stabilize it a bit more. It didn't work, and it went up. And then gradually, more and more, they've stabilized it over the period. But they've not been able to bring it back down to like, I don't know. Let's take a look at a 10-year timeline. So this is 2022. They've not been able to bring it back down to pre. Like this is like I can't go back that far, but like, you know, look back here in 2016, just before fucking Trump came into office, it was at $40 a barrel, right? And it's just gone up and up and up and up, and then back down, and then up and then down, and then way back down again. You know, they've tried to maintain it at this level, but they haven't. Bro, it's never going back. It's never going back. It's just never fucking going back. You know? Hey, Ninja Can. Might be a good idea to address our dependence on petrol. Absolutely. I believe both Trump and Hegzer think that the other is preventing them from using the nuke because the politics of MAD are so obtuse. Yeah, could be. Could be. Anyway.
Not disarming Hezbollah. There were rockets fired from areas that were supposed to be cleared by the Lebanese army. Let's get somebody in charge of the Lebanese military that will use it. Finally, to my friends in Saudi Arabia, I've been your biggest champion. I think the Crown Prince has taken Saudi Arabia in a completely different direction.
Hell yeah, he loves all the torture and all the slave labor. He loves all the funding of genocides in fucking Yemen and shit. He loves that shit. Yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude.
A good way. But here's what I want to say to Saudi Arabia tonight. I'm willing to...
You're not being servile enough.
...do a mutual defense agreement with your country to give you protection in perpetuity. Under the...
Bro! The reality of that is being displayed to them in real time! They had a mutual defense agreement. What are you talking about? Sorry, for some reason the boy... I just heard something in the back, and I was like, that sounds like the boy is trying to rub himself up against my fucking bike chain. And he was like, I have a plastic bag wrapped around my bike chain so that he doesn't fucking do that. And he was just right in there. He was just right fucking in there. And he's probably got fucking oil all over himself.
Agreement I've been pushing, and I hope we can continue to talk about. If you're attacked by Iran, we would go to war for you. To Saudi Arabia, our embassy was hid in Riyadh. Do you not have an obligation to join the fight with us? You've yet to do that. So if you do not believe the American embassy being attacked in Riyadh would trigger mutual self-defense, maybe we shouldn't do a treaty with you. To our friends in the United Arab Emirates, you joined the Abraham Accords when nobody else would. You've been a great partner, but you said today publicly at the UN, your country would not be used to join the fight against the Ayatollah's regime. This is so disappointing. We need partners that will step forward in a fight that we can't afford to lose. The Arab countries are as much at threat as we.
Yeah, we were talking about oil, and Melpert was like, hell yeah, dude. I'm going to get in on some of that shit. We're going to get in on some of that shit. Luckily, he did not have oil all over him. He was very upset about me picking him up and checking him for oil.
We are. And I've been saying this for 20 years. Finally, we got a commander-in-chief that's clear-eyed. He tried diplomacy. He tried to give them what they say they want, peaceful nuclear power, and they told us to go to hell. And quietly and cheating, they acquired enough highly enriched uranium to build 11 bombs, and the world missed that. If it had not been for Witkoff and Jared, we wouldn't know that. So President Trump, not only did you do the right thing, you did it in the nick of time. And to all the critics of President Trump, do you really believe the Ayatollah wouldn't use a nuclear weapon if he had it?
Yes. Next question, Lindsay.
Do you really believe this regime is normal? They're no more normal than Hitler was. So we have a commander-in-chief tonight.
They're no more normal than Hitler was. Okay. All right, dude.
And President Trump, who saved us in literally the nick of time. If we'd waited another year, they would have had 11 nuclear
Good night,
bombs,
Steve.
and they would use them. I've come to understand that there's some people you just can't deal with. If somebody wants to burn your house down, you don't negotiate with them, you stop them. So President Trump has embarked on a great quest to destroy a religious Nazi regime that would destroy us.
A great quest.
I hope something better comes along. But tonight, we need to honor this young man and the other 6 who fell. The best thing you can do to honor this young man is finish.
You know they keep messing up the numbers, by the way. They keep messing up the fucking numbers. They keep saying shit like this, right? He just said, we need to honor this young man, and then he didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. And then he was like, oh, and the other 6 who fell as well, right? Are you back from your oil excursion, your oil investment? Hey, did you acquire oil? He's like, let's have a fucking wrestle, you cunt.
Finish the job he died for. And to all those who died in this endeavor called Epic Fury, you're protecting America, because I believe with all my heart and soul, if the regime in Iran still stands when this is over, we've made a mistake. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. They've been lying about what they're doing with their nuclear program. They want to bomb because they're Nazis. They're crazy. They want to kill all the Jews. And the Jews have been down that road before. To our friends in Israel, God bless you. I'm with you in every way. To all the anti-Seminites, to all the isolationists.
Anti-Semnites. Anti-Semnites. It's so good, dude. He's just doing the Israel line, by the way. You know, this is just what the Israel line is. The Israel line is literally like, everyone in Iran is an anti-Semite. They want to kill all the Jews. It's the same as fucking, you know... It's the same as what they were saying about Hamas. You know what I mean? Yes, let us ignore the existence of Iranian Jews and Christians. Iranian Jews, by the way, the highest population of Jewish people in the Swana region. Literally. Outside of Israel. They have the biggest Jewish population outside of Israel in the Swana region. In Iran. You know? So, yeah, man. I'm sure that they want to kill him. I'm sure that they want to do that. Despite letting them worship and despite letting them, like, live in, you know, the way that they fucking see fit, etc. Do we rank anti-Semnite above or below anti-Semitite, which is what Fetterman said? They're both on the same level. John Fetterman and Lindsey Graham, you know, they're like this. They're just two sides of the same card, you know what I mean?
Forget it. I'm not with you. I'm with Israel. I will be with Israel to our dying day. They're the best ally we could hope for. So we have a commander-in-chief in President Trump, who I think is Ronald Reagan plus. He's told the Iranians...
I think is Ronald Reagan plus.
Beyond recognition. So tonight...
Two cheeks of the same ass, yeah.
...understand that President Trump is doing what he had to do. You could not ignore this information and be a protector of America. The evidence was beyond clear. They do not want a nuclear power program. They want a bomb. And the only way they won't get a bomb is for somebody to stop them. And that somebody is Bibi and Trump. God bless.
Anti-Semitite is a deeply racist crystal. That was very good, Sorka. Fetterman has to prove he's leveled up to full pedo Nazi, though. Come on! What? Seriously? You think Fetterman is not fucking full pedo Nazi? You think he's not Team Epstein? Are you joking? That motherfucker would have been on the Lolita Express in a heartbeat. In a millisecond. As soon as Epstein was like, what are you fucking talking about, you idiot? We're doing pedo shit on this island. Fetterman would have been like, wow, epic party, sir. Are you kidding me?
You both.
Let me delve a little deeper with your frustration with our allies and what you mean by this. I was particularly, like you, shocked over Spain and Great Britain and Macron in France. Now, I've looked at Europe. Europe is in a precipitous decline, and Secretary
precipitous decline.
This out in a speech in Munich. The president has been pointing it out. The president had to drag Europe kicking and screaming to pay their fair share for NATO, but. On the issue,
no, he didn't. No, he didn't. They did it. They did it straight away. They did it straight the fuck away
for their own countries and their
own
continent.
Steph.
They have also had unfettered immigration without assimilation.
Unfetterment.
How do we ever end up with 87 Sharia?
Oh hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. This is so good. We're going into 87 Sharia courts. Unfettered immigration. Fucking hell yeah, dude.
Courts in Great Britain.
87 Sharia courts in Great Britain. Hell yeah, man. That's so good. Yeah, man. And they took over the real courts, didn't they? That's what's happening. That's why Palestine Action were held on remand for 2 years without trial, because the Sharia courts, they said, no, not Muslim. You weren't looking out for a majority Muslim region Muslimly enough. So they put the Palestine Action activists in jail. That's what they did. And when they removed Fatima Zainab's hijab and wouldn't let her wear hijab in jail and denied her going to Islamic studies classes in jail when she was on remand, put in prison without trial, that was because she didn't do it Muslimly enough, right? That's why that happened. Yeah. You're really smart. You're really smart, Hannity. You got it spot on. That's exactly what's happening in the UK. By the way, chat, if you don't know what he's talking about in the UK when he talks about Sharia courts, there are Sharia courts in the UK, right? But they don't operate in the way that fascists want you to think they operate in. They don't dictate what happens about like punishing people or whatever. They are literally religious guidance courts. They help people with things like marriage, with things like divorce. Like there are Catholic tribunals that do the same thing. There are Church of England tribunals that do the same thing. There are Jewish courts that do the same thing. These are literally religious advice organizations. Yes, they hear the scary foreign word and their mind runs wild. Right. That's all it is. And again, it's like, that's why on Fox News they have like this as some kind of like a scary image of Tehran. They've got like, oh, look, you don't know what this says. This probably says, kill that white guy watching this show right now.
We end up with no-go zones.
Because they just don't know what it says in Arabic.
And
of course, it wouldn't be that way. It would be that way, but you know what I mean.
In other parts of Europe, how is it they have embraced socialism, climate alarmism, and on a
don't fucking threaten me with a good time, Hannity.
A separate note to our friends in the Middle East. This is your moment of choosing, just like it is Western Europe. This is your moment to
splitting the stuff in a divorce evenly is Sharia law, by the way. Yeah, I believe it.
To stand against this evil regime, or you're not. Let us know where you stand. I think the president had very, very appropriate comments for, the Prime Minister of Great Britain. He's no Winston Churchill.
Well, I would just say this. When I go back to South Carolina, I try to make the argument if we don't hit them now, they will hit us later. When it comes to radical Islam, you may be tired of fighting them. They're tired of fighting you. When I ask people in South Carolina, how many people believe in this room if the Ayatollah had a nuclear weapon, he would use it, 90% raised their hand. I want to keep the war.
90% of the people that I propagandize to believe that brown people are bad agreed with me. So that just means that we're right. Case closed.
Or from coming here. The best way to protect America is to hit them over there before they get here. The best way to protect America is to have allies. To our friends in Saudi Arabia, I am willing to do a treaty to go to war for you, but you got to step up and let America know you're a reliable ally. If you cannot join this fight, Iran has attacked your country viciously. What fight?
Hey, Brody, yeah, he's way more than like Churchill than we'd like, 1,000%.
Together that stands against evil, that insists on a better Mideast. Let's don't go backward, let's go forward.
Let's don't go backward, let's go forward. Chat, let's move on to this next fucking Lindsey Graham bit. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I won't be too long, but I'm going to leave you with this. He's talking about Operation Epic Fury on Fox News. Let's hear what he says.
Futures exclusive is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, the chairman of the Senate Budget Committee, which shapes the overall
All right, back in a tick.
as well as a member of the Appropriations Committee, which decides how money is actually spent. Senator, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
And I want to get your take on all of this. $1 billion a day. Oil prices up 27% in a week. You've got the president wanting a $1.5 trillion defense budget in 27. The idea that the Pentagon is about to come to you for $50 billion on these strikes to Iran. How are you going to answer?
Best money ever spent. Was it worth to America to take down a religious Nazi regime who's trying to build a nuclear weapon to deliver to America? That's a really good investment. They're going to fall. It's not if the regime falls, it's a matter of when. And you didn't mention today, and nobody has, quite frankly, we now know they had enough 60% enriched uranium to make 11 bombs. What's that worth to America to make sure they don't have 11 bombs? All of this money is to make sure they never go nuclear, they can't hit us with ballistic missiles, and they stop terrorizing the region. When this regime goes down, we're going to have a new Mideast. We're going to make a ton of money. Nobody will threaten the Straits of Hormuz again. But Donald J. Trump saved the world from real chaos. Witkoff, the negotiator, was told by the Iranians openly that they have stockpiled enough 60% enriched uranium, 460 kilograms, to make 11 bombs. Thank God Trump did this. Can you imagine a year from now? What would it cost America if Iran had 11 nuclear bombs to threaten us? They would hold us hostage. We would be held hostage in perpetuity by this terrorist regime. So the money we're spending is a good investment to take down a regime that's been the largest state sponsor of terrorism, has got American blood on its hands. And when this regime falls, it's not if, when. We're going to have a gateway to peace. And the next thing that will happen is Saudi Arabia will recognize Israel. And that will be the biggest change in 2,000 years in the Mideast. And Donald J. Trump is the man to make it all happen. He's the first president in 47 years to call the question on the Iranian regime. They're religious Nazis. We negotiated with them. They would not give up their enriched uranium. They would not pledge to stop making weapons that could hit America. They still fund the proxies. When this regime falls, there'll be no money for Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis. What is that worth? So the money we're spending to take this regime down is going to make us safer. It's going to keep them from having nuclear capability down the road, and we will have a new Mideast where we make money. But it ain't about money today. It's about 6 Americans who died in the defense of our country. Now, to our Arab friends, you're being hit too. Has any Arab country struck Iran? Now, if you want a treaty with the United States, you need to get in this fight. Now, America's not going to the Mideast just to fight alone. So I'm urging our Arab allies to fight back. You're being hit too. So how does this end? It ends with victory. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this regime down. It's going to be replaced by something more friendly to the United States. It's going to open up the biggest deal in 2,000 years where Saudi Arabia and Israel not only recognize each other, they will do business. Trump's a man of peace and business. Finally, Venezuela and Iran have 31% of the world's oil reserves. We're going to have a partnership with 31% of the known reserves. This is China's nightmare. This is a good investment, and we should applaud our men and women in the military who are doing something I've never seen done before, decimating a brutal enemy in 9 days.
Really great points all around, Senator. I don't know where to start. Number one, how are you going to better secure the Strait of Hormuz so that we don't see more spikes in the price of oil? Number two, are you telling us you want the United Arab Emirates and the Saudis to lash out and strike Iran right now?
I want them to get in the fight. We sell them weapons. Iran is striking their country. They have good capability. About the Strait of Hormuz, what if the regime fell? Then you never had anybody in Iran in the future that wants to close the strait. What if you had Iran with people who don't want to build a nuclear weapon to kill us all? What if you had Iran in the future that doesn't support Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis? That's where we're headed. Donald J. Trump is going to bring this terrorist regime down. We're going to have partners in Iran, and we're going to open up a gateway to peace. This won't fix itself. Every other president has talked about doing it. President Trump is in the process of doing it. They're going to lose, and we're going to win. Israel and the United States, you just wait to see what comes in the next 2 weeks.
The next 2 weeks meaning what?
We're going to blow the hell out of these people. This regime is in a death row now. It is going to be on its knees. It's going to fall. And when it falls, we're going to have peace like no other time. We're going to have prosperity unlike anyone could ever imagine. Peace brings prosperity. You can't do it by talking. The Democrats criticize this operation. They didn't do a damn thing. These men and women in the military should make us all proud.
And they have already. Number three, real quick, are you going to support the president's request for a $1.5 trillion budget defense in 27? And will you respond yes to a potential supplemental defense package of $50 billion from the Pentagon?
Yes to both. We need it. We want the strongest military to end the wars quickly. Look what we're doing here. We've lost 6 soldiers. God bless them. We're devastating the enemy. I'm not looking for a fair fight. If we get in a fight, I want to win it. I want to win it quick. I'm in Miami. You see this hat? Free Cuba. Stay tuned. The liberation of Cuba is upon us. It's just a matter of time now. You see this hat? Make Iran great. President Trump said the only way to make Iran great is for the people to take over. We're marching through the world. We're cleaning out the bad guys. We're going to have relationships with new people that will make.
We're going to have relationships with new people. Hell yeah, dude. Has it been good chat? Have you been enjoying him? Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. Lindsey Graham Hellhour, yeah. Yeah. Saudi Arabia are the good human rights abusing regime. Exactly. Hezbollah and the Houthis. I love when he says Israel as well. Israel. Hey, Baxapath. 2,000 years again. 2,000 years. We have the best. It's going to be the best agreement in 2,000 years. Melpet was keeping us company. Hell yeah, that's the way. Yeah, he is extremely evil. He's one of the most evil. He's just holding Blood Feast. You know, this guy and Mike Pompeo, John Bolton, obviously everyone in the administration, they're all just the most evil bastards of all time. There's that other guy that I keep thinking about. It's not Steve Witkoff, it's not Jared Kushner, they're also evil. There was a guy who was on the plane with him after they did the Maduro capture. You know? They keep hyping up the Cuba stuff. I think, no, it's not Pete Hegseth. No, because he's in the administration. It's someone that wasn't in the administration. He had slick back hair. He was on the plane after he was on Air Force One after they did the operation to capture Maduro. I can't remember who the fuck it was, but that guy, he's a key figure, and he's staying in the background quite a lot. They're absolutely going to bomb Cuba. It's not Bannon. No, it's not Bannon. I know that Bannon's got slick back hair, but it's not him. Yeah, I think that they are going to bomb Cuba. I don't say it with any glee or anything like that, but just in terms of like how I've seen this regime operate, how I've seen this regime talk about things it's going to do. They were talking about Iran. First of all, they were talking about Venezuela. Then they were talking about Iran. Then they were talking about Cuba. Then they were talking about Venezuela again. Then they did Venezuela. Then they were talking about Iran again. Then they did Iran. And now they're going to do Cuba. And again, I don't say it with any pleasure. It's just like they are losing badly in Iran. They've lost significantly in Iran. So now they are going to try and bully a smaller nation that is easier to destroy, right? The order has been Venezuela, Iran, Cuba, Colombia, Mexico. Yes, because they're also bombing so-called cartel positions in Mexico and Colombia at the minute. I feel like outright bombing Cuba would piss China off more than Trump is comfortable. No, I think that Trump knows that China wouldn't respond militarily. I think that Trump knows that China won't respond militarily to anything that he does because that is not in their foreign policy doctrine. Yes, he's also bombing Ecuador. Yes, I saw that as well. Also, Hayek been dead. Yeah, China just won't do anything because they're not, it's not in their doctrine. It's not, it's unfortunate, and everybody would love to see China be the savior of the world like the USSR was, right? But it's it's not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna do that. They just aren't gonna do that. It's not in their interests. It's not in their doctrine. It's not what they do. Yeah. No, they have no real interest in internationalism other than trade maxing. I think they do have an interest in internationalism. I think they do have an interest in third worldism, in the Dengist mode of production that they are currently doing, the mix of socialism and capitalism that they're doing. However, it doesn't extend to military contract, right? It doesn't extend to military cooperation. No, oh yeah, they don't have it in the same way as the Soviet Union. Yeah, absolutely. No, yeah. They prefer diplomacy to keep economies chill. Absolutely. I mean, the whole thing about Dengism is that it was literally just, we can do capitalism better than the capitalists because we understand that you have to do a bit of socialism in order to make capitalism work, and they're doing that. That's how they're doing it, right? How have they managed to maintain a consistently upwards scale of lifting their people out of poverty while providing jobs and, not allowing exploitation of the workers and shit like that? It's because they are doing this mix of capitalism and socialism. It's, known more broadly as Dengism. They don't want to fuck that up. They don't want to fuck that up. Capitalists also used to understand that in the core, yeah, but then, hey, guess what? Neoliberalism came along because the USA was just not okay with the way that they had to keep doing little socialisms to keep capitalism going. I mean, capitalism has still needed to do little socialisms to keep capitalism going because that's the nature of capitalism. You can't have infinite growth. And so that's why petrol is subsidized massively in the USA. For example, someone brought that up in the chat the other day,
Make us prosperous and safe. I've never seen anybody like it. This is Ronald Reagan plus. Ronald Reagan plus. Resetting the world in a way nobody could have dreamed of a year ago. He is the greatest commander-in-chief of all time. Our military is the best of all time. Iran is going down, and Cuba is next.
All right. Well, we'll be watching.
He's the devil. He's the devil incarnate. Easily one of the worst cunts about. Wow, chat, I didn't get to the news that I wanted to get to again. How crazy is that? Hell yeah. I'm such a good streamer. I didn't get to any of the UK stuff. And there's some rather important UK stuff. Hopefully I'll get to it tomorrow. I don't think there's going to be much in the way of Iran war updates tomorrow. I think that finally... there'll be a quiet day with regards to particular news on Iran. I think it will be just much of the same, and it won't be worth covering it, right? So, we're gonna raid out. And who are we gonna raid? That's the question. Now you're gonna jinx it? If it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? If it happens, it happens. I feel like news could come before fast propaganda slop. That shit is just kind of endless. Yeah, nah, you're right. You're right. Listen, stick around, chat, because we're gonna raid someone, yeah? I didn't want to just raid Ray. I think Ray's gonna end soon. Let's take a look. He said he was doing a shorter stream today. He's just doing Hass Watch at the minute. I think that means that he's getting tired and he's probably just going to end. Yeah, he's been streaming for 9 hours. Fucking hell, Ray. Ray's just going fucking sicko mode at the minute. What a legend. Yeah, okay. We won't raid Ray. Let's go raid Vio. Vio's streaming. Vio is doing some I found a guy shit. She's doing a little stream about a guy called Caleb Hammer, who is apparently the creepiest YouTuber. So let's go raid Vio. Everybody, you know the score. Copy and paste the raid message. Copy and paste the second raid message if you don't have a sub. Don't forget to hit up my socials. Don't forget to hit up my YouTube channel. And don't forget to hit up the VOD channel. And if you've been watching the VOD, please leave a like, a comment, and subscribe to the VOD channel if you're not already, because it just kind of helps me out, you know what I mean? Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the donos. Thank you so much for all the fucking follows. Thank you so much for everybody just being here. Thank you so much, everybody just hanging out and just having a fun time. Thank you for lurking, if you're a lurker. And I'll see you tomorrow. Same mule time, same mule place. Excellent to each other. Peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.